Hi everyone. I am wishing so much that you all could be here with us in person, but welcome to the first ever virtual DevOps Day Chicago. I am your host, Sasha Rosenbaum.
I'm your host, Matt Stratton.
And I'm your host, Margaret Valtiera.
DevOps Day Chicago is a chance for our local DevOps community to come together once a year to learn from each other. And while this year we have a virtual presence, that it doesn't require you to actually be in Chicago. Our focus is still on the Chicago DevOps community. But we look at it this way. This year we get to invite our DevOps friends from all over the world to join us. Our hope today is that with a combination of great talks, live chats, and interactive breakout sessions, participants and viewers will be able to expand their knowledge and consider different areas of the DevOps spectrum, covering topics such as remote culture, chaos engineering, inclusive leadership, and resilience engineering.
We are the people you see on the screen today, but this conference is brought to you by 14 awesome organizers this year. Let us make some introductions in no particular order.
Jerry Cattle, Brian Devlin, Kevin Reedy, Chris Reed.
Albert Chung, Christian Harrow, Harry Vedum, Trevor Hess.
Josh Goldman, Brian Anderson, and of course, the notorious DevOps Yak.
Inclusivity and respect are core values of DevOps and DevOps Days. Accessibility is very important to our events, and we want to ensure that all community members can experience our virtual event. All of the talks and fireside chats are going to be live captioned today. These captions can be found in YouTube in the live stream. Plus, you could view them by visiting devopsdaysshy.org/captioning.
Conversation and collaboration aren't limited to in-person events. Social media is extra valuable this year. We want participants to join in on Twitter. Remember to use the hashtags DevOpsDays and tag DevOpsDaysShy. For fun, also check out the DevOps Yak.
So let's talk about the history just a tiny little bit. The first ever DevOps Days was in Ghent in 2009, and there are dozens of events happening globally today. DevOps Days is an integral part of the entire DevOps movement. We would not have DevOps as we know it without the first event in Ghent and the global impact of these events, which are first and foremost about the community of practitioners, not the tools and vendors, has greatly influenced the spirit of the movement. Last year, we held a DevOps Days Organizers Summit in Ghent to celebrate a decade of DevOps. There were more conference organizers at the summit than there were participants at the first ever DevOps Days conference. This year's event features a talk from Rafael Gomes, one of the core DevOps Days organizers and the main organizer for DevOps Days Brazil. This talk will provide a glimpse into growing a technical community, overcoming major obstacles, and changing people's lives for the better.
The very first DevOps Day Chicago took place in 2014. We had about 250 people attending. Took place in the Sears Tower, yes, the Sears Tower, and it was the first time that this group of people worked together on an event, or pretty much almost anything. What started as a bunch of strangers in a conference room in the office of a small cloud consulting company turned into a key annual event for the Chicago DevOps community. And over the years, DevOps Day Chicago has evolved and changed. We've been at various venues all around the city. We added in a live mascot. We started having workshops. And we're always improving, but still focusing on that participant experience. Over the years, we have heard from countless people whose careers have been improved from this event. Now, I have a lot of great memories from the very first DevOps Day Chicago, but this is one that always makes me smile. One of my former coworkers came up to me at the event and said, you know, this DevOps stuff seems great, but clearly this is really for large enterprises. And shortly thereafter, another friend of mine and I were talking, and he said, this is a great event, Matt, but all this DevOps stuff this is for small startups, right? And as we know, they're both right. It's for all of it. DevOps is for everyone. We are now in the 7th iteration of DevOps Day Chicago, And with over 1,200 registrants this year, to say that we've expanded since that first year might be a little bit of an understatement. Since the very beginning, we have always considered DevOps Days Chicago to be a participant conference. If we were all together in person, this is the time I would tell you to look at your badge and see that it says participant. You all got your badges, right? We sent them to all YouTube users in the world. Maybe you didn't get yours. So let's pretend. Take a look at your pretend badge and notice that it says participant. When we were making the decision to make DevOps Days Chicago this year be a virtual event, the most important criteria for us was to embody the spirit of the community all participating together.
Typically, DevOps Days Chicago is an in-person event. Since we made it virtual for 2020, we decided to limit it to just one day. Just like DevOps is not about the tools, DevOps Days is not just about the content. The most important part of the conference is that it brings our technical community together. DevOps Days Chicago 2020 is much more than a set of talks about DevOps. We've got fireside chats with the speakers and virtual breakouts in Discord. After each talk is a fireside chat with the speaker, streamed live. We also, after each talk, at the same time, have a virtual breakout in Discord. Today's program is always online at our website, devopsdays.org/Chicago.
We have amazing speakers for you today. And just to make things a little more fun, we made personal stickers for our speakers this year, which is what you see at the avatars here. We will hear talks on a wide range of topics. As we aim to bring together a wider technical audience, none of these talks will actually be a deep dive into configuring Kubernetes. However, we will talk about the stories of human experience, learning, and growth in IT. We are tremendously grateful to our speakers for investing the time and effort it takes to create talks, and we're looking forward to diving even deeper into the topics during the fireside chats. Please refer to the program on our website at devopsdays.org/Chicago/program to see the schedule details at any time. And big thanks to Kelly Mahoney for the great artwork. Find her on Twitter at SoSplush.
This year, we also have Ashton Rodenheiser from Mind's Eye Creative, once again, to capture a visual representation of all the talks. Ashton will be drawing these graphic recordings for each talk, and she'll share them in Discord throughout the day. Find her on Twitter also at Mind's Eye CCF.
As we mentioned before, one of the key things that makes DevOps Days Chicago special is that we're focused on the community interacting with each other. In our traditional event, we do this with open spaces. For the virtual event, we are using the Discord platform for this. You can chat with other participants all day, as well as discuss a talk with a speaker. Plus, we have specific breakout sessions happening all day long based upon topics that you, the participants, suggest. Use the breakout proposals channel in Discord to suggest a breakout topic or vote for your favorite. These breakouts will be available both as some text-only chats, as well as audio-visual breakouts as well, as represented by Margaret here. And each of these video breakout channels will have a volunteer moderator in it. We have a great group of moderators joining us today with decades of experience in these types of events and discussions. The moderators are there just to help make sure everything goes smoothly. Thanks, mods. If you haven't yet gotten access, you can visit event.devopsdayssci.org at any time to register for instant access to our Discord system.
Code of conduct matters, and this does not change for a virtual event. We want to provide a harassment-free experience to every participant, and we will expel any COC violators from the conference. To quote Effective DevOps, people don't always understand the impact of their words and actions. Individuals need to understand the direct link between their behaviors and the impact to others. And please remember, impact is more important than intentions. Please know that I personally, and many other folks participating in DevOps Days events, feel safe in this community because we know that the COC enforces a harassment-free environment. Please take a moment to read and acknowledge the Code of Conduct if you haven't already. If you have to report a Code of Conduct violation, you can either send us an email to help@devopsdaysci.org or you can post a message tagging @organizers in the event help channel in Discord. If you can request an organizer to send a direct private message to you to get more information. Please do not post the details of your report at the event help channel, but ask an organizer to send you a private message using @organizers as a tag for your post.
This year, our sponsors took a gamble on us. We've never done a virtual event before, but our sponsors trusted that we could pull this all off. We got to try some exciting things this year, thanks to the backing of these sponsors. So thank you, sponsors. Hopefully you've been in Discord and seen that list of channels. They're grouped by topics and types. Sponsors channels are labeled company name sponsor. Please say hi. Also, make sure to check them out because there's some great giveaways going on throughout the day today.
If you need help from organizers at any time, there's a few ways to get it. You can always email the organizers at help@devopsdaysshy.org. And additionally, the event help channel in Discord is a great place to get your questions answered. So if you haven't joined us in Discord yet, remember you can do so at any time today. Just register for free at event.devopsdaysshy.org for instant access.
At the end of the day today, all registered attendees will get an email with a link to take a participant survey. Please share your thoughts with us. It only takes 5 minutes. We use this data to improve the event for the next year. Also, this is our first time doing it virtual. We want to know what you think. Please fill out the survey.
And now, it is my absolute honor to introduce our first speaker, Lonnie Phillips, a vice president at Microsoft, giving a talk about authentic conversations. Lonnie is an amazing speaker and a remarkable leader. I have personally found Lonnie to be an inspiring role model back when I worked for Microsoft Chicago, a role model that each one of us needs in our careers. Lonnie, please take it away.
Welcome to DevOps Days Chicago. You have an amazing agenda planned on all things DevOps with sessions like computational thinking and cutting cloud costs in a COVID-19 world, which we all know is top of mind for everyone right now. I am so very humbled that so many of you see the importance in starting the day engaging in a topic that permeates all sectors and all industries for a community who is so deeply focused on your work, developing code, and building the next big thing. We have to make space for people to be seen and heard as well. That's why today I invite you to learn about authentic conversations. My name is Lonnie Phillips, and I am the Vice President of U.S. Channel Sales at Microsoft. I want you to think about the last time you found yourself in a situation where you could share your personal perspectives or experience, but wasn't sure if you could be vulnerable. If the other person or persons on the receiving end could identify or empathize with your experience. How can we make others feel more comfortable in engaging in authentic conversations with us? A couple of months ago, like many others, I hit the wall. I was deeply saddened by all the events in succession that happened. COVID-19, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Christian Cooper, and George Floyd, to name a few. I decided enough was enough, and I had a responsibility to do something right where I was planted. It all started with a strong desire to create space for my organization to share how they were feeling without judgment, allowing them to just take off the mask and just feel, knowing they were not alone. The audience quickly grew, and what followed surprised us all. What emerged was this level of authenticity that allowed people to have a glimpse into their world through personal stories. We know that empathy is developed through proximity. This forum was just one small way to allow our organization to sit at the virtual table to share authentically, listen, and learn. I opened the discussion with my intention to create the space for an authentic conversation and how people were really feeling. And why this is so important is because according to the Harvard Business Review, most leaders respond with no response and hold a conviction that race, like politics, is best discussed elsewhere. And although 78% of Black professionals say they have experienced discrimination or fear a loved one will, 38% feel it would never be acceptable at their companies to speak out about their experience of bias. It was important to me that I recognize others who have experienced injustice, our Hispanic Latino communities, LGBTQ plus communities, immigrants, Native Americans, people with any type of difference. I mustered up the courage to have this dialogue, knowing it had never been done before. I just decided to unapologetically be me and try and bridge the divide that continues to widen because everyone is so afraid to say what needs to be said, living in fear of the unspeakable happening. It was time for us to just have a real conversation about race, difference, and the experience it creates. To demonstrate our desire to have an authentic conversation, I read this article written by Danielle Cadet, followed by a personal story to demonstrate my willingness to be vulnerable. When we opened it up, the silence was deafening, but I refused to speak because I knew if I held on long enough, someone would speak up. Then it happened. The first person spoke, and a beautiful conversation emerged. Out of respect for everyone in those discussions, I will not dive into the details, but I will say that many were able to have an authentic conversation that opened their eyes to the hardcore reality that for some changed their lives forever. If we want to drive real change, we must have that uncomfortable conversation. There's a quote that says, "The key to inclusion is understanding who your employees really are." Through these discussions, you develop shared understanding and begin to move forward. Now let's talk about how do you have authentic conversations. Number one, just show up and listen with empathy. The first step is just be willing to show up without distractions and be fully present. Just listen with empathy. You don't have to say anything. Just demonstrate you care. Brené Brown says that empathy communicates an incredible healing message of you're not alone. Number two, be vulnerable. Be willing to admit you are uncomfortable. Recognize you do not have the same lived experience and acknowledge this might be new for you. Emphasize you want to support them and learn. Number three, active listening. Listen to understand, not to respond. Sit in the uncomfortable silence. Just deeply listen and hear what they are trying to say to you. It may not be very succinct. It actually might feel very clumsy, but give them time to peel back those layers and share. Your job is just to listen and seek clarity when needed. Number four, validate their feelings. Do not judge their feelings or feel the need to comment. They have a right to feel those feelings. Just thank them for sharing and acknowledge it took courage for them to speak. You're not there to solve all the problems, just to listen. Continue to listen until they are done. Number five, ask where you can help. Allow them to participate in the solution. You don't have to come up with it alone. And number six, follow through. When they tell you what they need, put some action behind your words. If they ask for help, then just follow through. In closing, The key learnings were self-awareness, a desire to learn more and be a better ally, subsequent conversations that peel back the onion more, and a sheer curiosity among many to get to know their peers at a much deeper level. Be willing to get uncomfortable and drive authentic conversations. Remember, proximity breeds empathy. Let us challenge ourselves to have deeper, more meaningful conversations. Only then will you see the gateway to driving real change. We all have to be the difference. Now, how can you create the space to engage in an authentic conversation? Thank you, and I hope you enjoy your conference.
Hi, welcome back. So you remember that community interaction is a key part of this event. So before we go into our first ever fireside chat with Lonnie today, we're going to play a short video describing how you can join Discord and get the most out of this experience. So you can remember that you can join Discord at any time at event.devopsdayschai.org if you haven't yet. To help show what the experience is like, here's the short video explaining how it works.
So the first thing that you need to do to take part in the DevOps Days Chicago virtual participant experience is you're going to need an account on Discord. If you already have a Discord account, you can skip this step. So just hang on and bear with us, and we'll get to the part about how you join our Discord server in just a minute. The first thing that you need to do when you register, and you can do this at discord.com/register, is fill out, all the usual fun stuff. So we go ahead and do this, and one of the things that's going to happen is it takes you in and logs you in. We can go ahead and close this for a second. You're going to need to verify your email address, or you won't be able to have any access to our servers. Once you have your email verified, you need to join our Discord server. The actual invite code that you're going to need, you will have received in your email, or if you log into Eventbrite and check out the online event details, you'll find it there. The code that you're going to see me using here is not our real code. You need to register in order to get the code. That's cool. And we're going to say we want to join a server. Put in our invite code, and it brings us in. Now, what we need to do before we can see everything else in the DevOps Days Chicago Discord server is we have to accept the code of conduct. So we can see here the quick version of our code of conduct. There is a link that will take us to the long one. And in order to agree to the code of conduct, you just simply have to click on this thumbs up button here, which will grant you access to the DevOps Days Discord server. So we'll go ahead and click that. And now you can see we suddenly have access to all of our wonderful channels. A couple important things to know. So any text channel has the little hashtag in front of it. So you can always refer back to our code of conduct in the code of conduct channel. If you need direct help from an organizer, especially for something related to code of conduct, you simply go to the event help channel and you can post a message in here and you can tag organizers and say, hey, I need some help. And what'll happen is that will notify the organizers, and one of them will reach out to you via a private message to help you out some more. But throughout the day, we're going to have all these great breakout sessions. If you want to propose one, you do that in the breakout proposal channel. So if you go in there, you can see an example as someone said, I want to talk about using AWS for my personal blog. I might have a different idea. Now, if you see a topic you'd like to talk about, you can always just react to it with a little thumbs up kind of thing. This will help us figure out that there's more people who are interested in it. In the breakouts channel, you will see all of the breakouts that are currently live for any existing breakout slot. So I can always pop in here, for example, the DevOps for Yaks breakout, if I want to talk to people in there. But what's also really interesting is you'll see there are some breakout channels that have this icon. And these are voice and video channels where they're a little more interactive. Now, those are limited to no more than 25 people at a time, and each of these channels will have a moderator in them. But when I want to join them, I just go ahead and click on that, and then I'll go and connect. I might have to give it permission to my microphone. And when I actually click on that channel and I take a look, we'll take a look and we'll see if I connect my video. And then I show up and it looks all fancy. Hello. And you'll see other people in here, and this is where we can go ahead and have our conversation during that breakout. When we're done, we can just disconnect. It'll take us away. Similarly, you'll see we have channels for all of our sponsors, and our gold sponsors even have video channels where they might be providing demos and other more interactive things. We really recommend that you visit all of our sponsors. We can't have the event without them. And then also, you'll see that for every talk throughout the day, there's a dedicated text channel. If you have any questions for the speaker, please post them in their channel. You'll see that any organizers will always show up in the organizer list, and they will be in blue. These are people who can help you in all kinds of different ways. If you have any kind of problems, you need to report an issue with Code of Conduct, we still recommend that you tag @organizers, because a certain organizer might not be available right then. And then likewise, our great moderators will all show up in purple. And these moderators will be joining in the video breakout sessions just to help keep the conversation going along and trying to make sure that we don't have any kind of problems or challenges. And they're definitely here to help. DevOps Days Chicago is a participant conference. And we want everybody, whether they're a moderator, a speaker, a sponsor, or just connecting and wanting to talk to each other, we're all going to be interacting together throughout the day.
Hi, and welcome to our first ever fireside chat at Virtual DevOps Days Chicago 2020. It's such a pleasure to have with us our first guest for today, Lonnie Phillips. Hi, Lonnie.
Hi, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, it was so important to me to have your voice heard at this conference today, and I'm so glad you could join us. I am going to go straight into some first questions that came in. So 2020 has been a challenging year in so many ways for so many people, and it brought so many societal tensions up to the surface. And sometimes I feel like there's traumatic events unfolding every single day. So what can leaders do to sort of take care of their teams in this continuously challenging situation?
An important question to ask, considering the times that we live in. One of the things I heard recently that I really could identify with is if you think about the series of things that have happened in succession in 2020, people are saying it's like post-traumatic stress. And so I had a moment where I just paused to think on that. And I said, I guess for a lot of people it could be. So what I would tell leaders to do today, a couple of things. One, before you jump into any conversations, whether that be a one-on-one or a group discussion, I would build in that time up front to do a check-in, to just check in with people, understand how they're doing, and allow them to just vent a little bit. And I think it will be a really healthy discussion for you to create that space. Some of the other things that I've even seen people do is abandon agendas for meetings to just create that space for people to talk, share best practices, and just create a safe space for those conversations. The other thing that I would encourage you to do is identify where the benefits are for your employees, because a lot of people right now are dealing with a lot of stress. Just remind them that they have benefits that they can take advantage of, whether that be if they need time off or if they want to take up any special cares program that you have in place, to just remind them of what's available to them and encourage them to use it if they ever need it. And the third thing I would just recommend that leaders do is meet people where they're at and just understand what they're going through and recognize that everyone has a different experience. So I think those are probably the 3 tips I would leave.
I think one thing that jumped out to me, when you talk about checking in, and I think something that I see that's really important is giving people the opportunity to be checked in with in the way that's right for them. So I know, as someone who's had challenges with things and stuff like that, sometimes you're not in a place, right? So I always like to, if I'm going to check in with Sasha, is say, hey, Sasha, just wanted to check in. You don't have to reply. You don't have to tell, I'm here, whatever you need, but don't feel, and maybe the answer is just, I'm cool, leave me alone. And giving people permission to not have to take that on, but making it open. And like you said, meet them where they're at. I think that speaks to that. That's great. Yeah.
Absolutely. I do think you have to remember, Matt, that everyone is different. Some people are not comfortable talking about their emotions, and make that okay, but just let them know that you're there and that you care.
So this interesting, it brings me into our next question, which is, you know, in your talk you mentioned that we should listen with empathy and make sure that we're not judging people's feelings, because feelings just are, right? They can't be wrong. But sometimes you're faced with something that's very off-key, or some remark that's very non-inclusive towards some members of the community or something like that. As a leader, how can you take care of that? How can you react to that and make sure that you can handle that, especially in a group setting when there's more people potentially being impacted?
Wow, so are the comments being made in front of a group, or are the comments just being made to me in private?
Well, let's address both, maybe.
Differently, right? So if I were in a situation where it was one-on-one and someone was in the middle of emoting and it was off color, it just it didn't sound inclusive, and maybe even disrespectful in some senses, I really mean what I say. In that moment, it's my job to just listen, let them vent, and let them get it out. And then once they've had an opportunity to do that, I would then ask for permission to say, I want to tell you what I heard. And was that your intention? And sometimes people are just in the middle of feeling, and their feelings are clumsy. They're not comfortable talking about what's on their mind. And they had no intention on communicating that. That's just how it came out. So I usually try to check in to validate, tell them what I've heard, right? And say, is that what you wanted me to take from that? And then what I try to do, depending on if they say yes or no, if they say yes, that was my intention, I'll say, now, what would you like to see me do with that? And I immediately go to a space of just asking them, what would you like to see me do? If there's any form of disrespect, I would find a way to address that, because I want to make sure that I create an inclusive environment. So that's how I would handle it one-on-one. If I were in a group and someone said something that was really off color, I would probably immediately assert myself to the front of that conversation before the rest of the room reacts. And I would probably look for a moment and say, hey, you know what? Obviously, there's a lot on your mind. And I want to make sure that we can allocate the appropriate amount of time for you to be able to share your thoughts and feelings, and we can work through that. Let us find a different time for us to have this conversation, and I'm committed to do that by the end of this day. And then I would quickly bring it to a close, and then I would say, but please hold me accountable, because we will have this conversation a little bit later. And then I would transition the conversation, because I would want to make sure that no one felt disrespected in the room.
I just wanted, our AV team is just letting us know, this is great news, that there's some wonderful discussion happening in the channel about your talk. So our participants are talking about this and having a great conversation. So that was exactly what we were hoping for. So
that's exactly
perfect.
what we were looking for.
So another question that came in that I can personally relate to, as a white person, I don't always hear about the events affecting the Black community. And that can be a problem, because if I come into work all shiny and bright-eyed and I talk to you and, you know, I say, oh, how are you doing today? And I totally don't give you space to kind of be what you are and feel what you feel, and I'm not even aware of what's happening. So the question is, I guess, how can we see more events that affect the Black community specifically, and make sure that we're aware of what's happening in the world?
Well, the first thing I want to make sure that you understand is that you're not alone. You have members of the Black community who don't know everything that is going on. And part of the reason for that is some of us have had to stop watching the news because there was just so much negativity, and it was just killing our spirits. And we were just all just having to carry the weight of that throughout the day. And so I want you to know that you're not alone. That's not just to our Caucasian colleagues, everybody is kind of saying enough is enough. So we all may not be up to speed on everything. I think the best thing you could do is, I always tell people, go out on the internet or watch a news channel to try and get a summary of all the things that have happened over the last 24 hours if you want to stay informed. But I don't even want to encourage you to stay informed about every single news story. What I'm trying to get across to people is just meet people where they're at. And maybe right now in this time, because we know it's crazy with the pandemic and all the social injustice and all the kids are back in school and parents are working and trying to be teachers to these kids, everybody's got emotions all over the place. Just before you jump in, just stop and say, how are you today? And recognize that when you ask that question today, it could be different from tomorrow. Or how are you doing right now? Because sometimes that can change moment after moment, you know? So I hope that helps.
I like that. I like that the idea of that checking in is not something you should do just because you're aware that someone might have it. We could all use it right now. It's a fairly safe assessment, fairly safe bet that any of your coworkers could appreciate a check-in. Probably something.
And I will say, on a personal note, like, I had a couple of personal events happen in the last 2 months that are not related to, everything else that's going on in the world. And yes, it definitely affected me, and it brought up how much I didn't realize how much that affects other people. Just a few short months ago.
Absolutely.
So another question that's very relevant for right now is, how would you say having these conversations differs between an in-person and a remote conversation?
Well, usually in person, there's just something about flesh to flesh, right there in front of each other, eyeball to eyeball. But what I've tried to do in all of my conversations that I've talked about in the talk today has all been virtual. And the one thing I can stress to you is just the power of the camera, and really looking into the camera with no distractions, so that that person feels like you're right there with them and you're looking them directly in the eye. That is the most important thing. Nothing will ever replace being able to reach out and touch someone's skin to let them know you're right there with them, or give them a hug if they need a hug, or hand them a Kleenex if they are shedding tears. But there is a way to do it remotely, where it just allows you to just connect with them. And when they are feeling emotional, just sit silent with them and just let them know that you're there and it's okay. But like I said, I tell everybody, this works in the interim, but I hope we go back to a world where we have a mixture of both. Because I just enjoy face-to-face and that connection. But I really am starting to embrace the current situation because it's our new normal. And we as leaders and as people have to find a way to leverage the technology to still connect with people and really connect with them at an emotional level when needed.
It's about intentionality, right? It's like it's not a thing we're doing while we're doing 15 other things,
Right,
so.
right. You got to do it without distractions. It is the hardest thing that I do throughout the day. But, people are always sending me little instant messages or chats, and I just have to abandon that when I'm on a call, and I have to intentionally just be present in the conversation.
So another question that we have is, do you think there needs to be already psychological safety on a team before you can even attempt having that conversation?
Yes, I think in order for you to be able to allow yourself to be completely vulnerable, you would need to see evidence that it's okay to be vulnerable without any repercussions of any kind. So I would say, yeah, but there are ways to test it. I think now what I enjoy is people use words like, I want to be vulnerable. I need a no judgment zone. You kind of set the ground rules before you open up, and then you test the waters. I do think even if you don't have psychological safety on the team, you can ask for it. Say, hey, I need to create a safe space. I need a space where I can feel like no judgment and I can be vulnerable here. Usually when you say things like that, it makes other people go, oh, of course, of course. And it makes it something more, they're more aware of it. And then they go, wow, that actually was pretty good. And you might actually be the one, if there isn't already psychological safety, you may be the catalyst that creates that for the team over time if you practice some of those tips. But I understand for those environments where it's not quite that way, you might want to just test the waters. So why don't you try it by setting those boundaries up front?
I think to reiterate on that, especially from someone in a more privileged space than most of the workspaces, it's a little safer, a little less vulnerable for me to show vulnerability. It's less risky, and that's something that I can do is to help display. Because the thing with psychological safety to me is that it's having the trust that you will not be punished or made fun of or anything like that for speaking up, and it's a lot easier for me to speak up than other people. So it's a relative, it's a very literally the least I can do, to help model that and understand that behavior, psychological safety comes from modeling.
Yeah, and here's the best thing you can do when someone is being extremely vulnerable and they are sharing their heart is it doesn't have to be the leader. It could be another one of their peers. It's just to say, I want to take a pause for a moment and thank you for doing that. That really meant a lot to me. And that is in a safe space. If you just say that, you're already shifting the culture.
I want to reiterate that because we've been having a lot of conversation through this about what do leaders, and not everybody watching this is, a lot of times we sit there and we're like, well, I'm not a manager, I'm not an executive, I'm not whatever, I'm an engineer, what do I do? This is an absolute thing that you can do that is as simple as thanking someone. So.
Thank you. And I guarantee you what you will experience when you thank them is there'll be a sigh of relief inside for them. And what you will find is other people will just naturally respond.
So this is an interesting thing. And I don't know that there's really an answer to that, but I've heard complaints from all sides of the spectrum, right? From white males and from black ladies and from anyone being like, I don't feel safe voicing my real opinion, bringing my real self to work because I'm afraid of the repercussions. And I just sometimes I don't know how to alleviate that other than personally give them a safe space in a one-on-one conversation, but I kind of don't know how to address that in a team setting.
So are you addressing it as a manager or are you addressing it as just a peer?
I would say as a peer is very interesting because not everyone has the authority to sort of speak up and create that safe space by just exercising authority. And we all need the ability to help people feel safe.
I would say to you that everyone, regardless of their title, has the ability to create that space. And you have the ability to empower anyone that you speak with to be able to show up as their authentic self. And one way to get people to show up as their authentic self is for you to model that behavior. And then to just express genuine curiosity about who they are, what they're about, what they enjoy, their creativity, if it's something they're wearing, or if you're just curious about something, just ask and just say, I really love this about you, and I would love to experience more of it here at work. Share more of that with me. And I think the more you encourage people to share, the more they will start to show up as themselves. And then I have learned as a leader, it's important to be able to recognize, one of the things I love to say is, hey, when I say it's no judgment zone, I expect all of you to show up as your authentic selves. We all have strengths. We all have those things that we're working on. But I really want to take advantage of the strengths you have and really be able to figure out how together we can bring our collective strengths to achieve a goal. But I could do that even if I wasn't the leader. I'm just doing that with one of my teammates and we're working on a project. So I just want you to know we can all empower one another in this area and begin to model the way regardless of title.
Yeah, it's people who know me are like, I can't believe that Matt has nothing to say. But I have nothing to say. So that just I'm letting that sink in.
Well, and it's about like also this year being traumatic.
Yeah.
We actually had a comment on Slack the other day where someone was like, Sasha has no opinion. And like, I really didn't. I was like, I don't feel sociable. I just can't deal with this right now. You all can take it away. This totally happens. I think one of the things we kind of didn't discuss today is the LGBTQ community and being inclusive towards them. And that is also something that's a very rough topic, and lots of different companies handling it differently. So I wonder, again, what can leaders and teammates do to be more inclusive towards the LGBTQ community?
Oh my gosh, so that's one community that I am absolutely fascinated with, because there is so much diversity within the community. And I have so many friends and family members that are in that community that I think the biggest thing we can do there is just to watch our language. Like, we automatically assume when people are married that it's opposite sex. So create the space that maybe reference it as a partner. I would also ask, because you have a world today where people are not identifying to any one specific gender, and not the way we've looked at it in years past, to give them a space where you start to see people say what pronoun you associate with. I think that is so important to, again, meeting people where they're at, expressing genuine curiosity, and not subjecting people to all of the social norms we may have grown up with, and be open to new ideas in the way that they express themselves. And I think the biggest thing you can do is just invest in your own education to learn. I mean, some of the things I did is I tried to do some mentoring within the community. I do a lot of reading in the community. I love to watch some of the shows. One of my favorite is Pose. Can't wait till the new season comes out. I mean, I got deeply embedded in their lives through these characters, and it just made me genuinely who they are and how I can be a support system to them. So I think everybody can do that.
This is so wonderful. We had another question that just came in, which is, how can an organization ensure safety in this space? Do we control the dialogue? Do we put restrictions on the space? How do we, as an enterprise, handle these conversations and psychological?
I think as an enterprise, I think the biggest thing we have to do is make sure that we educate leaders on how to have these type of conversations and how to create safe spaces. You cannot minimize the fact that a lot of leaders have not really been taught how to do this. I do think for some who are higher on the EQ and the balance of EQ and IQ, they probably find it a lot easier to do, but let's not assume that everyone knows how to do this, so invest in education. And I will tell you, I just decided, like I said in the clip where I did the talk, it was unrest inside of me, and I felt a responsibility to show up as a leader. And I called a town hall, and I didn't do anything special. I literally just showed up and I listened. And I think we all can do that. And then just check your biases and recognize that it's not our responsibility to subject our opinions about things on people when they're in the middle of feeling and emoting. Our job is just to listen, provide a supportive environment, and do that active listening to validate the things that we've heard and figure out how we can help them. But I do think it will be leadership education.
And I do think, so an important thing that I want to bring up is that these are EQ skills, right? You cannot read a book and be better at this. You need to practice, because in the stress situation, and a rough conversation is a stress situation, your brain reacts automatically, and you need to train yourself to react a certain way, which, again, I'm clearly just from your conversation, I'm seeing that you can handle this, but I know so many leaders who just have never been exposed to that. And I wish, in my whole career, I've been looking for that kind of training, and it's been extremely hard to find.
Well, I have a few people I can recommend. Actually, they're probably going to be tickled that I'm going to say this, but there's actually a podcast called More in Common. There are two guys who grew up together that are really focusing on creating compassionate conversations. and teaching people how to do that in a safe space. And I think you're going to start to hear more and more about their work. But I want you to know that there are a lot of people out there that recognize the importance of being able to create these safe spaces, how to do it in a psychologically safe environment, and how to have those difficult conversations without making everyone uncomfortable. So I think you're going to find there's more and more people that are going to come out to solve this problem.
And this brings me into our last question, because we only have half a minute left. Which are the best resources, maybe books, maybe training resources that you can recommend, maybe in addition to that podcast?
Despite that Sasha said you can't read a book to learn. So we said you can't read a book to learn this, but by the way, Lonnie, what books should we read to learn this?
I'm going to tell you that right now, and I'm actually here in my office, I'm a big fan of Brene Brown. I think right now I'm reading Dare to Lead. We're actually, my entire leadership team and our MSUS leadership team is reading this book. And I think what the book does is it's really good in just teaching you how to have difficult conversations in terms of how to think about them. And I think it really talks to you about being in the space of vulnerability and the power of it. So I think if I were to give you one book to read, anything in her work, you will find that that's her sweet spot, right? And I think she'll give you a lot of great coaching there. So I would probably send you to Brene Brown just for right now. And then let's figure out a way to get you tied to an organization. More in Common is an organization where you can actually work with these companies and allow them to help facilitate and do the proper coaching with your leadership team and your organization to help you do it better.
That's amazing. And Lonnie actually has her own book coming out shortly, which I wanted to mention here.
Yes, I'm finally gonna do it. So yes, in 2021, I still a little bit of a secret, but yes, I'm doing my first leadership book. I'm so excited, and it's really going to be speaking to inclusion and how to do it, how to drive inclusion in the workplace.
All right. Thank you so much for being with us today. We're at time, so thank you so much. It was so important to have you, and I'll see you soon, hopefully in person.
I'll see both of you soon. Thank you both.
Don't forget, we're going to be back at everybody watching. We're going to be back at 10:05 Central Time. But be sure to keep watching this stream for a word from our lovely, lovely sponsors and some fun surprises. The party doesn't stop just because Sasha and I stop talking.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. Maybe, in order to understand DevOps, we have to look at the word DevOps. Basically, it's made up of two separate words, Devo and Ps. What do these words mean? It's a mystery, and that's why so is DevOps.
Take 15.
G'day, I'm Marco Coulter from AppDynamics. They've given me 3 minutes to introduce you to AppDynamics. It's not fair. AppDynamics has been in the application performance game for over 10 years. We've been a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for as long as they've had one for APM. You don't achieve that without delivering a lot of function and a lot of value for enterprises around the world. Sure, we have your mother's traffic light monitoring from a decade ago. It's green, everything's okay, it's red, better look into that. But modern monitoring, well, it's so much more than that. We start with visibility, like observability on steroids, discovering all the connections between the code so that you don't have to write do not erase on that architecture whiteboard. The visualization updates whenever the code updates. Connecting all the inputs from SDKs and agents and network and cloud managers and observability and security tools gives you the visibility into your code interacting with infrastructure and cloud and Kubernetes clusters and microservices and database shards and even those older systems that you might still have on premise. Being able to see all this is great and powerful, but it's not enough. We all work under a fair bit of stress, and to avoid overloading you need augmentation, you need insight. Something building on that collection of metrics and traces and logs and bringing context to help make sense of it for you. Augmenting you is where machine learning comes in. Our cognitive engine that can dynamically baseline temporally and contextually. Contextually, well, training machine learning models on real metrics means it learns where they move together or diverge. If network bandwidth goes up while transactions per second is increasing, that makes sense and you shouldn't be woken at 2 a.m. for that. But if network bandwidth is not going up and TPS is increasing, well, that's a constraint, you should be warned. But you still need to avoid alert fatigue, and that artificial intelligence is what AI Ops is all about. Look, the customer experience with transactions is what we really care about. You need to be able to follow the code across ephemeral microservices, state-based containers, third-party APIs, on-premise services, and that's where Dynamics comes through with transaction snapshots. We connect those spans so that you can move through the trace, either upstream or downstream, in the code as part of that specific transaction. You see, detailed tracing all the time will overload your systems. And when things are normal, let's be honest, you're not going to look at it. We focus on keeping only the details for each transaction when it matters, when there is an anomaly, and the machine learning helps with that too. And soon as we're watching the transactions go by, why not extract business information from it so that we can get insight and from the performance metrics being visible alongside the business metrics.
10 seconds.
Look, 3 minutes is not enough to talk about AppDynamics. Come and talk to us, come and see a full demo. We'll talk about how the code is actually being used. We'll talk about OpenTelemetry.
Cut.
Hello, my name is George Reyes here at LaunchDarkly, and today I'm going to be showing you how you can de-risk your deployments using LaunchDarkly. So here at the bottom, we have a piece of code that we've deployed but not released. And we want to be able to draw the distinction between these two, because if you deploy something and it has no effect on your production environment, you can continue deploying it, and that way you don't have to wait to do a big bang release. Using LaunchDarkly, we can release when we're ready by enabling this kill switch. So when I click on this switch, you'll see the widget immediately render. So I'll click on that and I'll add a comment so others know what I'm doing for demo. And you can see it immediately renders. This happens within 200 milliseconds, and vice versa is also true, where we can turn this off to save our weekend in case we're seeing abnormal traffic or it's affecting production. And it gets immediately turned off. Now, we also support multiple different environments where we have a staging environment and a production environment, and they can maintain different states. That way I can be sure that I'm not affecting production when I'm working on my own dev environment. Now, let's say you want to target specific types of users. You can also have a hierarchy of flags. You can target like SRE teams, QA, or you can even say this feature needs more polish, so I'm not going to show it to the VIPs yet. We also have a fully functioning rules engine where we can start saying things like, all right, people in a specific state can get this entire feature, or we can even do canary rollouts over complex rule sets where we can start chaining together these sets of rules that are arbitrary because you can add them or add whatever you'd like in order to have the maximum amount of effect. You can also schedule these changes in the future. So here I want to say 72% rollout, say select for a specific date, let's say on Sunday, schedule the changes, and now those changes have been scheduled. So I don't have to worry about rolling this out on a Sunday. The system will handle that for me. Lastly, we also have a way to check to see where in the code these feature flags are, so you can edit them or debug them as you would like. Using code references, this generates a report that you can send to either LaunchDarkly or your own internal repo to say, these are where my feature flags live. And that way, if you need to cull them or add more, you know exactly where they live. We also support a fully functioning audit log, so you can see, all right, here, my coworker, Keegan Sheely, has added or changed the baseline variation for an experiment. Also, we can see in my own environment that I was editing some of the zip codes earlier. That's it for an overview of LaunchDarkly. Thank you so much. Bye.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. We used to laugh at the one engineer when they'd head off to conferences we thought were pointless. But we wouldn't be laughing the next week when they came back with some new tool they wanted to implement in production.
Wow, we are off to a fantastic start. We've had a great talk, and I understand that we're having great discussions in Discord. I can't tell because Trevor took my phone away from me and told me I'm not allowed to look at that right now. So from what I hear, everything sounds fantastic. But speaking of fantastic, our next speaker is Emily Freeman. Emily is the author of the best-selling book, DevOps for Dummies, and I hear she has one heck of a biscuit recipe.
Somewhere along the last 10 years, DevOps stopped being a philosophy of how to develop software and started to be a sales tactic. That shift, I think, has caused many developers and operations engineers to lose trust a little bit, that DevOps can actually make their jobs better. Developing software is hard, it just is. We solve complex problems, often with complex solutions, every single day. That complexity is what makes communicating with your colleagues such a challenge. Code isn't the hard part of software development. Instead, it's compiling, literally, the work of everyone on your team into a cohesive, polished product that brings real value to your customers. I think everyone in this session has stood through an hour-long stand-up in a room with a tall table and no chairs, argued for 15 minutes on whether a feature was an 8 or a 13. Heck, you might have even done it this morning. The truth is, any production database older than 2 weeks is basically held together by duct tape and positive thinking. It's true. There are plenty of anti-patterns in our work, and you've probably experienced most of them. I'm Emily Freeman. I'm the author of DevOps for Dummies and a principal cloud advocate at Microsoft. I am obsessed with helping technology organizations transform themselves by creating company cultures in which diverse, collaborative teams can thrive. Knight Capital is by far my favorite DevOps story because you couldn't write a better story to show why culture, not tooling, is the foundation of DevOps. In 2012, Knight Capital received notice that the New York Stock Exchange was opening its dark pool called the Retail Liquidity Program, or RLP, after getting the go-ahead from the SEC. In simple terms, a dark pool is a sort of private market that operates outside of public scrutiny. Knight Capital needed to integrate with the new dark pool because they were what's referred to as a market maker. They made money on the delta between buy and sell prices on stocks. If trades took place in the dark pool and Knight Capital wasn't involved, they would lose money and risk their foothold in the market. That's not good. Now, at the time, Knight managed an average daily US equity volume of more than 3.3 billion trades, worth roughly $21 billion. That's insane. Knight had just over 30 days between the RLP approval and its go-live date of August 1st, 2012. With an incredibly short deadline, the engineering team got to work. You can imagine the stress that development team experienced. I get a little sweaty just thinking about it. Whew, that's fast. But here's the kicker. To integrate their system with the RLP, Knight Capital would have to make changes to the trade execution system, including the high-frequency order router, referred to as SMARS, short for Smart Market Access Routing System. Naming is hard. SMARS could execute thousands of orders per second and was designed to compare prices across all markets within a fraction of a second. Now, as you might imagine, SMARS was a relatively complex algorithm, and SMARS was old, at least in terms of software. It contained unused legacy code, sometimes referred to as dead code. Part of this dead code contained an algorithm called PowerPeg, which was sunsetted in 2003, nearly a decade earlier. That's bad. PowerPeg was a test program that bought high and sold low. Now, if you're thinking that kind of breaks the basic fundamental rule of stock trading, you are correct. PowerPeg was never intended to be used in a production environment. Instead, it was used to sort of verify the behavior of other Knight trading systems, like a test for a staging environment. The engineering team coded feverishly for nearly a month, planning to deploy the new system using a feature flag a week before the deadline of August 1st. Now, on the go-live date, they would simply flip a switch on the feature flag, and Knight would be trading in the RLP. During that last week of July, an operations engineer manually deployed the new RLP code in SMARS to 8 servers. There was no peer review to ensure everything went well, nor was there an automated system to provide an alert if the production code or behavior was inconsistent. At 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on August 1st, engineers flipped the switch on the feature flag, and SMARS began to route orders through the RLP. But everyone could see immediately that something was off. Internal charts showed strange spikes in activity, and 4 minutes later, the New York Stock Exchange called. Knight Capital was executing so many orders that the entire market's trading volume had doubled. And perhaps more alarmingly, Knight appeared to be buying high and selling low. Knight was losing thousands of dollars per second. Per second! No outage is cheap, but that is a nightmare, folks. Everyone jumped in to try and find the bug, but no one could quite pinpoint the issue. Orders were originating from the new router code, but that's about all they could see. The code looked right. Tests passed. Everything looked like it should be working. After 20 minutes and no solution, the CIO made the decision to roll back the deployment. It wasn't ideal. There would be an explanation needed, but it would stop the bleed. Only the rollback failed. As soon as they released the last stable version, the SMARS software trades spiked again. When the developers shut down the entire system completely 28 minutes after the market opened, Knight Capital had lost $460 million. That is over $16 million per minute. Knight Capital was finished. They were eventually acquired for pennies on the dollar of their original value. So what happened? Well, it turns out the issue was that when developers updated that legacy code, they repurposed the feature flag that had been used to disable that same code. Unfortunately, the ops engineer who deployed the new build to the servers, he made an error during the manual deployment. Only 7 machines were updated, leaving 1 running the old code. Because the feature flag was reused, traffic hitting that 1 machine called the power peg program, that algorithm that bought high and sold low. The rollback didn't have the intended effect because no one thought to turn off the feature flag. In fact, the rollback intensified the problem because when they reverted to that last stable build, all 8 servers were running the legacy code instead of just that 1. Now, these engineers, they weren't stupid people. They weren't using bad tooling. This was one of the leading financial institutions of the time, and Knight hired some of the brightest people in the industry. As with any service outage or degradation, there were a number of contributing factors, which I'll discuss in a moment. Hiring great engineers is just one piece of the DevOps puzzle. Allowing those engineers to thrive and to be the absolute best performers they possibly can be, that requires thoughtful planning and work. DevOps is a philosophy, a methodology that prioritizes people over process and process over tooling. When I ask people what's going wrong in their DevOps practice, they almost never tell me that it's a tooling issue. And even when it is, it's usually about how their team is using that particular tool, rather than a problem with the product itself. If you put tools first, all you accomplish is automating and obfuscating the bad habits that already exist in your organization. Knight Capital didn't fail because they chose the wrong CI/CD tool. They careened toward disaster because of a series of relatively small, poor decisions that compounded into a nightmare scenario. I bought a house last year, and the yard is a mess of weeds and vines and, well, mostly dandelions. I've been diligently picking them out of my yard in a slow, endless battle that I'm probably losing. This little tiny flower, it was so magical to me as a child, but has become quite the nuisance in my adulthood. But the dandelion, I think, embodies a lesson. Weeds can grow in the worst soil. Clay, rock, sand, weeds find a way. But truly productive plants, the kind that provide us life, they require a more hardy, rich environment. Farmers must care for the soil on their land, balance the acidity, add nutrients till the dirt, rotate crops. It's hard work, but the effort bears fruit. DevOps is centered around a few core principles. You can think of these as the work you must do before you ever think of planting the seeds of tooling. It is in embodying and executing on these principles, when your actions reflect the ideas, that you begin to truly transform your organization. DevOps starts with leadership. And I want to be clear that you don't have to be a manager to be a leader. Empower your team, share responsibility, create cross-functional collaboration across engineering teams and disciplines. Your team should feel free to make independent decisions based on their expertise. Collaboration, it starts with trust. Your day-to-day interactions should be opportunities for people to freely share their challenges and pitch in to help. Meetings and activities should have a human component so that the people on your team can start to build rapport. The bottom line is that it's much easier to get through product and architecture disagreements if you trust the people with whom you work. Cross-functional teams in which members have complementary skill sets are ideal for establishing a culture where information is shared freely. And it eliminates this sort of not my job attitude. One of the best ways to build these is to hire people who don't just have the technical skill set you need, but also have this sort of natural curiosity. These engineers often embody a dogged determination to figure it out, and they will grow to support each other over time. Create opportunities for people to teach each other more about their disciplines. This is especially important for developers who need to learn about infrastructure and configuration management, as well as operations engineers who need to better understand the complexities and difficulty in writing reliable code. Failure is unavoidable. It just is. You cannot outthink or outsmart failure as much as we try. It just doesn't work. If you have one operations engineer for every 20 developers, you're going to have an issue. People burn out, especially when they're on call. So ops folks need to create open access to telemetry and logs so developers can actually learn. And developers, in turn, need to support the operations team by being added to the on-call rotation. Practicing failure is incredibly important. My favorite exercise is to take the most senior engineer on your team. You know, the one, they've been there forever, they know the system in and out. Yeah, take her laptop away. Send her on a long vacation, I guess staycation. And see how the rest of the team actually manages without her. You'll learn a lot about the human dependencies in your system as well as the technical ones, and both are important. Communication is something undervalued in tech. We focus so much on that sort of raw engineering intelligence that we overlook the ability of some to convey technical concepts to others clearly. But I think it's communication that separates the truly phenomenal, disruptive teams from those who simply maintain the status quo. Try to make time to communicate over video rather than just email or chat. It's a more efficient and nuanced form of communication that conveys more than just the words. Though be aware there is a fatigue, so don't over-inundate them with video calls. Provide your engineers training in those sort of soft skills. They're actually quite hard. But you want them to be able to convey those technical concepts to not only their peers, but also teams like sales and marketing. One of the challenges DevOps faces is its implementation. It is much easier to conceptualize the values I just discussed than it is to actually inject them into your work environment. The reason implementation is hard is because we all work at different companies, and each of those companies has different people and resources, constraints. I really wish I could hand you a checklist at the end of which you could declare DevOps victory and be done. Instead, there are a few things that we can learn from Knight Capital and implement them right now to strengthen your DevOps practice. Old, unused legacy code should always be removed. Delete, delete, delete. We have source control for a reason. You can always go back and find code if you actually need it. But I promise you, in 99% of the cases, you won't. In that same vein, please never measure developer efficacy by lines of code written. Sometimes the best thing an engineer can do is delete thousands of lines of code and dozens of files. Make new feature flags for each component or service or update. If you're unfamiliar, a feature flag is it's a wrapper of a specific feature or service or product. And a binary flip is stored in the database to tell the program whether to use that code in production or to keep it hidden. It is a great way to establish continuous deployment in your system by allowing engineers to constantly deploy their new software without actually releasing it to your users. Rushed deadlines are never a good idea. Sure, Knight Capital didn't know for sure that the New York Stock Exchange would receive approval to open the dark pool, but they knew it was in the works. And they could have been preparing for this ahead of time. Yes, if, the SEC had blocked the dark pool, Knight would have wasted engineering hours. But I think sometimes it's worth the risk. Deployments and releases is where tooling like Azure DevOps really starts to shine. That poor lone engineer who deployed the new code manually across 8 machines made a mistake. We make dozens of mistakes a day. I certainly do. And constantly relying on humans to behave consistently is risky at best. Automate integrations and deployments through a CI/CD pipeline as much as possible. Every manual task involved in a software release is an opportunity for error. But make sure that those automated processes are supported by a robust test suite. It's clear that Knight Capital did not write tests to accompany each new feature and bug fix. That said, Knight engineers had received alerts from their system that something was wrong. Earlier in that morning of August 1st, the system generated 97 emails that identified an error described as power peg disabled. But the emails were obscure. They had no clear call to action and were mostly ignored. If your alerts are confusing, unclear, your team simply receives too many of them. They'll develop alert fatigue, and essentially people just stop paying attention, which is about the worst possible reaction. Finally, practice incident response. Knight Capital had no plan for how to handle a service outage. The CIO and his team were making decisions in real time based on the data that they had, and it wasn't good enough. You need a plan for how your team will handle incidents as they arise. No, you can't write a run book for every single thing that might come up, but the more resources you provide engineers and the more practice they have in handling those sort of small-scale incidents, the better prepared they'll be when a truly horrific situation strikes. DevOps isn't a silver bullet, but it is a framework in which you can design company culture so that everyone can thrive. I believe engineers who are proud of their work and proud of their workplace produce software that is better, faster, and more reliable. Thank you.
Fantastic. Just a quick reminder, all of our great breakouts are happening in Discord right now. So if you aren't in there, you are missing out. Make sure to register for instant access at event.devopsdaysshy.org. But if you're here, and that's amazing, we are now talking to our speaker who we just saw an amazing talk from. Everything's amazing, 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 amazing. Okay, got it all out. So Emily Freeman. So Emily, thanks for taking some time with us this morning.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here.
Kind of chat about that. One thing, if for people who are very observant will notice, that there's kind of a little bit of a dissonance because Emily's recording looks similar but not quite the same, and it might be messing with you.
Yeah, in the meantime, I think Emily pulled off an art heist.
I did. I totally did.
May have stolen some paintings.
I traveled around the world.
Around the world, quickly. So speaking of stealing things, I'm going to steal some questions from that people are wanting to know about your talk and your things, right? So,
I love it.
So here's the thing, right? Most of us have made changes to production before. And by most of us, I mean all of us, because if you're not making changes to production, what the hell are you actually doing, right?
Yeah.
So, but changing production is really stressful, right?
It is.
And I believe we can't prevent incidents, right? And we're not going to be able to avoid them. They're going to happen. But that being said, what's a key takeaway for us to think about to make sure that we don't, bankrupt our entire company by pushing one line of buggy code?
Could you imagine being in that room? The amount of stress and sweat, it would just, the intensity of that. No, I think some of the things I said, which is number one, feature flags are awesome. Love it. Love our friends at LaunchDarkly. Don't reuse the feature flags. Point number one. And then I think the other error was this sort of manual deploy, right? Especially with no checks. Like there are like cases where folks still need to manually deploy. That's okay, but maybe have someone around. And when you can, please move toward an automated system. So that's where you're looking at CI/CD, you're looking at a pipeline, and that does a couple things for you, right? It automatically runs the changes for you and deploys for you. But it also, you can set up your tests and that can be like, everything from functionality of the actual code to security gates to make sure that you're not doing anything, that puts you at risk. So all of that runs automatically. You're not relying on humans to be perfect all the time because we know we're flawed.
If you were in that situation where you were offering advice to a future Knight Capital, what would you say is a good starting point? Because they're all really good points, but they only had a month. So what do you do day one?
Well, part of my problem is the fact that they only had a month, and I feel like this was a leadership failure. I understand, like, they didn't want to waste money by building a system for something had it not gotten approval, but I think you can kind of rely on assumptions a little bit and make that investment. And the worst case scenario, you waste engineering hours, but you can also think of that as like an exercise for those engineers. Like anytime people are taking on a challenge, they're getting better at what they do. And so I think that's really important, but stressing people out, like mistakes happen in time crunches. It just happens. So avoiding that sort of 1 month scenario would be ideal. But first steps, I don't know. What do you think, Matt?
Well, and that was sort of the thing I wanted to kind of double down is like, to me, it sounds like the answer to that was, well, the first thing you do is invent a time machine and go back and don't have a 1 month crunch.
Exactly.
So barring that, I think that's sort of the thing too, because we can sit there and we can say, okay, well, this happened because there was a failure in leadership and all this stuff, but you know what, all those individual contributors, which are the ones that, got put on the line for the buggy code, what do? You can just be like, well, leadership sucks, right? So, and I think there's a lot of folks would want to think about, like, whether you are empowered or not, or you feel that you are or you're not, wherever it is, when we feel like we've got that leadership challenge, but as an individual contributor, I mean, and to me, I kind of think about, like, Emily brought up a bunch of points, and my answer to which one should I start with is yes. And I don't mean all of them, but I mean any of them.
Start anywhere.
Yeah.
There's not a wrong answer, right? And that's what that comes back to is the hardest part about trying to get better is avoiding that analysis paralysis, right?
Yes.
So I've talked to plenty of customers who've been where they want to do this transformation. And it's, and they're like, well, we got to think about every single thing. Well, what about when this happened? What about this? What do they say? Listen, what's going to happen? You're going to spend 18 months thinking about all the freaking ifs, and you know what? You're going to miss some of them anyway. So you might as well just get started and try some stuff.
The hardest part about running is putting your shoes on and getting out the door.
Just doing it.
Just go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is where, like, if you're looking at those transformations, pulling a small piece out, even if it's not something like, stay away from like your cart service, the things that actually earn you money, but pull something small out and run an experiment on it, right? Like implement CI/CD, implement a robust test suite, the whole thing with that. And then you're kind of going to learn those lessons along the way and you'll get sharper and faster. And then you can apply it to the sort of bigger services. But it also, that experiment serves as a really strong data point to sell other engineers, to sell executives, whomever you need to convince.
So you just brought something up, and this is gonna be groundbreaking. So everybody get ready.
Okay.
So I promised that when I hit 10,000 followers on Twitter, I would reveal the secret to DevOps success. And Emily, you just teed me up for it. So everybody get ready. So here is the thing: the secret to DevOps success is piloting, just like Emily said, but the secret of that secret is cheat. Stack the deck for success. And I'm not even kidding, right? So Emily nailed it where she said, don't pick the most important project or most important, it can be a product or feature, but also don't pick something that nobody gives a crap about either. Yeah. It has to have business value. But here's the thing. Don't staff that product or staff that experiment or that pilot with the people who think DevOps is dumb or they're cranky or whatever. Find the people that already are along, because what's going to happen is you're going to find rough edges. And you need the people that are going to be able to go, okay, well, I didn't quite work the way I want, versus people that are a little resistant. As soon as they hit that bump, they're like, told you this. I mean, how many times do you hear that? You know, we all know the coworker that is, I could have told you this would happen. In fact, I did tell you many times, and you ignore me. So
yeah,
that's the thing.
It's also, it reminds me of like growth mindset versus fixed mindset, right?
Yes.
You know, and I feel like you have to own that sort of growth mindset, which is, it comes from Carol Dweck, the book Mindset, but making sure that you know, you're not seeing something, like my best example, I am not naturally talented at math. I wish I was, I am not. And so, but when I was growing up, I had a fixed mindset. And so the minute I hit like, you know, trigonometry, I was like, no, not for me. I can't, I'm just not good at this. And that's a fixed mindset. Whereas like a growth mindset, it's like, oh, this is a challenge. I can learn from this. You kind of view it as like a puzzle, like a fun thing.
And that's also a good way to empower people too, which you talk about empowering teams.
Yes, absolutely.
And
yeah,
when
I
you
think
do that, I was going to say that the key is like, we talk about measurement is part of DevOps, and here's why it matters, because you want to show success. The way you're going to get, because it was great, we're like, okay, stack the deck and cheat, but now you have to get everybody else to come along. The way you get them to come along is because now you're showing results. And I say, I'm from Missouri, show me, right? Like, get the details. We have an interesting question. Maybe it's more of a, here, you know, it wouldn't be a tech conference with, it's not really a question so much as it's a comment, but I'm going to let this one go because I enjoy it.
It's like, let's just be honest about
right. So someone says, you know, I know the story of Knight Capital, but I like to think that they were a division of Wayne Enterprises. So I don't know, you know, where that goes. But that does lead into a question someone in the chat has asked and said, Emily, did you work at Knight Capital?
No, good God. I think I would have gone into goat farming or something. That would have been the end of my time. I mean, like, you know what? I'm out. Bye. Like,
That'd be so stressful. Her hair would be gray.
Yeah.
It would. It would like literally change. It, you know, like it's a reverse Benjamin Button. It's just like quick.
You mean natural?
Like the Crypt Caper, but like fast. Like that guy in Indiana Jones. You know, when he like he chose poorly.
So to avoid looking like that as a manager, like, what should a manager do when they realize that they found themselves embedded in release schedules that they can't match without really risking night watch, right? Like, what do you do?
So this is where, so obviously leadership has a greater, you know, sort of burden on them to push back on certain things. But I think sometimes engineers, they feel like, they kind of put themselves in that sort of code monkey box where it's like, well, I execute, I don't have ownership over this. And sometimes if leadership isn't giving you that sort of empowerment or autonomy, one, consider finding a new job. But if that's not possible, the second option is to really kind of take that on yourself. You know, don't be afraid to speak up and say like, listen, if you want this done well and correctly with all this money on the line, this is what it's going to take. And we can't do it in a month. Like there needs to be some forethought and some pushback. And also like not asking for permission all the time, right? Like I think one of the best things you can do, especially when there's like a small blast radius, is just do the thing and then beg for forgiveness if it doesn't work. But do the thing. Like don't ask permission to write tests with your code. Like that's just good engineering. So do the job that you feel is necessary and that you're proud of, and then kind of convince the people around you why that's the better approach.
So you're promoting skunkworks, right? Shadow engineering.
Yes, I think so.
So again, kind of a thing came in. It's maybe not a thing to think about. Is, you know, when you talk about deleting code, right? About deleting legacy code, but like, what do you think about thinking about not just legacy code, but legacy processes? About like, you know.
Oh yes.
And that is almost a little scarier to do, right? Than like the code is like, that's just the machine stuff, but the processes, that's where the people live, you know?
Yes.
What are some ways to think about when you want to start getting rid of these legacy processes in a way that doesn't get people really worried about their cheese moving?
Yeah, this one's, I think, much harder than deleting code, because deleting code, it's like, and you can easily undo the code. Right. Like we have source control.
Also you just press delete
Yeah,
There is
that's
literally
true.
a button. There is no delete
It's
my
true.
legacy process button.
Just
Command A.
I think with
Good.
processes, it gets trickier because someone is probably clinging to that process for dear life. Like they're just like, this is how it's always been done. And what we have to realize and have empathy for is we all have our comfort levels. You know, like I think you see this a lot on teams. I think every team I've ever been on has like 3 communication tools. So it'd be like, oh, well, I use
Only
Skype
3?
for Business, and I use Teams, and I use Slack, and whatever. And so it's like everyone's gone to their corner and like, this is my tool. I will not use that other tool. And it's like, is this really the hill we're gonna die on? Like, this is it. This is the thing. But the root of it is you have this comfort level in the thing that feels best for you. And sometimes it's, you know, a UI that your brain kind of works naturally with. Sometimes it's just habits, like this is what I've always done. But kind of having empathy for that and then using that sort of data and storytelling. So my big thing is convincing someone to do something. Persuasion, it's an emotional argument. Even if, you know, we're engineers and we're not emotional, we're intellectual, blah, blah, blah.
Speak for yourself.
No, like
I am
your
not
lizard
intellectual
brain.
at all.
But your lizard brain, it's up there and it's like, it responds to that emotion, hope and fear and all of that. And so if you can use that and trigger that, but then support it with data, you have a really compelling argument.
Which brings it back to the quick wins Maddie was talking about, those little stack the deck things where you can say, look what we did. It worked so well.
Exactly.
Reward.
Exactly.
I'd like to point out, someone in the chat did have a comment about my secret to DevOps success. And they said, cheat to win, F that. And my response to that is, do you have 10,000 followers on Twitter? No, I don't think so. But more practically and more useful, can you give any examples of where you've seen like good examples of teams that are deleting code on the reg, right? You know,
Yeah.
where that's happening?
I mean, like, I'm not going to name companies,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
here's my list of good DevOps companies,
Yeah.
not list of bad ones. Could you imagine?
We all have that list. We just don't say it out
Oh,
loud.
100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
in our head. It's just, I'll never share that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think when you look at people that are moving fast, you know, while still not crashing and burning every week. So these are people like, if you're deploying regularly, you're probably in this code, you're in these good habits already. And so that will kind of increase your ability to kind of implement some of these things. Yeah, I really think deleting code is something that senior and principal engineers should be doing most, you know, like when you're thinking about like the architecture, when you're thinking about the long-term product roadmap and like what the basis and the sort of standards of your code base should be, that's where at that level of technical leadership, they should be the ones going through and like really reviewing things while teaching your less experienced engineers how to do so. But I think it's easier for, you know, the new folks to be writing code to get into that rhythm, and then the people who know the code base a little bit better to be delete, 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 delete.
That's a good point.
Not that the point of the fireside chat is for me to have a whole conversation with people in Discord without being in it, but I would be remiss to
I
not.
kind of like it.
Yeah, it's cool. So apparently the reply was that prepare to win is a better choice of words. And that could be, but I would say the way that we approach gameplay in my family is play to win, don't have fun. So this is also, by the way, why I am an MC and not actually speaking at a DevOps Days event at this point, because nobody should be listening to me. I want to bring it back around I'm not going to say all kidding aside, but some kidding aside. We talked a little bit before. I want to bring back to, it's brought up the connection between why growth mindset is so like connected to DevOps transformation. Like why, can we dig into that a little bit more? Like why is that such an apt metaphor, if you will, or modality or frame of thinking?
Because this is all really hard. Like everything you do is really stinking hard. And so if you are approaching something, you're going to hit speed bumps along the way. Like everyone here has, you know, said like, oh, the feature, that's a 3. I'll be done by 2. It'll be fine. And it's like 4 comes around, you're like, ah, shit. I already said it was a 3. It's actually, you know, whatever. It's like, how do I kind of make up for this? We've all had the opposite as well, which is why estimating is just hard. But I really think it's true. It's like, this 13 took 30 minutes. Awesome. I think you're going to run into speed bumps, some technical, some people, and kind of being able to not view that speed bump as, you know, this insurmountable challenge. You know, like, look at it is a molehill, not Everest. You can get over it or around it or through it. Like, figure it out. But having that sort of growth mindset really helps you approach those things.
Zooming out on the bigger picture, like what you mentioned, it was about code, but having junior people really zoom in and more experienced people can zoom out, and bringing that perspective to each other.
Oh my gosh, yes, I think that's invaluable.
So we got time for one more question. It's going to be a biggie. So thinking about hybrid organizations where you've got multiple companies working together, maybe you've got
like
systems integrators. Well, no, I'm talking about, like, you know, you're contracting to a consulting company, or, you know, a lot in the government especially. There's a lot of work with different SIs, and those different SI, you can have multiple SIs in the same agency.
What's an SI?
System integrator. It's another company, right? So when you have that, like what are some of the things when you're dealing with a hybrid organization like that? With those organizations, they have different cultures and priorities. Like, how do we DevOps this stuff?
I think you just go in, you yell at everyone, you tell them exactly what your plan is, that it's the best. You say, I have 10,000 followers, and you back out.
This entire conference has really gone off the rails at this point. So.
I love it. It's online conferences, we can't be with each other, so we might as well have fun the way we can. So I think it's tricky, right? And I think you can kind of apply growth mindset to this. You all are about to see a tail, that's Walter. So I really think, you know, using your persuasion, but also being open. When you're looking at disagreements, whether that's like an approach or like a product disagreement, kind of really going into it with an open mind and thinking about this as, you know, something that you're curious about. Like, be curious about the other people's opinions and perspectives, listen, and then don't view it as like, I've got to win this, right? Because when you go into an argument like that and you're like, this is my corner, I will die on this hill, this is mine, someone will be declared the victor, but you lose a ton of social capital. You lose that sort of trust with the people you're speaking to. And so I think just being open to their points and finding those compromises along the way is really powerful.
Emily, thank you so much for taking your time this morning, taking your time to answer questions and chat with people in the Discord, since you're allowed to do that and I'm not right now. But this has been really, really great. Everybody, we are going to be back at 10:55 Central Time, but stick around on the stream. There's even more fun and amazing things happening. And we will see you all in a little bit. Thanks, Emily.
Thanks, Emily.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. One thing engineers like is to be tricked. For instance, I was going to get my team access to Honeycomb, but instead, I logged in and showed them an old Nagios server. Oh no, I said. Honeycomb got acquired by Nagios. They cried and cried, but I think that deep down, they thought it was a pretty good joke. I started to navigate over to the real Honeycomb website, but the meeting was almost over.
To remain agile and competitive in today's dynamic environment, the journey to the cloud is inevitable. The flexibility, personalization, and scalability of cloud-native applications are a must-have to keep pace. But the journey to the cloud is more difficult than you'd expect. The cloud-native landscape is complex, changing rapidly, and provides an excessive number of services to choose from. As you start down the path to build new applications and services, there's a myriad of challenging decisions to make. From cloud providers to orchestration platforms to data services. Deciding what is best for your business can be overwhelming and take months just for initial setup. Do we use public cloud, private cloud, or a hybrid of the two? We could choose Kubernetes, Mesos, or maybe something else. For data, there is Cassandra, Spark, Kafka, and many others. Your journey doesn't have to be difficult. What you need is a trusted partner that's been down this path many times before. As one of the original cloud innovators, Day2IQ has unmatched experience in driving some of the world's largest cloud deployments. We have the expertise, people, and technology to provide the guidance and support you need across this increasingly complex landscape. To make it easier, we organize our capabilities into what we call spheres of excellence. Aligned with each of our core technology practices, including Mesosphere, Ksphere, and Datasphere. Each sphere contains a rich set of technology options to enable your cloud-native journey, with professional services that help guide you through every twist and turn, from initial planning and deployment through operating in day 2. We also provide standard and customizable training to meet the unique needs of your team. To guarantee your long-term success, we provide multi-layered support offerings for scalability, resilience, and interoperability across the entire cloud stack for a truly enterprise-grade experience. No matter what your organization's challenge or use case, Day2IQ is dedicated to ensuring your successful Day 2 operations from day 1. We are Day2IQ, your partner in the cloud-native journey.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. One day, one of my junior engineers came up to me and asked me how DNS works. I had to laugh and laugh, because I didn't know, and I thought maybe by laughing, they would forget what they asked me.
Quintessence Aunts is a developer advocate for PagerDuty. Outside of work, she's an advocate for under-indexed people in tech. She mentors folks looking to break into tech with the organization she founded, Inclusive Tech Buffalo. Quintessence?
Hello, my name is Quintessence. I'm a developer advocate at PagerDuty, and I'm here to talk to you today about preventing heroism or reducing work today to prevent work tomorrow. To get started, I'm going to talk a little bit about how I was inspired to give this talk in the first place. One day I was walking, listening to the Developer Tea podcast, and the person was interviewing writer Dan Heath about his book Upstream. And he started his interview by telling a parable, or a healthcare parable as he called it, and it went a little like this. You and a friend are having a picnic beside the river. Suddenly you hear a shout from the water, and there's a child drowning. So you go into the water, grab the child, and bring them to the shore. But as you're putting them down, you hear another shout and another child, and so back into the water you go. while you and your friend are continuing to pull children out of the water, you just start struggling to keep up. Until once you look up and you see your friend getting out of the water and walking away, and you say, "Where are you going?" "I'm going upstream to tackle whoever is throwing these kids in the water." Okay, so upstream. Upstream work is the proactive and preventative work that reduces the need for reactive or downstream work. And when I'm talking for the remainder of this discussion, I'm going to be using these terms in that sense. Now, what does this look like for us? Because we work in IT, we don't have healthcare parables, and we're not typically diving into water, at least not for work. But we do have a culture, and we do have things that we discuss. And so now I'm going to regale you with falling downstream, the angry sysadmin. And the angry sysadmin has a lot of problems. They're usually highly skilled, and part of that reason is they're asked a lot of questions. And so they're asked questions and they iterate and learn more each time. But as you keep inundating them with work, and it's usually the same one or two people, they get more and more skilled disproportionate to everyone else, which only feeds the cycle of them getting pegged for more work. They also work overtime because these ad hoc requests aren't actually what they're kind of internalizing their day job is. You know, depending on what they're doing, it might be Kubernetes, it might be the actual sysadmin stuff of, you know, access controls for individual users within a company. But whatever it is, they're not doing that because they're doing this. So to compensate, they do that after hours. It's not ideal. But because they're just amazing, customers want to meet them, because why would you want to meet the people when you can meet the brains? And unfortunately, that applies internally too, because you're brought into the meetings as the subject matter expert. Why talk to somebody else when you can talk to the person who can give you an answer, and hopefully you'll take their advice? And all of these things basically mean we've created Brent. And for those who haven't read the Phoenix Project, Brent is the protagonist, or one of the characters that's basically a placeholder for the angry sysadmin. He gets all the questions and pulled into all the meetings, and he's the only one who knows anything and doesn't have enough time to train anybody else. And so he never gets to free himself. But if he did have time to train somebody else, that would be his upstream work. But let's talk a little bit about Brent, or more specifically, our Brent-alikes. So what does this mean? Brent's stressed. Not even a little bit. And they're going to have a lot of impact from that stress. You're going to have some internalization about what high stress environments are like, because even if you're watching this or listening to this and you're maybe not normally in a high stress environment, right now we might be in a high stress environment. There's one or two minor global crises happening concurrently that are kind of in everybody's background and affecting us all in different ways. And that is what a high stress environment is like to a varying degree. So the angry sysad is angry. That's where the trope comes from. That might be self-explanatory, but they also experience a lot of very intense other negative emotions that impair them, like resentment and so forth. And because of all of this, their relationships are very strained, not just personally, but professionally also, because they're trying to work with other people, and they both know they need to be asked the questions, but wish you wouldn't. And again, that feeds too. And part of it's being fed by everybody else, because maybe you don't want to bother Brent and you're really sorry, but it's just how it is because that's who has the answer. This leads to issues with Brent or Brent-alikes time management skills, because you might have a single person or a small team of people that have a certain capacity in hypothetically ideal situations. And now they're over capacity perpetually. And because they're over capacity perpetually, you also have a focus problem. Because when you're getting a ton of requests, they may not be prioritized well. And if you can't do the upstream work of prioritization, you're getting them all inbound at once. You might be trying to do little bits of them kind of concurrently, instead of doing one and then doing another more serially. And so in an attempt to avoid the dropping balls and you're trying to divide your focus, this is actually going to decrease the overall quality of your work. There's also something called allostatic load, and this is a term that started floating around because of the pandemic in various places, phases and situations where people may be quarantining and such. Allostatic load is the wear on a body in response to long-term chronic stress. It's that brain fog you're probably feeling, as well as the sleep deprivation. It's the state where you're too awake to truly sleep, too asleep to truly be awake. And because of this, you can't focus, you can't time management, you can't do intense cognitive tasks at all. But beyond the Brent-alike, business, because this is a talk about upstream work and how this can impact everything. And Brent and the Brent-alikes, they're employees to someone. And maybe that's really bad for Brent, but if you're in a certain corporate culture, maybe that culture doesn't care if it's bad for you. They want to know why it's bad for them. And why is it bad for them? You have those diminishing returns. You have the brain fog, so you can't think through your problems as quickly or clearly as would be ideal. And so you're solving fewer problems, or you're solving more problems slower. As a result, the business can promise fewer things to anyone who's using their product or products. Or if your customers are internal, for example, if you're doing infrastructure and it's other devs, you're still promising fewer things. It's just to an internal-facing environment. When these things start to happen, you also get burnout, which is a common term that we talk about in industry. And when employees get burnt out, if they have the freedom to do so, they walk. They walk away to a situation that doesn't burn them out. So if the business is seeing these employees with these stress cycles and they don't respond, those employees leave. And that has a cost too, because you have the lead time to hire the replacement or replacements, and you have the lead time to train those replacements. And those cycles may not be short, depending on the seniority level you're hiring for. It could be anywhere from 2 weeks, 2 months, to 4 months. And then once you actually have the person, you maybe have a 90-day onboarding period, even if they have the requisite knowledge, because they're learning about your business in that time. And all of this feeds into reputation. There's a cost to the reputation too. There are two main sides to the reputation coin. On the one side, it's going to be difficult to replace people if you start earning yourself a reputation of burning them out and not caring about their wants and needs to be functional employees for you. But on the opposite side of the reputation coin, you have the customers, again, internal, external, because then they're going to have a perception when they're not getting their questions answers from support, or they're not getting features getting through the pipeline successfully, they're going to take their wealth and put it in a different company. And that will impact the finance for that business, and it's going to impact the valuation of that business. And I could keep going about this. There are whole bodies of work about stress, there are whole bodies of work about business, and this talk isn't entirely scoped to that. However, in my resources slide, I do have links to things that you can read if you want to pursue this topic more. But back to upstream and downstream. If your business, team, org, whatever, is not already focusing on upstream work, you and or your team are going to have to upsell the cultural change. But just like nothing happens in a vacuum, as the phrase goes, for DevOps, nothing happens in a silo. And with these two concepts, you need to get buy-in, right? So if you're listening to this talk and maybe you're on a team, but you do not have decision-making power, you're going to have to start thinking about your boss and their bosses, whomever you have to upsell this to, and what they might need. You can successfully start to build a business case based on the stress in the individual and the team, as well as the information about broader business impact, and start cycling through some more resources so that you can say, this is bad, and it's bad here. And once you do that, you can start to outline a plan to actually instantiate that change, which is what I actually want to get to talking about. So shifting your work. When you get started, you need to brainstorm the work. This is not planned. You don't want to say, oh, I only want to think about this work, all the work. Don't scope it, don't do anything else. Get your paper, your whiteboard, whatever you're going to do, and just start writing down tasks. They can be incredibly broad, they can be very specific. After you brainstorm for 5-10 minutes, whatever makes sense for you or your team, you're going to start categorizing by streams. Which of the pieces of work are reactive? Which of the pieces of work are proactive? Or to use the terms that I'm using, downstream and upstream, where does the work fall? For now, for this cultural shift, you can ignore anything that already falls into upstream. It's already there. That is your happy place where you want the rest of the work to go. When you're looking at your downstream work, reassess and see what patterns it has, because typically you're going to have some things that are repeating, and not all of them will cause equal pain. So you might have repetitive work that you just are like, oh, I have to run this script or put it in a cron job. Going home, and that's all you have to do. And then there are other types of reactive work where you might have a database or a cluster that goes down on the regular, and it's a huge time sink and majorly stressful and maybe requires involving other teams, and depending on how bad it is, goes to the public press, and it just keeps going on and on and on. So look for patterns and see what's repeating and categorize by pain level. But you also want to start thinking about how you might resolve these problems and switch them to the other stream. You know, for example, if you're not doing any sort of pipelining, you're doing manual deploys, building a pipeline and maintaining that pipeline for the deploys would be switching manual to automated, would be switching downstream to upstream. Typically when you're remediating reactive downstream work, It's going to be either short-term or long-term and permanent or temporary. Now, in this case, the way I'm using short-term and long-term, it's not how long the solution is good for. That's the permanent versus temporary. It's how long it takes it to happen. As a quick example, let's say that you know that some microservice is flappy, and it's always flappy, so it qualifies as a relatively high pain downstream situation. But the remediation is if I delete this configuration and it no longer does this and it's only using these files or whatever. You fix the issue. You know you can do a quick deletion, and now you fix the issue. So it's a permanent solution that was quick to implement. So that's permanent short-term. A permanent long-term would be when people talk about cloud migrations or going from monolith to microservices. You're re-architecting something because it's legacy. And that would be long-term because it's not going to be done in a day or a sprint. It's going to be done in phases. And that would be the permanent long-term. When you look at temporary solutions, you might be doing something like, oh, I fixed an outage by doing, maybe I rebooted the cluster or whatever, so that was short-term, but you still don't know why it went down, so you need to redress that. So the short-term solution got everything back up, and now you have to switch modes into something that's long-term so it doesn't go down again later. A long-term but temporary solution is something that totally doesn't happen ever when you write that script, that shell script that no one was supposed to use. You're just going to use it that one time. Definitely only at one time. The whole company was definitely never going to become dependent on it. It was definitely going to be rolled into the main application eventually, but it never was. And so it's still technically temporary and it's still in the backlog somewhere, but it never dies. When you categorize this work, you need to plan and prioritize. Because when you notice that some of the up and downstream tasks are going to be high pain, where you're doing it repeatedly and it takes a lot of stress, versus low pain, or you know that it needs to be done immediately because there's a massive impact versus maybe later because of the immediate things, you can start to see how you're going to stage out your work and behave accordingly. Make sure that you're capacity planning while you do this. You do not want to plan for an 8-person team when you have 6, even if you're like, oh, we have 2 job racks open and they will totally be filled soon, for some definition of soon. Make sure you're only capacity planning on the resources you actually have. Because if you do get those 2 more people, that's great. Then you have shorter time, not a shorter time that you've extended into longer time. And once you have all of that accomplished, you can just do it. And I definitely avoided using a logo on that slide. Once you're doing the work, you need to start to iterate. Because sometimes things take longer to actually finish than you would expect, or they take shorter to finish than you expect, and you can add more tasks or remove tasks accordingly. But if you plan for a quarter and never revisit that during the quarter, at the end of quarter, you might be feeling some pain. just a small amount. And make sure when you're iterating, you're planning around known difficulties. Not all difficulties are necessarily painful in the way we normally think of as pain. It might be something like an internal conference that's coming up and everybody's super excited, but all of your engineers need to make demos. And if you don't reduce their other capacity, that's going to be a problem. Or this tweet that I have up on the slide right now, this person's company has what they call a pandemic tax, where they're adding a buffer into their sprints and saying, I think it says 20%, where they're saying we're reducing your workload by a certain percentage because we understand what brain fog is and we understand what stress is. So we're reducing your capacity anyway because there's something happening and we're planning for it. And that's the type of iterating and planning you want to be doing around your workload. And then once all that's accomplished, you can totally go back to not playing the goose game on your lunch breaks. But yes, how do you measure it? Because now you're thinking, oh, I can do all these cool things, but how do I validate that those cool things are actually having results? Because when you want results, you want to make sure everything's correlating. You want to prove that there's a reason to keep doing it. Otherwise, you're going to be adding labor or changing labor, and it might not look like there's a reason to the people you're trying to convince. So let's talk metrics for a moment. How do you measure upstream work? And the reason this is an important question to ask is because since upstream work isn't a direct thing that you're holding, it's an avoidance in a way of things that you're not having happen, you're going to be thinking of your metrics just a tad bit differently. To use an example, let's say that there's an intersection. There's a lot of accidents at this intersection, so the 4-way stop signs are changed to a traffic light. Excellent, but you're not directly measuring accidents that did not happen, because any individual accident may have been avoided by something else. Someone looking up, someone not trying to cross in the pedestrian crosswalk, whatever. For any individual accident, what you want to look at is a reduction in the accidents you're already tracking. And so when you have metrics, you're going to start thinking of them this way, because we have lots of like DevOps KPIs and such, but they're measuring events happened, and you're going to be using those deltas to track a correlation between events that did not happen. So some things to keep in mind with that. Really understand your needs. You don't want to say, oh, I want this traffic light, but maybe if you're not solving the accident problem, maybe you didn't need a traffic light. Maybe you didn't need to invest in building it and changing the structure of that intersection. You also want to make sure that you're measuring the actual need. So when you're saying, okay, I am reducing the accidents with the traffic light, make sure you know what you're measuring, because if you don't communicate that to anyone who's responsible for the measuring, you say, hey, measure stuff around this intersection, they're going to give you all sorts of data, and it might not help you. Some of it might be that it's not scoped correctly, where you might get all the accident data for the county. If you don't want it for the county, it's going to bury the intersection. You don't know if that specific traffic light situation was resolved or not. Or they might give you something that's too narrow, or a different type of data, like tickets given at that intersection or something. But that doesn't tell you about accident reduction either. So when you're saying, what's my question, how am I measuring it, make sure that the scope and actual type of measurement is measuring what you think it is, and revisit it in case it isn't. You also need to establish baselines. This one's hard, because if you're solving a problem that you haven't already been measuring, you're not going to get a good delta. So for example, if the light was put in an intersection where it was unknown, if there was a previous history of accidents, you're not going to be able to say accidents today versus accidents last week, last month, last year. But what you can do is start tracking now and see if the accidents are still reducing over time starting now. It's not the same type of baseline, but it's better than no baseline. And this goes back to knowing your capacity as well. Again, don't plan on resources that you don't have when you're making these measurements. It doesn't make sense to say, I want an accident reduction of 50% by tomorrow. Maybe. Maybe you'll have an accident reduction of 50% tomorrow. You might not. It depends on a lot of things. It could be the sample size. If it's a small intersection in a smaller city or town, the data set being smaller might actually drop it by 50%. But if you have a larger data set, I mean, it's a single data point. You don't know if it's actually correlating to anything. It's too short a time period to actually give you meaningful information. So make sure you're planning this way. When you understand your capacity, you can understand what rate of change means. And while you're understanding what your rate of change is, track it. Because you might think, oh, well, maybe not 50% tomorrow, but what about 50% by end of year? And maybe that makes more sense. But when you're revisiting it, as I may have mentioned a couple of times, when you're revisiting it, then you might notice, oh, but it's actually only dropping by 1% a month. It's not going to drop by 50% by end of year. But you can establish a different goal once you see that happening. It's not a nothing, it's not a zero, but you do need to adjust your goals to be more realistic. And now you're going to set your goals. So you're going to use your baseline and set your goals. If you do not have a pre-existing baseline or a known rate of change for the team you're working with, because you don't know how fast you're going to make it through your backlogs and things, you can make an educated guess for your first goal, but never forget to revisit it, because now you're paying attention. You're going to reset those goals at whatever cadence makes sense. It might be sprints, it might be QBRs, whatever it is, just make sure that you're giving a look back and making sure that it makes sense. Iterate always, because you want to make sure that the changes you're making are actually making the results you want. So if the traffic light didn't reduce the accidents, that's unfortunate. It's probably not worth the expense to remove the traffic lights just there now, but we still have to focus on the problems. Now we're iterating it and trying again. Maybe they need something else. So from that same sort of view of metrics, we're going to apply a new perspective. So there are lots of well-known DevOps KPIs. I'm going to re-mention only a couple of them, and some other ones as examples to help you get started. So here are my symmetrical thoughts with service level agreements and change rate and question volume, as well as keyword mentions and unplanned work rate. And let's go over each of these in turn. Service level agreements. We know them, we love them, we don't really love them. But we make promises based on them. And so when we make promises based on them, our customers, our internal clients, external clients, whatever they are, they have an expectation. A quick and easy example, let's talk about support. Support might have an SLA of responding to emails in an hour and responding to phone calls in 10 minutes. Something like that. And you might say, okay, well, we can get that down, going back to reducing whatever is making the things get backlogged over there. You're not reducing the service level compliance because you're not compliant necessarily. You're reducing it to have a better experience. So if there are two types of work there, in this situation, if you find that the support team is unable to hit those two SLAs, they either need to be adjusted and promises adjusted so that you can communicate more effectively, or if they're meeting those SLAs but customers are still saying like, 10 minutes is a long time to be on the phone. I can't even go to a cafe to have coffee while I'm waiting, right? 2020. So when you're addressing those, you can say, I can still reduce my promises, my time promises, to a way that makes sense, even if it's not broken. Still need it to make sense. But when you're doing that, you're also doing upstream work because you're saying, what about this team? Can we change, support, whatever, so that they can make our new compliance arrangements? You also want to talk about the change failure rate. So change failure rate is typically measured for DevOps or devs when you have failed deployments that make it all the way through to production without being caught. So it's a failed deployment. If you're doing successful upstream work, maybe by pipelining if you don't have them, testing if you're not doing it, increasing your test surface, etc., all of these things, you should see a change failure rate that goes down. And so you're focusing on the results of the measurement, but you need to articulate, going back to know what you need to know, you need to articulate what you're trying to measure with this metric. So if you have a baseline of a lot of failed deployments and your first attempt at upstream work as a pipeline, watch it with that in mind. Make sure that you're scoping it to that though, because if you have a bunch of teams and a bunch of deployments and you're aggregating the data, just like the traffic light, it's not going to help you. Monitoring question volume can also be helpful. And this gets a little bit away from traditional DevOps KPIs, but around other things that you can consider to track your upstream work progress. Question volume is something that might appear either inbound through intercom to customer support teams, or on public fora, or on public or private Slack channels, however you're receiving information. Depending on what you're trying to address, question volume should decrease. You're making it clearer. Maybe you adjusted the docs because you realized that a lot of questions were being asked about the docs. Maybe you fixed a certain lack of a feature, or maybe resolved a bug as a feature. Whatever you're doing, you're going to see questions change based on the changes you're making, and you need to make sure that data's tracking. Relatedly, but not entirely the same, are the keyword searches. So question volume is more of an aggregate of certain types, but keywords can also include not questions, if this is something you're interested in keeping track of. Something like this might be, hey, I see a lot of people complaining about Terraform on our public community forum. Should fix that. It's not a question, it's a statement, but it's not a positive one. But alternatively, maybe a lot of people are praising Terraform and they're just like, oh, did you see what the team put out? This is amazing. You're so cool. I want to be like you. I wish they were saying that. But when they make those changes, you're going to see the keyword mentions with like the temperature of the mood increase, and you can say, oh, we need to do more of that. We need to support that. Unplanned work rate is something that is a very key cornerstone to downstream work, because since downstream is reactive, in an IT scenario, reactive is mostly alerts because something happened that you didn't plan for. Unplanned work is a pretty direct measure of broadly everything that's hitting you. You'll need to break it down though. Once you get an unplanned work rate, that's a number, you need to start to categorize it and see if something is ballooning, because it might turn out that your overall unplanned work rate is high, but 90% of it is specifically one thing and everything else is fine. Like, don't stress over 10 things when it's just one. It is important to track it though, because as you see your unplanned work rate drop, your planned work rate will go up. And planned work is always easier to work with because you know the scope and duration of it more accurately than something that maybe has gone out with no known cause yet. So to summarize, upstream work is proactive, preventative work. Downstream work is reactive work. Upstream work reduces stress and its extended impact. Shifting and categorizing your downstream work will help you reduce it. Know what you're asking and why you're asking it so that you can define the success, quantify with metrics. If you want to do additional readings on any of this, please take a look at this slide. The link included has all the resources on it. And that same link is on my thank you slide. Thank you for watching. I'm in the chat to answer questions. And again, my name is Quintessence. Have a wonderful DevOps Day, Chicago.
Remember, breakout sessions are happening now on Discord. This round of breakouts includes blockchain DevOps, DevOps and data sovereignty, full remote war stories, incident management and incident command system, starting DevOps from scratch. All right.
Hey, Quinn. It's been a long time.
Literally since yesterday. Well, I guess if we don't count lockdown.
Well, in persons used to be nice, remember? Like we used to be able to go have dinner. And
I know. I remember all the food I eat at places I visit. It's my favorite thing.
I know, right? It's like, I can't even remember the last time I went to a restaurant, and that's kind of sad.
Same. Actually, you know what? I do remember it was DevOps Days New York City, the first and last event of the year.
I know. I was so glad that we were all there together, because it's kind of a nice, last thing to do in person.
Right.
So
Right.
I really enjoyed your talk, and I've actually kind of spoken on sort of similar topics before, and the perspective I usually take on this is that we actually encourage people to be heroes all the time, right? Companies implicitly and explicitly pay people to reward people for these behaviors, right? So whether or not it's singing praise to the person who worked the most hours or the smartest person in the room or whatever it is, there's a lot of, we encourage inclusivity, but we reward competition type of thing, right?
Yes.
So the question is, how do we convince actually companies or managers to stop rewarding bad behaviors and heroism?
So a couple of different parts to that. There's first, you have to convince them that the behavior is bad, because it doesn't feel bad to have someone who knows things. You're like, oh, thank goodness someone knew something. The systems were on fire and someone knew something. And that feels like a praiseworthy event. And as a one-off, it is. It's when you start doing it repeatedly that it becomes problematic, right? Every individual situation isn't the problem. So there's that. But also when you're trying to get that buy-in, I think it's important to have consistent messaging where, like, let's say someone did dive in and they're the person that knows things. Great. You need to adjust their workflow so they can distribute. Because if there's a situation that occurs where they're the one that took action because they're the only one who can, and maybe they were out of hours or on PTO or whatever, then you're forcing them to repeat that behavior, that burnout behavior. And the business, it's not going to be visible to the business. Anyone beyond maybe their direct manager wouldn't be aware of that. That's not their job to keep track of it. So it's the manager's job, has to have buy-in from the manager to kind of sell upwards what they're doing to shift the workflow and why it's relevant, and then upsell the decreased cost in onboarding, because when you don't burn out employees, you keep them. And then when people talk about, oh, I've had this long tenure at a company, but when you have an average of 2 to 3 year job cycles, right? Everyone's changing jobs, very high turnover. We used to, as recently as a decade ago, people would go to a job and stay there for like the decade or two of their working life. We just don't do that anymore. And some of it is burnout related. And you can upsell that and be like, we could do this again, if only. And you can upsell it to the business that way as well.
You mentioned turnover as a metric. What other tools can you use as a manager or non-manager to sell it upstream, like you said?
When you're kind of looking at the way the metrics touch what you directly want, and you're looking how they move in the opposite direction from what you want. So for example, you want more features. That's something that people say a lot in dev. So we'll pick on it some. So we want more features, but our feature releases are down again and again. And the reason they're down again and again is because of high turnover and onboarding. Like, it makes sense that they're down, but if we allow it to just be, oh, this just is, instead of doing the proactive things to prevent it from being just is, that's how you can upsell and be like, well, actually we could do more, release faster, and not just in the we need to automate a pipeline kind of way, which is also a thing, but also in the protecting our humans way. Our humans will be able to focus better and produce higher quality work with fewer errors and et cetera, even without the automation, if we guard their brains.
It's interesting. So there's another part of this, right? We just talked about how do we discourage managers from encouraging heroism, but the truth is that we like to be heroes, right? Each one of us enjoys being the spotlight and being the smart person in the room and being rewarded for solving the problems and that sense of importance that comes with it. So how do we convince people to stop acting that way?
I think you touched on it a little bit because you started by saying, oh, well, we like to be the smartest person in the room. But then you said, because the reward feels good. You have to change the reward system because we're not reacting to being the smartest person in the room by itself, because if that's not a rewarded behavior, we don't respond to it. Our brains are reward oriented, right? So we're looking for that dopamine. And if we shift to where the reward is, then we're going to follow that shift. So if the reward is less about, oh, you solved this problem super fast, you're the best person ever, you're the 10x engineer, right? And you shift the reward to say, oh, thank you for waiting till the next day to get back to me. I know I messaged you out of your hours or whatever. Like, you explicitly state it. You don't let it passively happen. You have to start explicitly stating, and it's going to feel weird at first, but you do have to start explicitly stating the change in reward structure or incentivize, or when people do things like unlimited PTO, where people aren't directly punished for taking time off, but you're kind of like treated away. But if you shift the reward structure to, I'm so glad that you took the time off, which someone at a different company, when I was at Logs, actually, when I was visiting their Tel Aviv office, there's discussion between the American employees and the EMEA employees, where they were like, I don't remember who it was. So someone was like, oh, I worked through my sick and I got done. And one of the EMEA employees was like, maybe you would have worked better if you just took the week off. Just completely deadpanned. But that's the shift in reward structure, right? You would reward taking the time off when you're sick as opposed to reward pushing through.
That's a good example of culture too. Like, it's continental culture, but also workplace culture of don't work through your sick time, you silly Americans, but also, you hero worshipers.
And right. I will say that Israelis are also very hero culture, so that kind of surprises me. But, I wanted to say, like, the other question that I wanted to ask is, when we're interviewing for a new job, like, what are the warning signs to identify, like, this is a company that's all about heroism, like, I really don't want to work here because they're probably going to burn out in the next, few months?
Yeah. You would start to try and, similar to the way that you can't always directly measure what you want, you can't always directly ask what you want. It's going to be, unless you're in a really comfortable interviewing situation, you're not going to be able to directly ask. So how would you handle it if I didn't respond to your question on PTO? Because they're going to know the right answer to give anyway, right? But you're going to want to start to ask around it, like the implications. So if you start in your head kind of brainstorming before you get to that level, section, whatever of your interview process, you can start to think, okay, I need to be able to guard my time. So start asking them about how they view PTO or how they view being able to truly unplug from a machine. Ask what their expectation is. Say, hey, when I unplug at the end of business day, am I expected to kind of have Slack on my phone or whatever, so that I'm still reachable, or can I truly disconnect? And when you start to ask around your expected behaviors, you can kind of start to see if they expect you to never truly be offline. And that would be a red flag. Or you can start to see, okay, well, how would you handle it if, you can usually ask how you would handle if you don't get something through, or you miss the deadline, or you drop a ball, or whatever. You can say, what kind of supports are there in place, or how can I reprioritize? Do you reprioritize when things come up like that? And try and ask around to get them to reveal their actual process instead of the canned right answers. And that will help reveal any red flags in that area. And it's all personal, right? So there are a lot of different companies, and corporate culture, at least in America, is very heroic, and that's not even IT specific. So you might have to do some trade-offs where you're like, okay, well, they don't expect me to truly unplug, but mitigating factors. And you might be making decisions like that too.
And like you said, processes. Another process I've found that's helpful to look for is on-call rotations. Is there on-call? Do you have that concept? How do you escalate? And if there's not a good answer, that might mean everyone's on call all the time, like red flag. Or if there is an on-call rotation, do you respect it? If you're not on call, do you actually unplug?
Right. right? And that would be situational to your role too. Like, how do they pull in other people into the on-call? Do they not just escalating out of the team, but like at PagerDuty with the incident command, we have an incident commander who's not one of the subject matter experts explicitly, so they can do their thing. And how advanced or how granular is their structure for that?
I honestly forgot you worked at PagerDuty for a second when I just like slipped in on call. And I wasn't.
Wait,
I totally thought you did that on purpose. So I was like, yeah, we can do that.
And I will say, like, this is 100% a very indicative question, because, like, if a company doesn't have an on-call, then everyone's on call all of the time. And then, like, you just immediately know that it's going to happen. No matter how far you are from production, you're going to end up fixing an issue on a Saturday night after your second margarita, right? And that just doesn't bode well for anybody.
No, it doesn't.
So this one of the advice that I hear often is sort of like make people go on vacation or something like that, see how the team deals without them and stuff like that. But how do you really, like, I've never seen a company actually execute it. I've never seen a company, except for people who are regulated and who have to do it, actually force people out on vacation. So how can we handle this capacity planning, and how do we create the process to ensure that people actually take time off and don't become Brents?
So that a little bit falls on the direct manager, because you can't expect people a degree or 2 or 5 like separated to be keeping track. So when you start to socialize the manager, but the manager is going to be mirroring behaviors, right? So if the manager is freely taking PTO, the employees are going to freely take PTO. If the manager is truly unplugging, the employees can truly unplug. So that's one thing that you can start to do, because really, realistically, the employees are going to start to mirror the manager or whomever they're directly reporting to try and get like what the cultural baseline is. But in terms of the encouragement, sometimes the encouragement can be very passive like that. You're just setting up and mirroring what you want to see and kind of getting people to follow. But if you notice that people aren't following, like you're setting up and modeling this behavior, but people still aren't acting on it for a variety of reasons, you can still start to poke them. For example, my birthday was in June, and I didn't initially plan on taking a day off or anything for it because I had just started PagerDuty in May. And then my manager's like, DMing me on Slack, why aren't you taking a day off for your birthday? I was like, because I just started. And she's like, I don't care. I was like, oh, okay. She's like, yeah, we don't do that here. Take a day off for your birthday. And that's a very active, right? It's a very kind and a very emotionally gentle way of doing it, but it is very active. She didn't just let that slide and just passively allow me to like think or be under the impression that it would be a problem when it wasn't a problem. So that's another thing that people that are higher in the power hierarchy can do, where they can just directly take action.
One concern that I will have with this recommendation is it puts the responsibility personally on a manager, right? And like people join companies, leave managers, very true, right?
That's why it's on the manager.
and then you see sometimes, managers come from the outside and have a totally different culture than your organization, and that can impact the entire downstream from them.
Yes.
And I do think that there's got to be something that we can do as a company to maybe ensure that we encourage the right behavior in these managers so we can protect their people from burnout.
It's just shifting it further upstream, because every manager reports to someone all the way up to the C-suite. So when you start making that change, if you have the execs behaving away, and then the managers below them mirroring it, and so on and so on and so on, then it's falling downstream from them. But when you're looking at company culture, the people that are in veto power, right? Because the employees aren't going to be able to push back in any meaningful way. If they want to take PTO and they're told no, or they're retaliated against them, that's that. But if you have people who are higher and higher up that are basically normalizing the behavior, it will start to fall through the rest of the organization. But beyond that, you also want to make sure that managers are getting training that's relevant, because it's not something that you're going to think of as a manager. Kind of like as a dev or an ops person, you're going to think about the direct problems that you're being told to address, be they Jira tickets or whatever, and not about everything surrounding. Managers are going to think about people problems, like if they're hourly, they're going to make sure that people are clocking in and out, or they're going to be saying, oh, did I do my meetup with them? And they're going to be thinking about very specific action items, and you're going to want to make sure to train them around the remaining human needs that they need to be paying attention to as a manager.
Just an anecdote to Sasha's question. She's worried about leadership and doing it from the top down. I've been lucky on my current team to have an experience of doing it through peer pressure. My team right now is super awesome. We joke with each other, but we'll be like, hey, what are you doing online? Like, get offline. And we're peers with each other, so we can do it and joke with each other. About 8 months ago, I took maternity leave, and my coworker saw me checking email. You know, I was just trying to forward something, but they were like, I have AD access. Like, I will turn off your email. So it was a nice, like, I will punish that behavior, but we see your work and thank you, but we got it. And knowing
and
that
that's again
your
creating
team has
that
it.
pressure. Yeah. And that's creating the pressure. So you can do that. The reason I focus on managers is because they're kind of in their own little island. Like, if you want to do organizational change, you kind of have to start where you're at and push out, or start at the top and go down. You can't easily, like, I, as the developer advocate, if our CEO wasn't doing X, Y, Z, I'm not going to be able to convince her from down here to do it. I might be able to convince our team, because we do have close relationships, to, like, let's do this as part of our rules of engagement. And then we might say, hey, this works for us, other teams. Do you want to add this to your rules of engagement? And then that would slowly distribute and push up. But you can't directly, easily, as a single person, push down, up, or
I have a question. I want to tie that into your metrics, because that is another thing I really think is important. Starting with what you have, and then how do you turn that into metrics that you can show off?
Right. And it's important to make sure that the metrics are scoped, because the metrics you have might not be, like, they might be too broad or too granular for what you're looking to do. So make sure that you're always checking that what you think you're measuring is telling you what you need it to, but also make sure that you're pushing through on setting goals that make sense around metrics. So for example, let's say you're trying to do something with human capacity and you want to increase capacity, you're going to start to push out on that. And you're going to say, what do we need to do to increase more free people without adding headcount, right? And so you're going to start looking around measurements for that. You're going to say, oh, we don't need this project. Oh, we can do fewer of this and more of that. And you're going to start tallying your metrics around whatever this and that end up being. And then you're going to do that to shift your available, like, engineering hours.
So one of the questions that came up is that, like, we're currently in a pandemic environment, right? And not everyone is lucky enough to work for a great organization already. And not everyone has the luxury of quitting their job and finding a new organization. And there are organizations in which command and control is the foremost thing, and management thinks that developers are lazy, and since they're working from home now, they need to be controlled, and we need to encourage, total, surveillance type of thing, right? How do you even bring out the idea that, we need to be concerned with burnout and brain fog and worried about hero culture?
I would start small and push out. So you might just start with yourself, because again, if you're working in an organization that's developed incredibly toxic behaviors, people usually say an organization isn't going to change culture unless they're brand new or in a bankruptcy moment, because they don't have a reason to. It works well enough that it sustains. So if you're trying to push against what works well enough to sustain, you can do things like, there's a book by Domenica de Grandiis that talks about making work visible. So first you can make it visible what you're doing, because if you just say I'm burning out, but they don't know what you do, more specifically than write code, like if they don't know what you do, they don't know why it's happening, they can't take action on it even if they were motivated to do so. So you can start doing things like, maybe you can take some time and write up a report per week, per month, or whatever makes sense, and start making all the work more visible for yourself, scope it out to your team, and start pushing outward, where you can say, we have all this work. Now I'm going to start telling you, now that I'm telling you what my work is, which parts are redundant, which parts are removable, and how we can shift labor into these other parts. So there's no easy button in that situation. It's definitely going to be a very slow push. I think it can slowly be done, especially once you start to get buy-in from other teammates and other teams that are probably suffering too, right? And so once you start getting that done, that's how you would push out.
Yeah, so another question is, do we have any resources on your talk and the metrics that we've talked about that people can find online?
Yeah, so I linked to my talk in my channel in the Discord, and it has all the resources and some supplementary reading that went into the talk, including that. Yes.
Awesome.
All right, so we're at time, and we'll be right back with our first round of Ignites. And please don't forget that you can visit our sponsors' channels and talk to our sponsors who made this show possible. And we couldn't obviously have done the conference without the sponsors. So thank you so much, Queen, for being here. It was a pleasure. And we'll see you again in person, I hope, sometime.
I know. Sometime soon-ish. Be great to see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back. The next thing on our schedule is Ignite Talks. At an in-person event, Ignites are 5-minute talks with 20 slides that auto-advance every 15 seconds. Because of the length, many folks think that Ignite Talks are easier to give than full-length talks, but they're actually quite challenging because of how precise you have to be with your timing. Thanks to this event being virtual, we aren't quite doing it this way this time. This year, we asked our speakers to create talks that are exactly 5 minutes long, and they could experiment with the rest of the format. Here are the speakers for the first round of Ignites. Laura Santamaria, developer advocate at LogDNA. Henry Quinn, DevOps engineer at Clarity Software Solutions. Jeff Smith, who is a staple of DevOps Day Chicago community and the Director of Production Systems at Central here in Chicago. And Jeremy Meese, the Head of DevRel community at Circle CI. Laura, over to you.
Thanks. Hi there, my name is Laura Santamaria and I am a developer advocate at LogDNA, and I contend that the best way to start a job is by sitting down in the middle of a production incident. You're able to meet your coworkers first and foremost and learn how everything's put together. Why do I think this way? Well, we all deal with production incidences every day, don't we? Well, hopefully not every day, but you're able to learn so much about all the components end to end and how they're put together. Let's start with a story. A long time ago in a corporate office far away, I actually left basic orientation to see a whole bunch of ops people sitting at a table while everyone else was filing into a conference room. Something there should be a bit of a warning. I wonder what was going on. So I went over, plopped myself down, and started writing as fast as I can. People thought I was crazy to start drinking from the fire hose that fast. They may be a little bit correct. However, I do think it was a really great way to learn about everything going on. The very first thing you had to keep in mind was stay calm. You don't want to get everyone else worked up because you are just freaking out that this is your first production incident. It's okay, don't worry. You want to just know everything will be fine. Then go ahead, grab a seat, don't be shy. People might not know you very well, but this is a great way for them to get to know you. You sit down, you start asking intelligent questions, and you start listening. Listening's the really big part. The best thing to do is actually to offer to scribe and write down everything that's going on. Why is that a good idea? Well, you learn about all the components because you have to, and you know what's going on because everyone's telling you. So it's a really great way to do it, but don't worry about being perfect. If you have typos, if you're not sure what a word is, get it all down with context. Someone will be able to figure out where you went wrong, and they will tell you what you're missing. Great way to learn, actually. Also, write down everything that's going on. You don't know what small detail could actually have caused the problem or lead to a solution. So get it all down where someone else can see it. While you're writing everything down, don't be afraid to prompt for updates. People get really focused on what's going on and they don't think to ask, hey, do you know what's going on yet? Hey, what's going on? So try looking over someone's shoulder. My personal favorite, I like to describe current state. Why? I'm going to get something wrong, and everyone's favorite pastime on the internet is to tell someone that they're wrong on the internet. So I'm going to get updates, I'm going to learn something new, and everybody's going to participate. Also, if I'm in person, I try to sit between the two most experienced people in the room. They're going to have to talk through me or over me to figure out what's going on, and I'm going to hear all of their troubleshooting steps in the process. So it's a great way to learn. I'll take copious personal notes while I'm doing that, along with the notes I take about the incident. Those personal notes are for me to go look up later, so that I can say, hey, I don't know what that means, but I'm going to write it down. I'll go find out what it is. That brings me to my next point. Be sure to only ask crucial questions, not what's that 1,001 times, not devil's advocate questions. Those sorts of things will get people really annoyed at you and you won't learn anything. But if you happen to have some prior knowledge, don't be afraid to speak up. Your past experience and your prior knowledge coming to this incident are going to help make or break a new feature, a new fix, whatever it might take, because you bring a fresh perspective. In fact, you're an outsider looking in. This is that perfect golden time to share the information that you have and help make sure that the fix is a permanent one. Along with that, as you're in the middle of all this, maybe you're bored. Offer to help monitor the fixes. Offer to help monitor the environment. You're going to learn something new. You're going to give somebody a chance to breathe. And you're going to make somebody really happy that you're sitting there helping them out with all of that monitoring that you're doing. As you're sitting there, make sure that afterwards you participate in the post-mortem incident report, the post-incident meetings, anything that you can be part of, because you're going to learn something new. And you're going to be able to participate as a full team member because you spent all of that time doing all of that. And don't forget, I mean, after all, this is a learning exercise for you as well as helping to fix what production incident is actually happening. So sometimes sitting there drinking out of that fire hose is useful, especially if you're going to be at the helm of the ship next. For me, I learned a ton, met everyone, figured out how it worked. Pretty good for my 3rd week on the job. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you. So I'm Henry Quinn, and this is Leading Digital Transformation at the Speed of Government. My first job right out of school was as the sole programmer for Connecticut's district courts at the federal level. I worked in a beautiful Art Deco building in New Haven that looks a lot like this picture on my next slide. I was supporting systems for our jury teams, HR, our civil and criminal dockets, our judicial opinions, our docket timelines. I was sitting on a treasure trove of data, and you might be wondering, what did you build with all that data, Henry? And the answer is absolutely nothing. I built a couple of tools for HR and got invited to go to Disney World to speak about them for a little bit, but otherwise we sat on this mountain of data and really did nothing with it until I threatened to leave and find another job. At which point a new project was built just to placate me, keep me from leaving. Getting a judge started every day takes about an hour. It's a big time investment. If you look at that across the entire country, that averages out to about $15 to $20 million a year we're just spending on judges getting ready every day, and that seemed like a problem we could solve. The catch, though, is that the app that was created was written in Cold Fusion. It's a static app. It had to be in 16 courts by the end of the year and 50 the following. And again, it was written in Cold Fusion in 2017, which is just insane. In order to get these applications stood up, there was no automation. Perfectly doing everything by hand, it took a week, top to bottom, to get one court onboarded. So getting 50 courts onboarded would take the entire next year, leaving us no time to work on features. It was just untenable. That's when I started talking to other developers around the country having the same issue. There's a lot of buzz about containers and how they might be able to solve a lot of our problems, and through talking to these other judiciary developers, I realized that was probably the move to get through this particular hurdle. Unfortunately, my boss said, hell no to containers. You had to set up the application the way I architected it, which was a static application, and I was supposed to be spending my time working on features. Static apps can be hard to scale, and this was just the first step of my leadership hierarchy failing me. But somehow we managed to get funding. We were an embedded startup handcuffed to an investor in DC in the administrative office who hadn't given us any money yet, but somehow had a lot of ideas on what we needed to be doing. And I guess that's just part of the politics game of working in a federal system like the district courts. But that's when I realized there were groups all over the country in the judiciary running into the same problems. We kind of had to run in the shadows like skunkworks teams and had to step out of our leadership hierarchies just to get our work done. It was infinitely easier to go a little rogue than to color inside the lines. Ask forgiveness, not permission. I was one of only 3 developers I could find on the planet who was trying to Dockerize Cold Fusion, Vue, and Informix together, and with next to no documentation, it was hell on earth, but I managed to shove all this into containers, make it scalable, and make it work on Kubernetes. And that's about the point when the money started flowing. Our handler loved that we were able to make it scalable, so he started giving us money to hire a few more developers to help finish up the application. We even got invited to alpha test a new OpenShift cluster that we're trying to see could be a new deployment strategy for the entire federal court system. But again, instead of spending that money on more people, the money was spent to buy back time I was already spending on the app. I was working on this thing alone, I was building up steam. The folks in DC seemed like they really wanted to support us, but they couldn't do much besides really just cheer us on as I was going through this personal hell. However, getting to be able to spin up the whole environment with one command once we got into containers made it so I could work locally and not have to rely on one remote server set up for Cold Fusion. I banged out the rest of the version 1 functionality, got it through security testing, and we were good to go. Finally able to push forward and start making actual progress. We finally hired a couple developers to focus on the code. It let me focus on getting the deployment time down from 1 week to 10 minutes. That's a 99.6% optimization savings I was not authorized to make. I had to step outside of my leadership hierarchy to fulfill my part of the mission. But like most things in government, there was a shift at the top. Someone really high up in DC resigned. The new person came in, made their passion projects a new priority, and we lost a lot of momentum. I broke all the right rules, but somehow government red tape still managed to get in the way. It's really annoying. We went from being in 5 courts with a plan for 16 more and 50 the following year to looking for resources just to onboard our next 3. In a government agency with near unlimited resources and data, we can do everything right and still lose. We could have saved $15 million a year, but it was hard to find a few thousand just in our budget. That's when I realized I needed to leave. Killed off my Vue branch, documented everything, passed all my build scripts off to the new guy, and flew to San Diego. I rented a car, drove up to Seattle. It was a really good way to clear your head. I really recommend it if everything ever gets back to normal. So I taught myself to program as I went and got all the way to needing a signature to save our government $15 million a year and got the rug yanked out from underneath me. And that was before I found my local and global tech groups and started getting involved in the community. If there's any takeaway I want you to take from this, it's think of what all you can do if you take initiative, lead from the bottom, and step outside of your leadership hierarchies when you need to. With my last 15 seconds, just want to say thank you so much for tuning into DevOps Day Chicago, and I hope that and some of you reach out to me to talk about GovTech or building healthy tech communities. Thanks again.
Hi, I'm here to talk to you today at my Ignite talk about cutting cloud costs during COVID-19 and a few of the strategies that my team used, 3 in particular, to reduce our spend. My name is Jeff Smith. I'm the Director of Production Operations here at Centro in Chicago. This slide was taking longer than I anticipated. I also wrote a book, Operations Anti-Patterns with DevOps Solutions, coming out in the fall, so please buy it so I can feed my family. So the first method that we used was the tried and true Amazon EC2 reserved instances. And reserved instances are basically a billing construct on AWS's side where you commit to a particular level of compute and enter into an agreement, and with that agreement they give you a reduced pricing. So typically the things that you make a decision on are 1 to 3 year term. You agree to commit to that spend though monthly, regardless of if you actually use it or not. And then you have different payment options where you can do all upfront, no upfront, or a mix of the two. Now, depending on your level of commitment, Amazon will pass to you different levels of savings. So you can see here, all upfront gives you the highest benefit with 41% off, but even if you don't do any upfront, you're still talking about 36% savings over the on-demand call. So that's a real easy way to save money. The catch though is what we call reservation frustration. And that's again reminding you that you are committing to this spend whether you utilize the instances or not. So it's very easy, say in a pandemic, to no longer need as much compute as you needed previously, but now suddenly you're stuck paying for that stuff anyways. So be careful with reservation instances. Another thing that we looked at was just shutting down what we're not using. Now, that's not particularly new for us, but when we took a look at it and got more aggressive about it, we realized that just shutting down instances after the business hours, so from the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., Monday through Friday and over the weekend, we were looking at a 37% reduction in savings versus the reserved instance price, not even the on-demand price. So you're talking $39.42 per month for a reserved instance or $24.48 if you're just using regular instances on demand and shutting them down. Spot instances was the third thing we looked at. And that's basically AWS selling you their excess compute. And because it's excess compute, they're giving you really aggressive discounts, sometimes as high as 90%. Your mileage may vary, but for us, we saw that we were seeing a minimum of 37% reduction on versus the on-demand pricing. But the other nice thing about this is if you mix the spot instance working hours with just shutting instances down in the evening, we were looking at $4.92 per instance if we only left it running Monday through Friday. Now the nightmare scenario with spot instances is if capacity gets high and they need extra volume, they're going to start terminating instances, and your instance could be terminated. So the fear is you're running a production workload and suddenly instances get shut down. But there's a few different ways to protect against that. One is instance flexibility. So in your spot request, you can request multiple instance types so that if one becomes in high demand, it'll roll over to another instance and then another instance. And even if you have to oversize your instances, you're still looking at a savings over the on-demand price. The other one is mixed instance policies. With that, you can request in the same autoscaling group on-demand capacity as well as spot instance capacity. So you can say, I need 3 on-demand instances to ensure that work is always being served, but then to fill out the rest of the workload with spot instances. With spot instances, you also get a nice notification that allows you to shut down your applications cleanly. So you can basically monitor when you get this response, you know that you need to shut down your workload because the instance is going to be terminated. So with spot instances, a lot of people are nervous and they say, where do I start? I would say look at interruptible workloads, look at background infrastructure tools, and look at stateless applications as the easiest places where you can probably implement Spot. What we did was we used our Jenkins CI build slaves because the workload is typically ephemeral anyways, so you really don't care about the stuff on that instance. If you have different node types and labels in your CI tool, you can really limit the blast radius, and the impact on developers is really that they just need to rerun the build. So you can get a lot of mileage out of that. People also ask about spot instances and like what the frequency of interruption is. Since May, we've seen less than 2% interruption rate across instances. And when we see it, it's typically in batches. We'll see a chunk of interruptions on one day during a 4-hour period. Now, there's a few caveats. One is that RDS is usually the biggest spend component, and there's no spot instance version of RDS. Two, if we're doing the sleep-wake strategy that we talked about, you really have to coordinate how your instances come up and down to make sure dependencies are available for things like web servers. I would highly recommend you look at the AWS config tool as well. That allows you to ensure that all of your resources are meeting tagging responsibilities, because there's nothing worse than trying to look at your bill and having huge chunks of spend that hasn't been allocated to anything. You just get like a no tag key environment or something like that. So I know that's a lot to talk about in a short period of time, but if you want to hit me up on Twitter, I'm at Dark and Nerdy and would love to chat with you more about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jeremy Meese, and from 95 to 97, I worked in an internet provider here in Kansas City who did the websites and e-commerce sites for the most Mission Impossible and Independence Day movies, and worked directly with Apple on some of their early e-commerce initiatives. I was hired first there as tech support, and I built out those great CDs with things like WSFTP, Netscape Navigator, Gopher, Archie, Winsock, and I progressed my way to sysadmin and network admin. And during my time there, we'd grown to take over 3 total floors in this building, and the dubious decision was made to have myself and the support team run the new Cat5 cable to the offices, and then let the contractors connect the cables to the wall outlets and number them all there. So you can see kind of the issue there. One of the many problems with this was whenever there were issues, we didn't know who was sitting where or what outlet was connected to which port on the patch panel. So the CTO decided that we should identify which patch panel port went to which outlet at each desk. So the fact that this should have been done from the very beginning, and by those of us who actually ran the wiring instead of the contractors, was lost on him. And it wasn't the first, nor is it the last such example in my 3 years there. We routinely butted heads around things like this. Now I mentioned we, which of course meant me. I sat at my desk after hearing the news and mentally started calculating how long it was going to take me to use the tone generator on roughly 75 connections across the 2 new floors in order to visit each outlet and map to each patch panel port sitting behind me. As I recall, I calculated it would take roughly 8 to 10 hours to do this, meaning I was looking at almost a day and a half at least being fully devoted to this asinine project. My 20-year-old attention span was not amused. I remember sitting in my desk chair looking at the patch panels behind me, and I had what can only be described as a eureka moment. I reached up, unplugged one of the cables, looked back in the chair, turned to face my desk, looked at the phone, and waited. Sure enough, I got a phone call. Now, I've reproduced the conversation as best as I can here, and I think it went a bit like this, complete with Eudora, GeoCities, eZines. So I'll let you take the next few seconds to marvel at the sheer genius of my 20-year-old brain. I had found the magical solution. Over the next roughly 2 hours, our building experience what could only be described as intermittent network outages, which affected everyone in groups of 10 because I wasn't a monster. Everyone needs to feel that sense of community over random times. However, I had successfully completed the task with the minimal amount of effort on my part. I had implemented, without even knowing it, a few of the core DevOps principles that Emily Freeman laid out in her fantastic book, DevOps for Dummies, before they were even a thing. Let's review them now. Encouraging teamwork. Instead of taking on the project all myself, I efficiently roped others in. They unknowingly provided me with the legwork, allowing me to sit in the server room with my feet up, eating bonbons until the next group of people recognized that they needed to join me in the project and give me a call. Reducing silos. So I live in Kansas. Silos are a regular thing across the plains as you travel across I-70. I can honestly say that as a result of my brilliant plan, no new silos were created during or since, and I'd say that was pretty successful. Practice systems thinking. I holistically approached the problem by using all of the resources available to me. My chair was comfortable. I had the patch panels and switches within easy reach. The telephone had a speakerphone. And I had a pen ready to write down the location, and it had plenty of ink. Learning from failure. I recognized the failure in not marking locations when the wires were run, which left me with a learning opportunity on how to automate. I also learned that a ballpoint pen was not nearly as effective as a Sharpie, so I put that into action and learned from my mistake. Communicating. So telephones. They used to be used to talk on, not text, take selfies, do TikTok videos in your bathroom with the toilet up. I used it. I communicated with people, multiple people over a few hours, and they were all extremely thankful for my resourcefulness and my communication skills. Accepting feedback. I heard loud and clear that people were having issues with their internet connection, so I took that feedback, rolled it into actionable results by plugging their cable back in. I then accepted they were happy with the service I'd given, and I'd say that was a very productive morning. So the challenge with any new project, whether it's software or building a deck, is how quickly you can repeat what you've just done, making any changes along the way, thus making way for the next sprint. I was able to take a 1 to 2 day process and turn it into less than half a day success story by breaking it down into groups of 10. And then finally, automation. This is where this 20-year-old really excelled. I was able to automate the manual process of going to 70 outlets in the building, down to never leaving my chair and having everyone in the building do the task for me. I dare say that was also a good example of teamwork. So this, of course, was completely in jest and not at all the correct application of DevOps principles, or really a good way of working for anything or anyone. I would like to say that I have learned a few things since then about DevOps, or so I hope. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you so much to our Ignite speakers. And now it's actually time for lunch break. But we will continue to have really fun content for you on the stream while we're taking a lunch break. And please feel free to continue chatting in Discord the whole time. And we will see you back on the stream at 1 p.m. Hi, everybody. I am Sasha Rosenbaum, and this video is about yak shaving. So if you've been around DevOps community, you might have heard people refer to something called yak shaving. So why is our community so obsessed with yaks, and why do we need to shave them? Well, the name originally comes from someone named Carleen Gary that coined it in an MIT lab after viewing a Ren and Stimpy episode of Yak Shaving Day. And this refers to a step in a series of steps with apparently useless activity that in the end of it all leads you to accomplish your ultimate goal. So the story I like for this is a Seth Godin story about yak shaving. So I'm just going to read it to you. So you wake up one day and then you decide that you want to wax your car. But then you remember that your hose is still broken from the winter and you need to buy a new one at Home Depot. Well, the Home Depot is on the other side of the bridge, so then you need an Easy Pass to get there and you don't have one. Well, you could borrow an Easy Pass from your neighbor, but you then remember that you already borrowed something from your neighbor, and that was a mushy pillow filled with yak hair. And so until you return the mushy pillow, you're not going to be able to get an Easy Pass. And the mushy pillow is kind of short on hair because it kind of fell out. So now you need to stuff it back with yak hair. So then you find yourself in a zoo, shaving a yak so you can stuff a pillow, so you can get an Easy Pass, so you can get across the bridge, get a new hose, and so you can finally wax your car. And to understand why this concept is so relevant to IT, just think about all the series of steps that you need to go through to just contribute a new line of code from a brand new laptop. So this was about yak shaving, and this beauty comes from a sticker that was designed for this particular O'Reilly book featuring a great yak on its cover. And this book is highly recommended to read to anyone who wants to understand how to practice effective DevOps.
Hi, my name is Brian Devlin, and I'm a technical operations manager at Pareto Intelligence. 6 years ago, I thought I was showing up to a happy hour, but it turned out to be the kickoff meeting to bring DevOps Days to Chicago for the very first time. All these years later, I am still excited to be part of bringing the IT community together and helping companies find innovative ways to work both technologically and socially. I do wish we could be in person, however, part of me is excited to be remote. That yak is always silently walking around with an odd look on its face, and it kind of freaks me out. So thank you and enjoy the conference.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris Reed. I spoke at the very first DevOps Days in Ghent in 2010, and I've helped organize various DevOps Days events on and off in the years since then. I love DevOps Days because it creates a space where local people can share their stories of success and failure. This helps everyone improve and helps with making new friends. My favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago is meeting new people and, of course, hanging out with the yak.
Hi, I'm Jerry Cattell, and I'm the head of technical operations at Tempus. I've been a DevOps Days Chicago organizer for 7 years, starting with the first event that took place in the Sears Tower in 2014. I'm a DevOps Days organizer because I'm a strong believer in community events, where there are great speakers, but much of the content is focused on and generated by the community. My favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago is learning from the participants, largely from Chicago and the Midwest, about their environments, the problems they've encountered, and hopefully the solutions they've found. The event will be a little different this year, but we're still hoping to capture that community spirit. Thank you for participating in this year's event.
Hey everybody, my name's Kevin Reedy, and I've been a DevOps Days Chicago organizer since our very first year back in 2014. I'm a DevOps Days Chicago organizer because I attended DevOps Days in Mountain View, and I think it was 2012. And it was such a great and unique experience that I wanted to kind of spread the love and bring that back to Chicago. That first year was a small, hectic, but really great event, and it's just been amazing to see what we've done since 2014, all the way now to our virtual edition in 2020. As we continued to grow, it became clear we needed somebody to kind of take the charge of AV-related things, whether it was our slides that were being presented, audio, and so on, and I've kind of run that team ever since. Going virtual in 2020 has changed the way the AV team works in some really interesting ways. We've got a really fun combination of the live content you're seeing out of our studio today and our presentations being pre-recorded. My favorite part of DevOps Days are the open spaces, whether it's the Chicago conference or any of the other ones I've been able to attend around the country. Having open spaces really change a conference and make it more participant focused and more interactive, and I tend to get a whole lot more out of a conference like that than just sitting in a room listening to presenters all day. Thanks for tuning into our stream today. I hope you're enjoying it as much as we enjoyed producing it. Hopefully I'll get to see you all again soon, whether it's DevOps Days Chicago next year, another DevOps Days around the world, or maybe just a breakout session in Discord later today.
Hi, I'm Matt Stratton. I'm one of the founders of DevOps Days Chicago. I'm a core organizer of Global DevOps Days, and I work at Red Hat as a transformation specialist. So I've been helping with DevOps Days since 2014 when we started the very first DevOps Days Chicago, and I put out a call to see who wanted to help and get this started, and here we are, so many years later, doing the 7th ever DevOps Days Chicago. And I have been helping out with the global team for quite a few years as well. I don't remember how long, and frankly, you don't care. I'm sure you don't care about any of this. It's totally fine. Why am I a DevOps Days organizer? I'm a DevOps Days organizer because I think DevOps is about people, and the community of people is what has made DevOps happen. DevOps started at DevOps Days in Ghent in Belgium in 2009. We wouldn't have DevOps the way we understand it today if it weren't for DevOps Days. And being a part of this event every year is really the best part of my year, and I look forward to it every year. And I'm sad that we aren't all together in real time, in real space, but I'm really, really excited that we're having the event that we are, and that this part of Chicago's tech community, and especially our DevOps community, is happening year over year, and being able to help facilitate that for everybody who is a participant is one of the most important things that I do in our community and in my career. And my favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago is probably at the beginning of every event, as an MC, we say, raise your hand if this is your first DevOps Days Chicago. And didn't quite work out that way this year, but seeing all the hands go up, seeing how many people are coming into this community, it makes me excited every single year. And I think that is my favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago. My second favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago is how every year we find something new and extreme and ridiculous to do to bring just that extra special flavor, whether it's a DevOps Days yak costume or a dancing yak, or, well, pretty much it's always something to do with a yak, but that's my favorite part. And really, my other favorite part is I get to spend most of the year working with the other organizers of this event who really have become some of my closest friends, and we're all family, and we do this, and we hope that you like it, and we hope that you get something out of it. So thank you for letting me be a part of the DevOps community here in Chicago.
Hi, my name is Joshua Goldman. I am a site reliability engineer at Equinix Metal. You might know us as Packet. I began organizing DevOps Days Chicago about 5 years ago when I asked Jerry if he needed any more additional volunteers for DevOps Days, and he said, "Would you like to be an organizer?" I said, "Okay." My favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago, or any DevOps Days, is the community. My original intent was to join these conferences to get a better idea of what other organizations were doing to help with simple problems or maybe advanced problems, and just the people and the community was so helpful in sharing all these new technologies and all these new ways of thinking of problems and frameworks that I love doing it and love being part of the community.
Hi everyone, I hope you're having a great day today. My name is Sasha Rosenbaum, and I'm one of the organizers of DevOps Days Chicago. I've been an organizer for this conference since 2015, and this just happens to be one of the favorite t-shirts of all time. So I help organize DevOps Days Chicago because DevOps Days has really changed my career. It did so by giving me a community and by introducing me to new domains and new opportunities within our industry. It is also where I found some of the best friends that I have. DevOps Days is a conference that is really more about participant experience than it is about the content. And this year, unfortunately, we can't be there in person. So we've invested a lot of time and effort into trying to put together a participant experience in addition to having really great speakers for you this year. I really hope to see you all there, and I really hope that you find that sense of community and the ability to share the problems that you're working on with other folks, and realize that building software is about much more than just delivering the features in the next sprint. So we have some really great speakers. We have organizers who put in a lot of work into making this as good an event as possible. And of course, we have lots of participants who are coming to share. So I hope to see you all there.
Hi, my name is Harry Goodell. I'm a cloud engineer at Discover. I've been part of the DevOps Day community for 4 years now. I'm a DevOps Day organizer because I love the culture and the people, and they are great. My favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago is the conference and the talks, because you network with great people and you learn a lot of different things about the DevOps culture.
Hi there, I'm Margaret Valtiera. I'm a program manager at Morningstar. I've been involved with DevOps Days since 2017. I'm an organizer because I enjoy bringing people together, and I like making sure that this event happens every year. My favorite part about DevOps Days Chicago is being surrounded by people from a tiny startup to a large enterprise, and seeing others realize the problems that we're facing aren't unique to our group or organization. And then being a part of people sharing their experiences and insights and being able to improve our organization and others. I'm excited for DevOps Days 2020. Can't wait to see everyone again in person soon.
Hi, my name is Albert Chow. I am a DevOps Day Chicago organizer, and I've been involved for 3 years. I became involved with DevOps Day Chicago because I like helping out with events. And my favorite part about DevOps Day Chicago are the people in the community.
Hey, my name is Christian Harrow, and I've been organizing DevOps Days for 4 years. 2 here with Chicago, and before that 2 years in Madison, Wisconsin. I decided I wanted to help organize DevOps Days because I enjoy hearing the wide range of stories and viewpoints that we have in our community, and I wanted to help make space for more people to be able to tell their story. Normally, my favorite thing about DevOps Days is the open space sessions, and this year I'm looking forward to trying to recreate that feeling in a virtual space. Thanks for coming.
Hi, I'm Trevor Hess. I currently am a senior product manager at Chef Software. I've been working with the DevOps Day Chicago crew for about 2 years now, although I've been sort of tangentially involved for a while beyond that, but only officially involved for 2 years. I joined up just because I've been passionate about DevOps. Ever since Matt told me what the word DevOps was all those years ago when we started Arrested DevOps, I've been passionate about the subject and all the things involved. So when the opportunity came to actually join the DevOps Day Chicago crew, it was sort of a yes, please. My favorite thing about being involved is just getting to see everybody every year. I was going through some of the old slides or old pictures of the events from years gone by and just thinking about all the friends I haven't seen in so long now because of everything that's been going on. So really looking forward to seeing everybody today and inside Discord and everything. And I hope you all enjoy DevOps Day Chicago 2020. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Brian Anderson. I work at Next Capital here in Chicago. I've been involved with DevOps Day Chicago since 2016 as an attendee, as a volunteer, and this is my first year as an organizer. I decided to become an organizer so I get help out throughout the year. My favorite thing about DevOps Days Chicago is that the conference is large enough that we draw in a lot of interesting speakers and a lot of interesting topics, but it's small enough that you can talk to the speaker afterwards and you can make a lot of really great connections. Welcome to Virtual DevOps Days Chicago 2020.
Hi everyone, I am Sasha Rosenbaum and this is a video about bike shedding. So if you've been around DevOps community for a while, you might have come across some terms such as bike shedding, yak shaving, and things like that. So what is bike shedding really? Well, the origin of the term actually comes from this book, which was originally published in 1957 and is called Parkinson's Law. And Parkinson himself calls this the law of triviality. And what it states is that given any agenda, a team will spend most of its time on most trivial issues and not actually on the issues of substance. So the example that he gives is a team discussing a nuclear reactor and a proposed price tag for building said nuclear reactor. So the team dives in and there's 11 committee members, and let me just read to you from the source. Of these 11 members, 4, including the chairman, do not know what a reactor is. Of the remainder, 3 do not know what it is for. Of those who know its purpose, only 2 have the least idea of what it should cost. So, given that only 2 members understand the nuclear reactor and the potential price tag, right, those team members don't actually feel like spending their time trying to explain the whole situation to the other team members. And so both of them just kind of nod and wave and pass the item through. So the team actually spends very little time on this very substantial topic of a nuclear reactor, which has a proposed 10 million pounds price tag, right? But then one of the next items on the agenda is building a bike shed. Now, bike shed is something that a lot of team members actually understand. So let me continue reading. The debate is fairly launched. A sum of 2,350 pounds is well within everybody's comprehension. Everyone can visualize a bike shed. Discussion goes on, therefore, for 45 minutes with the possible result of saving some 300 pounds. Members at length sit back with a feeling of achievement. So basically, the law of triviality, or bike shedding, means that we spend most of our time on the most trivial issues on the agenda. And this is primarily because most of us actually can understand and relate the trivial issues. And you will be not that surprised to find out that the example of the most trivial issue on the agenda was actually coffee, that the team spent the most time discussing. So I guess not that much has changed since 1957.
Welcome back to the afternoon of DevOps Days Chicago. I hope everybody had a great lunch. If you didn't get your complimentary Lou Malnati's and Portillo's delivered to your house, it's probably because you missed that checkbox at Eventbrite, so better luck next time. But that being said, so far the event is off to a great start. We've had a bunch of amazing talks this morning, lots and lots of participant conversations in Discord. It's all really exciting. Don't forget to visit our sponsors in their sponsor channels in Discord. Say hi. A bunch of them are giving stuff away, like really giving stuff away, not lying about it like I just did with the pizza and Italian beef. But speaking of things that are not a lie, things that are true and we should all learn about, we're coming to our next talk. And this talk is by Dr. Richard Cook, who is well known in the field of resilience engineering. If you haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend checking out Dr. Cook's article, How Complex Systems Fail, at how.complexsystems.fail. That's really easy to remember, right? So it is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Richard Cook.
Hi, my name is Richard Cook, and we're going to talk a little bit about the marvelous resilience of bone and its relationship to resilience engineering. This is a simple talk about complex systems. Well, as simple as we can make it. It is a complex system. It's got lots of moving parts, and there's a lot of complexity here. But we're going to try and simplify it out so we can see the really important bits that relate to resilience and also to DevOps. I'm going to begin by asserting this. Bone is not a model of or a metaphor for resilience. Bone is the archetype of resilience. Whenever resilience is brought up, whenever you hear that word, whenever there's a discussion about it, I hope that you will think about bone whenever the subject of resilience comes up. Resilience in bone is the source of information about what resilience really is. And if you're looking at something and asking, is this resilience or is this resilience engineering, I hope that bone will come to mind for you. If bone is the archetype of resilience, what then is resilience engineering? Well, we're going to try and answer that question, and I think you might be a bit surprised at the answer. Bone's resilience, first of all, is fairly what I would call Woodsian. That is, it fits David Wood's last two descriptions of resilience, the first being graceful extensibility, the second being sustained adaptability. Key features of bone's resilience are that it's expensive, it requires a continual input of energy and resources, it's delicate, it can be disrupted by loss of feedback, it's susceptible to disease, and it's somewhat limited. It has a peak and then diminishes over time. It doesn't last forever, it lasts for someone's lifetime. It's got a limit to it. Now, the most remarkable thing about bone is that it's being continuously remodeled. The adult skeleton is replaced every 10 years. The making of bone is in dynamic balance with the destroying of bone, so you don't really notice that it's undergoing remodeling. To you, the skeleton seems relatively static, but that's because the balance between new bone being created and old bone being chewed up is kept so that there's just about a constant amount of bone and the structure feels very stable. It's also important to note that the demolition and construction of bone happens along lines of mechanical strain. The kind of placement of bone is dependent upon where the mechanical strain lies. Bone repair, what happens when you break a bone, is an extension of the remodeling process that engages some additional mechanisms. We'll talk a bit about repair. An important quality of bone is that it's a primary store in the body for essential elements, notably calcium and phosphorus. Calcium is the most important element in the body. We only have about 1 kilogram of it, and most of it is stored in bone. But it's absolutely essential to have calcium around to do all of the contractile activities, both intracellular and extracellular, that make up the activity of the body. Finally, bone and its resilience really derives from signaling. There's no master controller for all this. There's just a messy layered network with lots of crosstalk between the organism, the anatomical regions, the cellular and intracellular activities that are going on. All of these are involved in various kinds of signaling that helps direct bone and cause it to be laid down and chewed up. Now, bone has both a complex macro and micro architecture. The macro architecture is something you've probably seen before. The exterior of the bone, what we call compact bone, is solid and stiff. And then there's this kind of woven, spongy-looking material in the middle, cancellous bone. There's, at a microscopic level, a much more complex architecture that relates to where the cells are actually located and how they're communicating with each other. Bone undergoes continuous remodeling. The use of bone mass is energetically efficient. That is, we don't have a lot of calcium to make bone from, so we need to put bone exactly where it will do us the most good. That is, particularly along the lines of strain that the bone is trying to resist. Regular strain leads to a regular pattern. That is, if you cut through the bones of multiple different people and look at the section side by side, they look very much the same. This pattern is tuned. The organism is prepared for future stress by the kinds of bony patterns that are built up as bone is laid down. The pattern emerges. It's not programmed. There's no molecular signal that says make the bone in this particular pattern. In this picture that you see in the upper left, the head of the femur, you can see a line that crosses it about midway through. That line is actually produced by the pattern of strain that's going on in the bone over a lifetime. And it's not programmed in a kind of molecular way. It's an emergent property of the bone. This remodeling that goes on is very complicated. There are cells which specifically lay down bone. They're called osteoblasts, and cells that chew up bone and return the calcium back into circulation. Those are called osteoclasts. The balance between these two kinds of cells is what leads to the realignment of structural strength to fit the needs of the body. There's both local direction in terms of the strain lines that are sensed by these cells and cause bone to be laid down along those lines, and global modulation in the sense that the parathyroid is controlling the amount of calcium and the overall function of the osteoclasts. It's this mechanism that is responsible for the repair of microfractures that's happening all the time. And it's also this mechanism that allows us to recycle calcium and potassium, and more importantly, to have a constant supply of calcium ready for use. Calcium has to be regulated in a very narrow region, and this is done by having the osteoclasts constantly chewing up bone using hydrochloric acid that they secrete and returning that calcium back into the circulation where it can be used for contraction. As I said, there's only about 1 kilogram of calcium in the body, and it's most of it, 99% of it, is stored up in bone. It's absorbed from the intestine under the influence of vitamin D. It's excreted from the kidney under the influence of parathyroid hormone. But the key thing is that both the macro and the micro scales are interacting here. The signals that are happening down at the cellular level have to do with the overall levels of calcium in the body, which are sensed by the parathyroid and controlled there by secretion of parathyroid hormone and calcitonin. Remodeling is balanced, continuous, and energy consuming. It happens that bone is being laid down and chewed up in about the ratio that is 1:1, so that overall you don't feel like your skeleton is changing its characteristics very much. That signaling is fiendishly complex. There's at least 20 or more signals, molecular signals, that are provided that have influence over that. And among those signals is one called PTHRP, the parathyroid hormone-related protein. We'll come back to this in a little while. But just to recognize that all of the signaling going on here is this very dense network of communication by various kinds of chemicals that are being sensed and excreted by the cells that make up the bony active surface. Here's an example. Here's a 25-year-old man who reported that he, quote, kicked a lamppost in a fit of anger, and later noted that he had, quote, difficulty walking. One might suspect that alcohol was involved. In the radiograph on the left, even those of you who aren't very medically experienced will be able to see that there's clearly something wrong here. In fact, this man has a midshaft fracture of his tibia. Now, we know that this will heal together. Over time, after the initial injury, there'll be a period of time that lasts for a few days during which there'll be a hematoma, that is a blood clot with lots of very active substances there that call in cells of cartilage that fill up that space and that are gradually replaced with this woven bone to form what's called a callus. A callus is a thick, hefty structure. Those of you who've broken your radius or your clavicle will have felt that there's a lump there for a period of time afterwards. That's the callus. And what it is bone that hasn't yet been well incorporated into the structure of the bone that's being repaired. Over time, the normal remodeling process, guided again by strain, is going to smooth down that callus, take away a lot of that bone, being very efficient as it does so, until it's smoothed down until you don't really notice it anymore. Now this happens whether or not the bone is well aligned. Here's a picture of the results of an excavation, archaeologic excavation in Chile of probably about a 50-year-old woman from about 1400 AD who at some point had broken her femur. You can see the break very clearly has healed. The two ends of the bone are well connected to each other, but you also see that it's got a very rough kind of big chunky look to it, and noticeably in the middle picture you can see that the healed femur is now at least 1.5 inches shorter than the other one. This lady would have walked, if she walked at all, with a really profound limp. This is resilience. The bone is knitting together. All of those mechanisms that we just talked about were active in this woman to cause that fracture to heal. The problem is that it didn't heal in a very functional way. Now, we don't have so much of a problem with this now because we understand how bone works and how it will heal. So if you break something like your radius, you're going to find that the bone will be first of all reduced, the fracture will be reduced so that the ends are in alignment, and then stabilized by application of a cast to hold the ends in a position to allow that resilient mechanism to be able to knit the bone together in a functional way. Mechanical stabilization is the key here. The reduction is something that happens fairly quickly, but it takes time for the bone to heal, and so it must be stabilized in that position for long enough for the bone to build up that callus and regain some of its strength to hold it in alignment. This business about finding ways to fix or stabilize bone is part of what we now think of as orthopedic surgery. Much of orthopedic surgery is about how to reduce and fixate broken bones so that they will heal together. On the left, you see external fixators. These are devices that are applied outside of the skin, usually with screws that are driven into the bone and then connected together by a rigid apparatus so that the two ends of the bone are held in alignment. Another type of fixation is called internal fixation. This is where surgery is done. The skin is opened up, the bone is exposed, and then the bone is held in position either by applying a plate with some screws or putting in a nail. On the right-hand side, you see an example of this. This is what's called an intramedullary nail. The long white object is a piece of steel or titanium that has been driven down. You essentially take the patient and you hold them in a position so that the head of the femur is sticking out so that you can get at it, and you take this nail and a hammer and you drive the nail down all the way in the length until it bridges the space where the break has occurred. And then that little thing at the top, that little pin, is driven in to help hold it in place. You can see why I have chosen to be an anesthesiologist. The key idea here, though, has been known for a very long time. The idea of producing both reduction and fixation goes back to the ancients. In fact, these splints were found in a tomb from the pharaohs from at least a few thousand BC. And the Edwin Smith Papyrus, the first medical textbook that we know of, authored somewhere around 1600 BC, talks about this explicitly. The hieroglyphs in there are reproduced here in one figure on the left, and because your hieroglyphics are probably a little rusty, I'll read to you what it says on the right. It says, this is for somebody who's broken their upper arm. And the instructions to the bone setter are, you should place him prostrate on his back with something folded between his two shoulder blades. You should spread out his two shoulders in order to stretch apart his upper arm until that break falls into place. You should make for him 2 splints of linen and apply one of them both on the inside of his arm and the other both on the underside of his arm. You should bind it up with, and then there's this word yermu, which we think might have been ancient Egyptian for plaster of Paris, but Paris hadn't been invented yet. And treat it afterwards with honey every day until he recovers. This is very sound medical advice. If you do this, someone with a broken humerus is very likely to be able to regain function of that arm. And if you don't, it's very likely that they will never regain that function. Isn't this a kind of resilience engineering? The body is resilient, the bone will knit, but our understanding of how that resilience works allows us to engineer a solution that makes it so that the resilience plays out in such a way that the result is a good one. Physicians don't heal broken bones. What they do is realign the broken bones so that the natural process of healing, this resilience of the body, plays out in such a way that the end result is a good one. This is a key notion about resilience engineering. This is a kind of resilience engineering that's applied to an already resilient system. It depends upon the resilience that is already present in that system. It requires some understanding of how resilience will play out. For example, how long you have to keep the bone stabilized in a position to allow it to heal. But it can be successful even without knowing much about the underlying mechanisms of the resilience. The ancients obviously did not know about cells or any of the signaling going on, but they were still successful at setting these bones. They could do resilience engineering. There is benefit, of course, to knowing what modulates the resilience. Good nutrition aids bone healing, and this has been known for a very long time. The marvelous resilience of bone, just to review, is somehow related to its being a storehouse for calcium. It's a function of being continuous replacement. That is, we don't call upon the resilience only when something is broken. It's running there all the time, and that provides the opportunity for us to deal with something like a fracture. That there's this process of taking away the old and adding the new that gives us calcium, access to calcium. And the balance between destruction and construction has local and global regulation. There's a lot of regulatory features that make this resilience work. But as Hughes observed in Tom Brown's Schoolboys, life isn't all beer and Skittles. This resilience isn't perfect. Bone isn't a perfect thing. There are diseases of bone, for instance, osteogenesis imperfecta, which is a condition where people do not actually calcify their bones and they stay weak and easily broken. Paget's disease is a disease that causes a kind of moth-eaten appearance on radiographs and loss of structure in the bone. Osteoporosis, you may know, is a disease or a condition found in old age where the bone loses its density. There are cancers of bone, for example, osteosarcoma, which are terrible cancers. And there's rickets and malnutrition, something we don't see much in this country anymore, but that as recently as 100 years ago was fairly common. And there are disorders of hormonal regulation. The parathyroid, which is related to how much calcium is present and directs the resorption of bone, can get out of regulation such that you will be chewing up bone and having very high serum calciums. Let's talk about that osteoporosis thing for just a moment. It's a very interesting area. It's a problem that's seen with increasing age, especially in women. It's responsible for a lot of morbidity and mortality in the U.S. Many hip fractures and vertebral fractures are the result of osteoporosis. What is osteoporosis? Well, it's a loss of bone density over time. You see here on the left the piece of vertebrae from a young person, and to the right of that is the osteoporotic vertebrae in two different looks from an elderly adult. Osteoporosis is more common in women, particularly after menopause, and this is because the hormone estrogen has a lot to do with the production of bone and the laying down of bone. The problem here, of course, is that the balance is no longer good. That is, the osteoclasts are doing more than the osteoblasts are doing, and so over time bone mass is being lost. There are some new therapies that have been developed to address this medical condition. And they're mostly therapies that are trying to change the balance between the osteoblastic creation of bone and the osteoclastic resorption of bone. It doesn't make everything better. We just tip the balance slightly in the favor of the osteoblast or reduce the activity slightly of the osteoclast. Reducing osteoclastic activity, sometimes by giving estrogen or other bisphosphonates, is something that's been done for the past 20 years or so. More recently, it's become clear that it's possible to use the specific signaling related to the resilience of bone to increase osteoblastic activity. Remember that I told you about this PTHRP, the parathyroid hormone protein. It's possible to synthesize this, and there are some new drugs that actually take the role of PTHRP and send signals that cause the osteoblasts to create more bone. This idea of the parathyroid hormone-related protein being added is a powerful one. I point out here that in comparison to things like adding calcium to your diet, there's tiny, tiny amounts. To get calcium to be effective, you have to take grams and grams of the stuff. But the parathyroid hormone is given in microgram amounts. That's a millionth of a gram, because it's actually one of the signals about resilience that changes the function of the osteoblasts. There's studies that show that this actually works very well. It reduces the risk of vertebral fractures compared to placebo by 91%. This is a tremendous improvement, and it's substantially important because it may reduce the very severe morbidity and mortality associated with vertebral fractures and possibly hip fractures in elderly. Again, it's not all Skittles and beer. There are potential problems with this. There are some studies in animals that show that if you give large doses of this PTHRH, you can end up producing tumors in some of the animals exposed. So it's not obvious that this thing is without side effects, and there may be some risks attached to it. But this is another type of resilience engineering. It's different from the first one that we saw. This type of resilience engineering acts on resilience mechanisms themselves. It goes inside the things that produce resilience and tries to make an adjustment to that. It depends, therefore, on a much deeper understanding of resilience than was the case where we were simply employing the existing resilience and engineering so that the results of that playing out would be to our liking. It has an effect of sustaining the adaptive capacity. It's not just about fixing broken things like orthopedic surgery has been. It's actually a way of preventing things from happening in the future. It sustains the adaptive capacity of the organism, but it also probably generates some new types of hazards, some of which are not yet well understood. So we see that there are two different kinds of resilience engineering, one that's about 3,500 years old and the other that's about 5 years old. The oldest one depends upon resilience that's already present and our understanding of how resilience plays out. We apply engineering to an already resilient system, and we can be successful without knowing too much about the mechanisms that underlie that resilience. On the other hand, there's this newer type which acts directly on resilience mechanisms, depends upon a quite qualified and deep understanding of resilience. And admittedly probably generates some new types of hazards because it's actually tweaking the signaling that's going on. What relevance does this have to DevOps? Well, the first observation I would make is there's a lot of claims about resilience in IT. You'll see the word used very often, and perhaps even in some of your own companies. There are diverse uses of the word that don't agree on what its meaning is. There's a lot of use of it that implies that resilience is sort of a super reliability or an increment to reliability, that resilience is after reliability, or what you get if you go a little bit further. And if you look at some of the marketing materials that are prepared, it looks almost like people have substituted the word resilience for the word reliability. However, there is resilience here. It's just not obvious to us because it's above the line. We've talked about the difference between above the line and below the line. Above the line being the people, the organization, the activities, the cognitive work that surrounds the systems that are running the technology that's below the line, and this line of representation that exists in between the two, which is what we look at since we never can see anything actually functioning below the line. There's lots of resilience in the system, but the resilience is in the people. The resilience is in the DevOps activities. The people who are constantly tweaking the system, looking at it, understanding how to maintain it, doing things that are resilient in terms of the way that they influence the system and also exploit the resilience that is present there. There's resilience engineering going on here already. Now, we've talked about this a little bit. There's an article in ACMQ that some of you will know. And there's another article coming out in Applied Ergonomics shortly with my colleague Beth Long and I writing about building and revising adaptive capacity in incident response as an indication or a case of resilience engineering. But the key idea here is that there is resilience in IT systems, but the resilience is not in the places where we are normally looking for it. Resilience is above the line. I hope that this introduction to resilience has changed your view about what resilience is. And I hope when resilience is mentioned in the future that you will think about bone. And when resilience engineering is discussed, that you'll think about both orthopedic surgery and giving PTHRP to forestall fractures in the future. These are really, really good examples that you can hold on to and use when someone says, oh, we have resilience, or we're doing resilience engineering. My idea is that unless they match up very well with what's going on in bone and the resilience engineering around bone, they're not really the kind of resilience engineering that I'm thinking about most of the time. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a fireside chat with Richard Cook. The first thing is we want to introduce our next round of breakouts. So the breakouts happening in Discord right now are Argo CD, my personal favorite, Azure DevOps Pipelines, DevOps and open source, remote work, what works and what doesn't, the longest name ever, and socio-technical system design. I want to know who proposed that. Unfortunately, I don't, but please tell me on Twitter. So with that, I would like to welcome Richard Cook. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for the amazing presentation.
Thank you very much for having me.
And I absolutely love the tie, by the way.
Thank you. It's from my days in pediatrics. You know, if you wear long ties, the 2-year-olds can get a hold of them, but bow ties they can't get.
So let's jump right into your questions. So the first question was kind of regarding, so first of all, we love the metaphor of the bone is not a metaphor for resilience. It's actually the archetype of resilience. It's really good to keep ourselves true to what is actually happening in the world. So if resilience is something that happens all the time, then how can we test the organism or the organization for the presence of that resilience, right? We don't want to break bones on purpose. So how can we see what the resilience process currently is?
Sure. But let me begin, first of all, by thanking you very much for the chance to come and be with people. And thanks to all the people who've interacted in Discord, which I've enjoyed a lot. And also, thanks to the many people behind the scenes who've done all this work, because there's lots and lots of folks who are involved in doing this. And believe me, this is as big a production as any real, face-to-face meeting. In fact, probably more so than a face-to-face meeting because of all the upfront work that's required. And I think it's quite remarkable, and I'm very pleased to have been part of it here in Chicago. I think resilience is always present and it's always functional. It's what keeps the world stitched together and makes it go. And you can sort of see that in the bone example by what happens if you don't have that natural resilience. It looks like disease. You have osteogenesis imperfecta, or it wears out at the end. You have osteoporosis and so on. And those disease states are ones that we sometimes see in our work, and then you'll sometimes see in tech. But mostly what you see is resilience, because people are very active, trying to move things around, make adjustments and so forth to keep the systems going. And so I would say that you live in a resilient world where resilience plays an important part, but a bit like the bone, which grows and that resilience is in such balance and keeps the skeleton sort of stable for such a long time. We don't really know that it's ongoing. We don't feel as though our skeleton is being torn apart and rebuilt continuously every 10 years. But that's what's happening. And the same thing is true about these large technical systems. They're being torn apart and rebuilt continuously over shorter periods of time. But because this process is in balance, it produces the impression of this thing as being kind of a stable, a smooth sort of operation. And it's anything but. It's very active, as anyone who's been inside that will be able to tell you. I think we see the resilience play out, and we see it, people dealing with breakages and rebuilding the system and doing all those different things. But we rarely pay attention to that because the overall result is, I've got this body, it's got about the same shape it had yesterday, and let's keep going.
I think it goes back to like continually thinking about that it's about expressing resilience, right? It's not creating it. It's like you said, it's constantly there, but it's how do we see it, how do we encourage it maybe, or how do we allow it to express itself, right? Is it maybe?
So there are definitely things that can either enhance or erode resilience. And you've seen some of them in your own experience. You've seen circumstances where the team gets really in an unstable state. It's, you've lost a bunch of people who are critical. You haven't been able to get all the new people into their roles yet. You have this sense of being sort of on the edge of a potentially big problem that you really don't want to experience at that moment. You're dealing with resilience during that period of time. You're trying to add and enhance the resilience. You're also trying to be able to use the resilience in ways that allow you to accomplish what you need to accomplish. But I think that the key thing here is that that's a natural process. We are the beneficiaries of it. We get the benefits of resilience. But we rarely pay much attention to what's going on behind the scenes. And so we can, without knowing it, erode it very badly or fail to invest in it, haven't done much to sustain it, essentially the equivalent of poor nutrition or lack of exercise, if you will. And we can end up building systems that have lost much of the resilience that is needed to deal with the kinds of events that are going to happen in the future. And that's what we all are concerned about.
So one of the biggest takeaways from the talk is that resilience and reliability are not the same thing, right? And we do often confuse them in the industry. And a lot of times when we talk about increasing resilience, we actually mean increasing reliability. Now, in terms of like that second mechanism, right, the increasing the signal and actually affecting resilience, how can we do this in our organizations and our systems?
Yeah, it's probably the case that it requires us to understand resilience at a much, much deeper and more fundamental level, in the same way that we had that first kind of resilience engineering, which involves, reduction and fixation for thousands of years. But we've only found out about the second kind here in about the past decade. Mm-hmm. And I think we're clearly in tech and in much of organizational stuff in the first 1,500 years, not the last 10 for the most part. I think you do it in a variety of ways, though. And much of this has to do with trying to pay attention to what you think the sources of resilience are actually going to be. And I would think that the kinds of care that you take with bringing people into the organization, your attempts to keep people working together, to build some structures in which people can move and adjust to help other people share the adaptive capacity that they have. I think these are all techniques that are involved in making the resilience work. There's this paper that Beth Long from New Relic and I have coming out in November, which is about this and tries to talk about how people are trying to do resilience engineering in the real world. And I think it's a good example, and I'll wait for the paper to come out and you can take a look at it. But basically the idea is that there are people who are doing this, and not always because they start out with the mindset saying, we're going to increase resilience. They're just dealing with problems in the way that they think of dealing with problems. And it turns out that what they're dealing with is actually trying to enhance and increase resilience.
I think that goes back to when we talk about that, not like kind of, we'll gather about what resilience is, but oftentimes, we talk about incident prevention, right? Like, and that the number of incidents is a metric that is influencing, or revealing how resilient your organization is, which to me, in a way, number one, it's not, right? Because resilience is how you rebound. It's like, in fact, how could you know if you're resilient if you have no incidents at all, right? So but can we expand a little bit on that, where we're saying that incident avoidance is not a way to understand whether or not your organization is resilient?
So kind of what is the metric that we want to apply here, right?
Yes. I think this is pretty poorly aligned for metrics, at least at a current stage of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
But let me tell you why I think this is difficult. People use the word resilience. It's become a popular term, so it's used a lot in a lot of places. And in many cases, it's just, essentially reliability plus or reliability plus plus. It's an increment, a slightly stronger version, that sort of thing. If you look at at the work of folks like Dave Woods and other people who've done real basic work on resilience and what it is, they would say that resilience is not really about rebound or just the ability to return back to where we were before the event happened, but it's about being able to make adaptations in order to be able to change the way the system is functioning so that it can handle these new kinds of situations. And I think you might find an example for many people in the ways that you've had to adapt to COVID. COVID was unexpected. Nobody really thought we were going to have to all work from home starting at the end of January. Most people didn't have any appreciation for what the disruption was going to look like in an economic sense or in a business sense. But certainly many of the big providers of services, especially in the cloud, did not prepare very well for all these things because they couldn't anticipate them. And yet, what we saw over a very short period of time is a huge amount of adaptation taking place that allowed us to resume, or in many cases continue, those functions more or less uninterrupted. You guys had a pretty good head start on that since you're already doing a lot of work remotely. So for you, it was a kind of an extension, but it was still a big extension. There was a big change, right? But it was made, that's an adaptation, and that's a kind of resilience. When you have to adapt what you are doing to achieve these other goals, that's real big capital R resilience in the biggest way. And you're doing it. We see it. This is in some ways an ideal test case for us. What's happened in the response to COVID is a clear demonstration of sustaining adaptive capacity so that people and organizations, structures, and systems can adapt to deal with this new set of circumstances. Now, the key thing in Wood's notion here is that fourth sense can it be sustained? Are we in a position now where the next shock that happens, we will be able to adapt again? Or have we consumed all of our resilience in adapting to this one shock? How much are we investing at this moment in being able to weather the next storm, the next disruption, the next difficulty we have? And that would be that sustained adaptability that Woods is talking about as the sort of high-end sense of resilience. And I think a lot of people are actually thinking about this. There's a lot of, when I talk to leaders and a lot of workers, they're thinking about how do we get ourselves in a position where we can deal with what the next problem is, whether that's a major weather event, some sort of political disturbance, whatever is going to happen. We're going to have to adapt again. This isn't the last time we're going to need to draw on resilience to adapt. And so investing in that adaptive capacity going forward is a really key idea.
I think that's interesting to me too, because I look at it and the cynic in me says, like, so we did this, but then when everything settles, my concern is that leadership we go back to like, okay, but that was a thing that happened. And we can continue to work the same way. Like, not seeing it as this opportunity to actually, like you said, our world right now, that everything that's happening is an amazing use case to teach everybody about resilience and right, But are we going to learn from that, or did we get lucky?
What do you think DevOps Days is?
Yeah. Well, I hope we're learning from it.
I mean, this is it.
Yeah.
Right. This is it. Right here. Yeah. This thing is about that. And that's what, if you look at the list of talks and the discussions and the breakouts, it's all about adapting and how to adapt. You're doing it. This is what it takes.
So it's an interesting analogy between software and hardware. Like hardware is something that is relatively static and hard to change, whereas software is something that's relatively easy to adapt. And this is kind of like DevOps is our software here in this industry, right? That learning experience that we can apply from today to tomorrow to gain some more resilience.
So, someone's going to interpret this as Sasha said you can't DevOps on bare metal, and we're going to have a whole Twitter fight now. But that's a different
I don't.
one.
You know, I think it turns out that if you look at the history, particularly of the 1950s and 1960s, you would say turns out that software is actually very hard to adapt, very hard to modify, very hard to keep going, and that's been one of the great realizations is that it's not this entirely plastic thing that just we make it up however we want it. There's big commitments here, and we're still, the persistence of the bass shell should tell you that there's something really fundamental about changing things that are underneath the hood. But let me show you that picture of the tree. Can we call up the tree? If you look at the picture of the tree, what you see is that there's this living organism that has adapted to the circumstances in which it finds itself confronting this kind of rigid structure, right? That's what we're talking about. Is it pretty? Maybe not. It's not the way you'd want things to be. Is it effective? Does it allow the tree to grow? Yes. And so this is, I think, the lesson. Adaptation doesn't mean that we get always what we want or that the systems behave the way that we want to. But it does mean that we're busy trying to make these things work. And those combined efforts across a whole group of people, many of whom are in the audience and participating today, is what actually makes this possible. It's DevOps that makes it possible to continuously adapt and to sustain that adaptability. And that's why it's so good to be with you today.
So another question I would like to ask, and we're learning from biology here a lot in terms of observation, right? Parallels and metaphors, but can we learn from biology in terms of how to apply this, like how to get better at systems engineering? And yeah,
I think the first observation would be that you can study a lot about resilience and learn a great deal without understanding the molecular biology of osteoclasts and osteoblasts, right? Orthopedic surgery, which is a very well-developed, very advanced field, knew almost nothing about the molecular basis of these things until quite recently. And yet orthopedic surgery has been effective since at least 1500 BC or before. So you can do a lot by observing the patterns that how resilience plays out and building the engineering of your organizations to take advantage of that. And I would encourage you to do that. I would also encourage you to think about the kinds of things that are likely to help. Remember that if you break a bone and then starve the organism for nutrition, the bone will heal very poorly and very slowly. And you might not think immediately, oh, there's this connection between nutrition and bone strength, but there is, and it's a really important one. And so if you watch for those connections, you'll be able to see them. And I think in some of your organizations, some of your experience will tell you that there are places where there's lots of nutrition and good feeding going on that helps that resilience play out in a very effective way.
I think, yeah, when we think about how to observe this, and that might be kind of the thing when we want just in practice, if we want to get better at this, what we're getting better at, we have to start by observing it, by understanding the resilience of an organization, especially when you think about someone who is an individual contributor, someone who's getting shit done, kind of thing. Like what are some of those tactical things we can do to see where this is happening? Because it helps us feel better about it, right? It helps us understand that good things are happening. Or they exist that we might not see because we're used to measuring it by the number of 7-1s, right?
Yeah, I think that clearly measuring things by the number of 7-1s doesn't draw attention to much about resilience. And so you can do that. You might have to do that for a variety of reasons, but that's not going to lead to much better understanding of resilience. But here's a different kind of view. If you start from the position that resilience is present and functional and that your systems are working because of that, Then the task for you is to uncover those mechanisms and understand them better. Not to go out and make them from scratch, but to rather understand how they play out. And that seems to me to be the next challenge in front of us, is that we have to understand more about how this resilience actually works to make things happen, how it allows us to be prepared to adapt to something like this COVID crisis that we've had, and how we could enhance the qualities of the system that we end up with by being aware of that and doing what is effectively the same thing as open reduction and external or internal fixation. What does it mean to put a cast on the organization after it's had a break so that it can heal in a functional way? Again, these don't, it's not a one-to-one mapping. It's a little hard to do the metaphor. But what I hope that happens is that as you go through your daily work and you see something that looks like resilience, and you say, is that resilience? You think back to the bone example. And I think that will help you see more clearly into the systems that you're working with and have an appreciation for that. The dynamic balance constantly being destroyed and created along the lines of stress, that for me is a very powerful image. And I've been captivated by that for many years.
So I think I love that we are having this conversation, because I think, like, even after watching you talk, I've learned a lot just from us just having this dialogue right now. And one of the biggest things is just learning through observation, right? Like, the resilience is already there. How can we learn what it is and help it manifest itself? So thank you so much for being with us, and also thank you to ALSPA for answering some of the questions on Discord.
Believe it or not, so John has been doing more in Discord than just trolling Dr. Cookies, actually.
Yes.
Been helping out and being productive, and I can only imagine that maybe only half of his responses were links to PDFs.
And so speaking of links to PDFs, I think we should share some more resources for folks who want to explore the topics, and of course the recording is going to be available. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's a privilege to be with you. It's an honor to be able to talk with people. You guys, your folks are now where it's at, okay? You're the ones who are doing it. And the resilience that exists in organizations, in these companies, is represented by the people who are on this Discord right now. And you're an incredibly valuable resource. And I want you to know that those of us who study resilience are turning to your field and looking at it in order to better understand resilience. We get our ideas from biology and other places, but frankly, we're watching you very closely because we're learning so much from what you are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
We will be back at 2 o'clock Central Time. Stay tuned for some more fun videos. And go visit our sponsor channels. They're friendly. They're giving stuff away.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. Whenever someone asks me to define SRE, I usually think for a minute. Then I spin around and assign the person to an on-call rotation. Now who's asking the questions?
Circle CI is an industry-leading continuous integration and deployment platform that allows engineering teams to build, test, and deploy software confidently and at scale. Here's how our platform works. Circle CI integrates directly with your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket and validates code changes in real time. In the Circle CI UI, you'll see a dashboard with the status for pipelines across all of your projects. You can filter this view to see just the pipelines that you've run, by project, and also by branch within that project. When pipelines are running, you can see the status for the pipeline updated in real time, along with the status for the workflows within that pipeline and the jobs within those workflows. In this example for the Circle CI CLI project, there's just one workflow that's called CI. On the workflow view, I can see all of the jobs that run as part of that workflow and see the status of each of those jobs. On the job detail page, you can see the status of an individual job in real time. You can also see important information about the job, such as the steps that were run as part of the job, the duration, the execution environment for the job, and other details such as the branch, the PR, and commit information. Circle CI offers first-class support for Docker and every major operating system including Linux, macOS, and Windows. We support every language and framework, and developers have the flexibility to specify various resource classes at the job level, enabling more flexible and powerful pipeline orchestration. This job uses the Docker Medium resource class, but I could use other resource classes such as macOS or Windows. You can also use our robust CLI, which we're actually testing here, to run an individual job in a local container or to validate your config file. We show you if any of your tests fail and automatically expose those failures in the UI. If you need to fix something, Circle CI lets you rerun jobs with SSH so that you can debug from your own command line. Circle CI is the most powerful and scalable continuous integration and deployment platform, which allows developers to ship quality code faster with more confidence. If you have additional questions about how Circle CI can help improve your software delivery pipeline, feel free to visit our website or reach out to us. Until then, happy building.
Lightstep is an observability platform that gives developers unprecedented context and visibility into systems, services, and architecture. Just supply Lightstep with your service data, and we can generate insights about its health with no further configuration on your end. Let's say you were alerted to an issue in your inventory service. Instead of holding a disruptive meeting, anyone on your team can use Lightstep to quickly locate the source of the issue. Here, we can see spikes in latency and compare them against periods of normal performance. In seconds, Lightstep analyzes the metadata associated with thousands of requests to determine what correlates with latency, not only in your own services, but in databases, third-party applications, and cloud service providers too. This makes it easy to understand how downstream dependencies affect your service. Continue your investigation by viewing end-to-end requests in real time for any regression, as Lightstep analyzes 100% of your unsampled event data. It automatically highlights the critical path and surfaces the relevant attributes to help you resolve performance issues faster. And you can easily share these insights with your team, all from within the app itself. Included in our analysis are the runtime metrics collected during the regression window to show you how they may have influenced performance during that time. While investigating an issue, you can group, filter, and sort regressions by service, operation, and tag. For example, Lightstep can show you which customers are affected and how badly. With this insight, it's much easier to prioritize performance optimizations and workflows for incident resolution. With error analysis, you can see exactly where errors are occurring in your system and view automatically generated insights, like which tags are most correlated with errors. Deploy more confidently with Lightstep's Service Health for Deployments feature. Lightstep will automatically identify deployments and provide information about any resulting regressions, so you can resolve them faster. Plus, with support for Canary deployments, you can monitor the impact a new partial release has on overall system performance. And unlike conventional APM solutions, Lightstep is purpose-built to scale with your organization. So no matter how your system evolves, Lightstep will keep up without slowdowns or upcharges. Ready to learn more? Try Lightstep for yourself by checking out our sandbox demo at lightstep.com/play.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. They say that Kubernetes has many secrets, but the biggest is this: I'm not actually running it in production.
Hi, and welcome back. Next up is Sarah Slanifer, the CEO and founder, of a Chicago-based company, Tested Minds, giving a talk about computational thinking. Sarah has successfully taught computational thinking to her kids, and to paraphrase Albert Einstein, if you can explain a topic to a 6-year-old, it means you truly understand it. Let's hear from Sarah.
What does computational thinking mean? Computational thinking is a system composed of many components which they interact with each other, and therefore it's a complex system. And as for all complex systems, when we try to model them after oral or written language, we do risk losing some essentials. So instead of me just jumping in and trying to give you a definition of computational thinking, I want to walk you over some examples about what does not fit this system. And then we're going to look at some history and see understanding where we were and where we are today. And based on that, I will give you my definition of computational thinking. Then we can look at some examples of how to use computational thinking in our day-to-day life and job. Take a look at this bus in this example. I took this from a series called Brain Games. In this research, they actually showed this bus to adults and children and asked them if this bus was going to move forward, which direction would it go? I'll give you a second to think. So when they asked this from small kids who take bus to school every day, the correct answer, it's important to know that, the correct answer came to them almost automatically. They look at this, they did not see a door to enter the bus, therefore the door must be on the other side. And the side that you're seeing right now is the side that the driver sits. So the answer is, it really depends. Do you live in US or in UK? So it depends on where you are and the culture and the rules, the answer could be different, right? So these examples like this, that the answer really depends on some common sense or culture, they're not really computational thinking. You're not running that many algorithms. You might overanalyze, but we're not running any algorithms to understand and have the correct answer to this. Another example that doesn't fit computational thinking is art, or things that has to do with subjective opinion. This picture was sold for $450 million. And I would love to understand why, but I will never have anything to prove that actually this picture worth that much. Obviously it did to somebody, right? So anything that has to do with subjective opinion, you cannot say that's a computational thinking. Money itself, I would argue, is very subjective. Another great example, and this is my favorite, is impulsive behavior. When you're in a mosh pit, you're not thinking computationally. So unless you're a physics student or someone who knows about collective behavior, this is what Jesse Silverberg did. He actually loved attending mosh pits, and once he was like far away and looked at the mosh pit and this collective behavior from distance, and he had just learned that concept. So it hit him that actually this is a collective behavior. He went home and started building this model to simulate what's happening. And I think this shows you that it's very different being in the mosh pit than model the patterns of movement of mosh pit. So some have described computational thinking as thinking like a programmer. I want you to think about that a little bit. If computational thinking is thinking like a programmer and you hire enough full stack developers, then you should have no problem solving all the problems, anything that needs that computational thinking, correct? It just happened that sometimes we hire the full stack overflow developers. And these are developers who, they have an error in their code and they take that error, Google it, they probably land on some Stack Overflow page, copy the first answer they see without really understanding why that error was there or why the solution was suggested. They copy paste that in their code, they run again, they run into another different error, and they just repeat that behavior without really taking time to understand what is actually going on. A little bit about me. I'm Sara Aslanifar. I'm co-founder of Tested Minds and interim CTO at Car Advice. For the past 15 years, I was really keen into learning programming languages and tools, and of course, love to solve problems. I was fascinated. I went from DOS to C++ to Python to Clojure, Java, and then suddenly I started to think, what's really the purpose behind learning all of these languages and all of these tools? And the moment of truth for me was when we had kids. My husband and I had kids. Suddenly I had to think, how would I prepare my kids to grow up and be successful, not knowing what's ahead of us in 20 years, especially in such a fast-speed world that we live in. How would I teach my kids to be successful? My bet was that I can teach them how to learn and how to adapt and how to differentiate between subjective and objective opinions and how to analyze the messages that they see in the media or on the computer, on the news, and find the truth. So I want them, especially that's important, especially these days that most schools are moving towards remote schools. So kids are spending a lot more time on iPads and the computer. And we need to really teach them that the computer is not just for games or just do school homework. They can actually use these machines to think with. So that brings us to this quote from John Culkin that he says, "Life imitates art. We shape our tools and thereafter they shape us." This is a huge claim. So what my takeaway from this is that there is information in the artifact that we develop and reproduce as culture. And that information changes us and changes our culture over time. So this, again, it's a very big claim, but there's some supporting evidence to this. For that reason, let's go back and look at the history of Homo sapiens. Most researchers dated Homo sapiens somewhere around 200,000 years ago in Africa. For all that time, but small fraction, our ancestors relied on oral cultures to pass knowledge from one generation to another. And when you have when you rely only on oral cultures, the message always changes from speaker to a listener. And when the message changes, there is no objective truth. And that's why these times are called prehistoric, because we don't know much about them. We can't even call our ancestors illiterate because there was no form of writing or reading even invented. Walter Ong spent most of his professional career, exploring the impact of cultures moving from orality to literacy and the impact on their culture and their education. If I were to show you this slide, with few tools, and I just give you answer, but with few tools and a log, and ask you which item does not belong, which one do you pick? I bet most of you picked the log. The log does not belong, because we have a concept of abstractions. But in oral cultures, they don't have that abstractions like a set of tools. When they look at this picture, they see a couple tools that they can use to cut the logs, but not so much to do with the hammer. So they actually choose the hammer. The hammer does not belong. In oral cultures, concepts are used in a way that it minimizes abstractions, focusing to the greatest extent possible on objects and the situations that are known by the speaker. And this example shows you that the writing actually restructures your brain. So that telephone game and the oral culture continued for about 150,000 years. And that's why we call that prehistory. Again, we don't have a lot of artifacts to really prove and understand our ancestors, the way they lived, the things they knew. We don't see any evidence in writing, about writing, until about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. And the earliest alphabet appears right about 1,000 years after that. And even though at that time a form of writing and reading existed, that didn't mean that everybody saw that it's necessary for them to pick up and learn that. In fact, only a few people, scribes and religious leaders, politicians, saw it necessary to learn how to read and write. And for the rest of the commoners, that was just confined. They weren't allowed to read and write. Because the reading and writing was information, and information was a form of power. So things started to change for craft literacy when printing revolution begins in about mid-15th century, when Johannes Gutenberg invented printing press in Germany. And that, in order of magnitude, it made it easier for us to capture knowledge, for the knowledge to be captured, mass-produced, and be preserved over time and space. So for once now, this changed what was printed, by whom, what was the read, and what was the thought. To put that in perspective, when we look at some of the data, in about 1400, the population was about 400 million. And by 1800, our population just about doubled, a little bit more. What happened to printed books? We went from zero, or at least close to zero, to 1 billion in the 18th century. And the effect that had on cultures, and this data is for Europe, you can see that we went from less than 20% of people knowing how to read and write to, in some cases, to about above 80%. And it's very important to know that these new readers in this growing population are working with new ideas. And this was our transition from the Middle Ages. So here, Marshall McLuhan is talking about the effect of media, especially writing, on Greek culture. And in the same way, printing made literature possible. It didn't just merely encode that. And it's also important to note that what was printed wasn't just the production of the same idea of oral and craft literacy period. And also, we're not talking about books just like Shakespeare. We're talking about books like this, the trigonometric function written in 1619. This is data. This table of content, this book, was extremely error-prone, if at all possible, to be written by scribes and religious leaders. But printing press made this happen, and people like Matthias Berninger, who was a child growing up in Protestant Reformation after printing press, he was able to write his ideas down and produce this book, which then later on went to be used by astronomers and navigators and building architects. So let's come forward a little bit. This is a more recent example. In 1940s, people like Betty Stafford on the left, she was recruited from PhD programs during World War II to work for earlier versions of NASA. And these people were praised for doing more in one morning than an aerospace engineer could have finished in one day. And here you see that she is actually understanding or jotting ideas about conversion of log 10 of a number to a natural log. Of course, she has some tools, she has calculators, but most of these thoughts and these ideas was in her head. So World War II also funded a massive amount of R&D into human and mechanical computing to solve problems for automated fire control. And also they start investing a lot of money into electronic computers. So ENIAC is a great example. The original or the first computers, also women, who were the programmers, not only they had to have a really good understanding of the problem, they had to come up with a good solution for it. And they had to have a great knowledge of the actual computers to be able to rewire and change these cables in order to test their ideas and program. So it's important that this was electronic and this was you could reprogram them, but reprogramming was not as fast. So what they really needed was a good abstraction to let them really focus on the problem at hand rather than understanding the details and the implementation of the computer. And speaking of abstractions, when you have too little abstractions, it loses the power. And when you have too much abstractions, that really makes you distracted from the problem at hand. In this case, it's literally a leaky abstraction. So the decision on what amount of abstraction is right, it really depends on your job and what you need to accomplish. So in about 1945, the von Neumann architecture gives us stored programs. At this point, we don't need to worry about the details and implementations and the actual mechanic of the computer. We can focus on the problem, and those problems, those ideas become code, and that code becomes data. Now we have an object that we can think with and we can use to express our ideas, to test our ideas. So here's another example. In this example, this is from Betty, who is probably understanding or modeling a downwash and writing her ideas. You can see that she has a drawing. And on the other side, this is from Dr. Lorena Barb, that she's learning or understanding computational fluid dynamic. And when you look at them side by side, you can see what Betty had to go through to get her idea tested versus Dr. Lorena Barba. She could just open Jupyter Notebook, write few lines of program, run the code, see actually visually see how the code implements, and tweak as much as she wanted. So that feedback was very fast. So just to give you an idea, what happened is that these objects to think with are as important in media as alphabet and printing press were to our ancestors. We just came from orality to literacy to computability. We are among the first generation in our history that is able to interactively explore our ideas and our concept on a machine that executes those instructions with no subjective judgment and no permission required. And this makes our ideas falsifiable and tangible. We have an object that we can use to think with, and even better, we can share those results almost instantly with anybody, anywhere in the world. So your ability to understand those abstractions we talked about, your tools or programming languages, it really depends on your job function and your goals. In some cases, you might just be a power user. You just want to copy paste some ideas and use some library without really knowing what or needing to know what's going on behind it. And that's okay. And are you okay with that? In other cases, you might actually open every single library or every single tool that you're using with and have a great and deep understanding of those libraries or tools. In that case, I would say you're probably a professor at the university in a computer science department. Are you okay with that? So what's important to note here is that you don't stop when you have a perfect model. You stop when you have an imperfect model that you understand. But the more abstractions we understand, the larger our toolbox is and the better we can think. So knowing a programming language, the things and tools that you use in day-to-day life, it just makes you faster and makes you more productive to focus on the problem you're actually trying to solve. All models are wrong, but some are useful. So if I were to define computational thinking, this is my definition, that the computational thinking is an iterative system of generative reasoning in which people build models of subjects in a notation capable of being executed by a computer objectively and automatically with observable and falsifiable outputs. I'll give you a second to just digest that. So it's really easy to take that for granted, to take that capability for granted. But as we saw through the history, that shows you that in our entire civilization, we are among, this has been just doable in less than a century, and we are right there. As Brian Merrick says, an example would be handy just about now. So let's look at even in DevOps world. One example for this is, let's imagine you want to create a VPC and subnets by going through the UI, AWS EC2 console, and click through to build what you need. What part of that process is executable by a computer? What if you make a mistake? How do you know that you made a mistake? And how are you planning to transfer that knowledge to a person who might have to support that after you? So by turning this manual process in something that's precise, infrastructure as a code, it helps capturing these steps and the knowledge to create and recreate these environments and in everything that you're planning on doing. A good example of this is Terraform. Terraform is declarative, so you don't really have to understand every detailed implementation behind Terraform. You can use it as a tool to just tell it where to implement that plan and what's your end goal. So now if the Terraform is the what, I would say ADRs or architecture decision record is the why behind it. So it's always great that you have use code and that's executable by the computer, but augment that with some documentations. ADR consists of status, context, and decisions and consequences of all of those decisions. What debates happened between you and your team? Was there any pros and cons? What was other options? Were you thinking about Terraform versus CloudFormation? What was the reason that you finally decided to use one over another? Joseph Blake recently described an experience like this in his team at Spotify, that the why of the ADR combined with the what and how of infrastructure as code makes a great start for knowledge transfer and onboarding. So a big takeaway from this talk is that you have an object that you can think with. You can explore. You don't have to wait weeks and days even sometimes. You can build tests, you can write your tests, you can build simulators. So just like the map is not the territory, your code is not the computational thinking. Your tests, simulations, documentation should help recreating all of those computational thinking that went into the design. And that's all I had. Thank you for your time. We are hiring at Car Advice. I would love to hear from you, whether it's about hiring or any thoughts and comments that you have on computational thinking. Thank you for your time.
We're back on WDVPS radio. No, we're not. There's no radio. This is TV, right? It's like a TV studio. Anyway, welcome back. Fireside chat time. But before we go into that, just a reminder, if you're into doing some breakout time right now, we got a couple breakout sessions going. There's Docs Like Code, documentation in your pipeline. These are starting to sound like talk titles. How does cost impact your DevOps adoption? It does. Chaos engineering and resilience engineering, and DevOps transformation. So you go check those breakouts out, or you could hang out with me and Margaret and Sarah. So you make your choice. Just
you're here.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You're
here,
right
so you made a choice. It's not really. So Sarah, welcome to the DevOps Days MCs Get Slap Happy afternoon.
Thanks for having me. And thanks to everybody who has been working really hard to make this happen. It's been definitely a lot of interesting time and a lot of talks and conferences that we were looking forward to and they canceled. So the fact that we're here today and everybody's working really hard to make it happen is really amazing.
So I'll come around and say, one of the things I really love about your talk is it is so, what I love and also found frustrating as someone who was trying to come up with questions and stuff, is it is incredibly dense. There is so much material in that, which is fantastic, and I feel like I need to watch it many times, and it's great because it's been recorded. But one thing that, someone in the chat brought this up, but I'd like to kind of run into it a little bit to think about is, thinking about, you kind of talking, think about Mosh Pit as a study of managing complex systems, right? So he says, there's a ton of individual actors doing whatever they want, but with clear rules like nobody gets hurt that doesn't want to, and make sure everybody leaves with their glasses intact, right? That are strongly enforced. So when you think about that as, when we think about complex systems and have those places and where those things go in, maybe we could kind of talk about that for a little bit, about expanding upon how that, I don't even want to say metaphor, because it's not really a metaphor, it literally is one of those things, right? You know.
It sure is. Yeah, I think it's interesting because when I was originally thinking about these examples, my husband Bobby, he brought up that I used to go to mosh pits.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? So I'm more of a person who sits back and like analyze things like, is that safe? Where is the origin? What do people think? Do I belong there? So I sometimes do overanalyze things, but he was just like, yeah, there's so much fun. And I look at it, I'm like, what are you thinking? Like, were you thinking to be in there? So I think like that was a really great example because as you mentioned, like people collectively move together, right? But there's no really thinking behind it. There's no pattern behind it. And no matter what you do, you can't exactly repeat those patterns and see the outcome, right? It really is at the time and really look at the movements of the crowd. But it also is the interesting about it is that when you're in the mosh pit, you're not thinking, you're just moving with the crowd. The great example of this is when I mentioned, Jesse Silverberg, he used to be going to these mosh pits. And then one day he was standing behind and looking at it from far. And he's just like, this is collective behavior. And he had just learned it a couple weeks before. So he went back and he built a model to model this mosh pit and this collective behavior and see how things interact with each other and therefore not exactly predict, but see some of those movements.
That reminds me of, have you read Team of Teams?
I have not.
It's one of those good organizational books, but I'm going to mess this up. It's complex versus something that is complicated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Complicated, you can break it apart into little pieces. Mm-hmm. And you know how something works. Like a bicycle, it has a lot of parts, but you put them together and you know how it works. Complex, they use the pool example. You shoot a pool ball into the number of however many you queue up. And you can't predict how it turns out. That's complex. Just like a mosh pit. Like you can't really recreate it perfectly every time.
And it has a lot of moving parts.
Yes.
So you have to really break it out and really understand how each piece works and what's the intent behind each of those.
And I think that's the thing, like again, thinking about complex systems, there are things that are happening individually, but still within some quote unquote agreed upon rules, right? And the same thing, so like Aaron said in the chat, there are these rules and it's not like you sit down and discuss them at the beginning of the concerts, but it's just sort of this known that it's like nobody gets hurt that doesn't want to get hurt, right? It's like we take care, and you're working within these boundaries, but they're not formal boundaries. They're just sort of intrinsic boundaries and rules. And I think that's the thing with complex systems is again, like in fact, a complicated system has defined, understood, quote unquote rules, right? A complex system, they're not really defined that way.
Yeah.
And it's really hard when you talk about this complex system. It's very hard to really put it in words or build a model out of it, because again, like all models are wrong. So the best thing you can do is to build something, take it out there, test it, observe it, see how it behaves in the environment, bring it back and test it again in order to make it better and better. So yeah, I think like even with mosh pit, I'm thinking like I'm definitely a person who think about rules and try to predict things. Putting me in the middle of mosh pit, I will be squashed within like 5 minutes because I'm trying to look around and see where should I go. So therefore, I personally will not survive there. But.
Well, and I think that's the thing with complex systems, and when this comes in, is it's where our prefrontal cortex like kind of works against us because we want pattern recognition. We want simple things. When we think about complex systems, we want it to be that if we turn this dial, it will fix this thing, it will change this thing, but it's really it's all the contributing factors, it's all the layers of all those pieces. And that's contradictory, like I said, it's hard to put in words because it is fundamentally contradictory with how our literal actual brains work, right? Like our survival is because of finding those patterns and all that. That's how we evolved to survive when we were, trying to like eat fruit and not get eaten by tigers and stuff, but now we're trying to solve global warming and all this other stuff, and it turns out our brains are still trying to like not get eaten by tigers, which is run away from tiger, problem solved. right? You know, don't be where tigers are. It's like how you, so.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's really important in computational thinking is the ability to make predictions and to be able to build a model to really test out your predictions. You know, there I guess 2 times of really programming or in our field, there are times that we're just learning. So what is this API event is, you know, what does it do? What are these data set even telling me? And there are times that we have some clues about our data and we want to make some sort of prediction. So, you know, just thinking computationally about pieces and have some ideas about what our goal is, that gives us ability to build some model and test that. And basically just evaluate our assumptions. Were we correct? Where did we get it wrong? And, you know, do we need a bigger data set? And also be able to share that with everybody. So I think that's really one thing that if I want people to take something with them is the ability to really think deep about building their models and making predictions. And, you know, sometimes you all get a little bit lazy and push, you know, a lot of these modeling and testing stuff to the last minute that we need. But the fact is, these days it's just so easy to do that. And I encourage everybody to think about those, you know, things well ahead of the time.
I think about it every Wednesday in the morning, every other Wednesday in the morning when it is our sprint retro. And I realized that we were really bad at predicting our points for that sprint. And we're like, oh man, we are really consistent, but really not accurate.
Consistently wrong.
Yes. Humans are not good at predicting, turns out.
Well, that's because we don't have crystal ball. Like, I think that's sort of the thing with that part is like that, you know, kind of cognitive distortion of like fortune telling, right? Literally, you know, which is like if we only had enough data, we could predict, we can look for likely outcomes. But that's sort of the problem. And then not to go, we could go down a whole other thing that's that Margaret just opened up. But like that's a whole, like all the story pointing, like just so we can all agree, that's just all fiction, right? Like those are lies we tell ourselves so that we like feel better about what we're doing. But like at any point that someone could say, with what I know at this point, I can tell you anything other than hard or not hard.
Yeah.
You know, but I think that's, so here's the problem, and I don't want to go all the way down this path, but like, if you look at what that stuff was intended for at first, it was just to get you to have a feel about it. But it's now turned into a measure, right? Of like,
Right.
and if you don't, like, put it this way, if you think about the way that story pointing and stuff intended, it was like totally fine if you were wrong. Like,
Yes,
now you
estimate.
learned, now you got better. But now
But
it's
you have
like,
to
but wait a minute,
learn.
Margaret, you said it was 8 points. You know, why isn't it done? You know, I don't even remember the Fibonacci anyway to do it. 8 isn't
Fibonacci
even
was
one
in
of
my
them, is
last
it?
example.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is one, okay.
But like, how many hours is that?
Right,
No,
yeah.
it's 8 points. Sorry.
No, this is actually a hot topic for me because I
Yeah.
just joined, you know, a company as an interim CTO. So a lot of these things we have to put in place, and you know, the team is exceptional. They're amazing. They're, you know, adopting. We're a very small team, so trying to figure out some processes so we can communicate these decisions. And I think when it comes to story point, to me, it doesn't really matter unless there's a stakeholder sitting on the other side that needs some predictions, right? Aside from that, the stories are in the backlog, and you have to deliver what has to get delivered. And I think the review of that makes people a little bit at ease, you know, just to pick up a little bit ahead of the time, knowing what's coming, put your questions in, and think about how you want to approach building it. What data do you need to collect? What predictions do you need to put in place? Like, those are the things that I very much value when it comes to sprint and sprint planning and things like that.
Well, and I think that's the thing. I think when you're using it as a tool for committing to a reasonable amount of work, it's fine, but it's not a number unto itself of your success, right? You know,
Exactly.
so because you know what happens then is it's like when we just start sandbagging or whatever. Like,
Exactly.
we'll find a way to make our points, you know, but that doesn't do you any
Tickets
good.
closed
Right?
means I
yeah, you're
open a
like,
bunch
oh,
more and close
right.
them.
Yeah, and so, but if it's to sort of say like, okay, I can take on a reasonable amount of effort, and the reality is if it turned out it was bigger than you thought it was, it shouldn't be, while you suck at predicting, it should be like, ooh, well, that was uncomfortable, you know, but what do you learn from it, right? And this is going all the way back to, we just talked with Dr. Cook about, right? It's like, how are we learning from these things? How are we becoming, but that's the problem, is all this measurement is not about learning. It's about, showing activity, right? So
then there's the other measurement too, like the models that you talk about, which is not just input out, input in. It's a little bit more computational.
Right. And, it's just a matter of really learning and thinking and, just predicting how this is going to behave in the real world. A good example of this was at election time, right, in around February, when everything fell apart.
What happened?
I had to bring it up if this was in my previous talk. But we're software engineers. We can predict what went wrong. Somebody didn't test their stuff. Somebody maybe didn't test this with real users. So as software engineers, we can make predictions that, hey, if I was on that project, I would probably do these things and things would go better. It's easy for us to say it. For other people, that's not a bug, that's a feature. And I think that when it comes to you as a software engineer and somebody who really makes those decisions, you have to be prepared to answer those. You have to really put your work that, did I actually put a lot of tests and something unexpectedly happened that, it broke in a real environment? Or did I completely just skip testing because I had to meet my story points at the end of the sprint?
So we have a question came in from the chat, and I would love to talk about this one and see what you have to say. But so the question is, how is computational thinking different than the scientific method?
I think with the scientific, computational thinking, again, it applies it in many, many things, right? A quick example of this, actually, my kids are in first grade and third grade. And a couple of years ago, I went to school. They have a program that parents go in and talk about their work. So I went in and was like, all right, should I teach you about C and C++ or Clojure? Let me think about it. So my goal was just maybe I teach them a little bit about how to think, how to approach the problem with a new tool. So, of course, my kids are stuck with 2 engineer parents that have no other way to learn a lot of these algorithms and bucket sorting and bubble sorting and all of that. So I put a little activity together, went to school. And I gave the kids, cards. I took a deck of cards. There were 20 kids. So I just gave them a few cards, asked them to sort it as fast as they can. Obviously, the first thing they thought is to, look for a 1 and a 2 and a 3. And then we realized, okay, this is as you grow the deck, this is gonna take a lot of time. So how about we break it the work? How about each of you get 5 buckets or 5 cards, and then we put buckets 1 through 10, 10 through 20. And then you run around and actually put your cards in the correct bucket. And then you take that bucket with your team member and sort it. So we broke the idea and basically broke it down and fixed the problem. And then we put together, and within 5 minutes, we sorted all the cards that we wanted to. So to teach them how to approach a problem, hey, I know that bubble sort is your instinct, but how about if I teach you a new thing? Does that make your life different? Does that help you looking at the problem a little bit differently when you go home? So that was my goal. And lo and behold, the next day, the teacher sent me a message and said that today the kids were writing about Martin Luther King. And they came up with the idea because of yesterday that they wanted to put buckets on the table. And we're talking about 6-year-olds. They came up with the idea about putting buckets on the table with topics. And each child put their papers in the proper bucket, and therefore they have their index and they put their book together. So with that 5 minutes of exercise to give these kids new tools, a lot of them thought about it next day and thought about, how do I solve this problem that I have 100 pages of papers? How do I organize them? I think that's the point. I think with the computational thinking is really helping everybody to think about their tools and how they're using the tools, how are they documenting, how are they really transferring that knowledge to the rest of the group is extremely important.
I think that's a really good point to bring in, which is it's not really a process, right? It's a reframing, it's an approach, and it's having then that, where does that impact how that work happens, and not because you knew a new process, but having that other perspective is kind of firing the neurons a little bit different to see how this could apply, right? Because that's those intuitive leaps, like, which is the example you gave, which was nobody told those 6-year-olds that, like, you could sort things the same way you did the cards. They made that leap because that's what we do with our human brain, right? But you have to have something to connect, right? You know, like, and be willing to do that.
Yeah, like if you've, I thought of an escape room I did with a group of friends, and like a lot of them are architects, real architects, as they like to say. And I could tell they all thought kind of similarly. And then we had one friend who is a brewer. And it was just, his perspective was so different. Like one was like, line up the things and look at the shadow. The shadow spelled something. And everyone was trying to make them the same height. It's like, oh no, look at it from total different perspective. It's just that
It's
that
as if having diverse backgrounds and experiences might make teams stronger or something crazy
Wow,
like that.
that's
you know,
crazy.
right? Yeah. Who knew? Who knew? What do you think, as you know, because you spent a lot of time talking about this. This is, you know, kind of where. What's the thing that you think usually surprises people when you're having conversations around this approach?
A lot of time that they're thinking computationally, but they don't really know that they're doing it. You know, a lot of time, like you choose your tools for a reason, or you know, you have a process, you have an algorithm running your head every time you do something. But when you a lot of time when you point at them that, hey, you are actually thinking computationally, you have an algorithm running in your head, it's hard to, it's like that common sense that's not so common. Like you have to tell people, hey, you're actually doing it, so don't be afraid of it. I think that's one thing that's interesting, that it comes often. You know, people are just thinking that computational thinking and these buzzwords belong to, you know, people who are good with math and they're computer scientists and they know how to, you know, break a computer apart and put it together and work even better. But the fact is that's not true. I think all of us, we're at the point, I think one point in my talk was just that, you know, with the interface that we have right now and the programming language that we are using right now, you don't need to have that deep understanding of operating system in order to do anything. You know, a teacher or a physics professor or physics student, they can open up a new Jupyter notebook and literally write few lines of code to test their ideas. And those are people who I call them power users. You don't need to understand any library deep to understand exactly how it works. You just want to run a couple data and get some ideas. Feel free to just, you know, copy paste and just get your ideas and see how it works. I think that's something that's very important, and the encouragement that tell people, you know, just take advantage of it. You know, that's not running your ideas and testing your ideas and sharing them with everyone around. It's so easy. Like, take advantage of it and don't just push everything to the last minute.
That's very close to Emily's growth mindset that she mentioned earlier, and math as the example too.
It's like it all comes together.
Yeah.
Like we built a program, maybe.
Whoa.
Note, we did this on accident. But that being, Sarah, thank you for an amazing talk, a great chat. This has been definitely stretching the mind. You know, hope we're shaking off, you know, doing some thoughts there. But we will be back at 2:50 Central Time. We got another fun break video coming up. And this is the part when we can see that my AV team thinks they can pull a Ron Burgundy and get me to say what they put on the thing. But it says, tip your sponsors with a visit to their voice channel. So do that, I guess, and we'll see you back at 2:50 Central Time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sarah.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. I can picture in my mind a world without servers, a world that's #serverless. And I can picture us running VMs and container runtimes in that world, because they'd never expect it.
Wealth disparity in this city in particular is extremely marked, where there have been barriers to basic educational services, health services, etc., due to lack of wealth. We're trying to make sure that these folks have just as much of a fighting chance.
There's a wonderful opportunity tying that technology work to folks who have traditionally been left out of not just the economic mainstream, but of the technology culture of building, making, and doing.
What IC Stars does is find IT talent. We're not recruiting from the places who would join normal tech boot camps. We are really training, educating, empowering change makers.
The need for growing Chicago's tech talent base is two things at once. Like, it's essential for Chicago to thrive as a city, as an economy, and it's at the same time, it's essential that we succeed in broadening access to these skills and these jobs to ensure that everyone in Chicago can participate in that growth.
Before starting IC Stars, I was in a really dark place. I was recently laid off, and I was forced to move in with my mother, with my children. I actually had to go ask my mom for money to buy my son diapers. What I learned from IC Stars was not only tech skills, it was also business leadership. So now my career path, I feel like I can go anywhere and do anything.
IC Stars is 20 years old, and our relationship with Microsoft is 20 years old as well.
Digital skills are essential to economic mobility. IC Stars, they remain, I think, at the leading edge of program models for how to ensure that diverse populations that have been traditionally excluded from technology thrive in technology careers.
IC Stars has an exponential impact. The average earning increase for IC Stars is 300% to 400%. And that's within 6 months.
It's been amazing watching my children see me succeed. I've wanted nothing more for them to have those positive examples growing up that I did not have. You know, trying my best and pushing through is the perfect example for them.
They're gonna bring with them that fire and the knowledge that they are leaders and change makers, the knowledge that they are empowered to make a difference, and they're going to help transform the cultures of the workplaces that they enter. That provides me with so much optimism. They're going to be rock stars. They're going to do amazing things.
All tomorrow's possibilities start with today's bright ideas.
FinTech is constantly changing.
It takes a talented eye and a unique vision to see what's happening and imagine what will happen next.
Our role is supposed to be the tip of the spear, where we're investigating new emerging and FinTech technologies that we can look to leverage at the firm.
You have to move fast. Don't get left behind when you can lead the charge.
I absolutely love working in fintech here. There's so many different areas within which we're innovating, whether it's machine learning, blockchain, cloud, cyber, you name it.
Erase the lines, open new doors, and build bridges to connect the wider world.
We work very closely with the fintech community.
We get to meet interesting, innovative, emerging companies every day and figure out how they might help to supplement our internal efforts to make our firm the best it can possibly be in the years ahead.
Be the catalyst that shifts the paradigm. Make it a seismic shift. Shake up the status quo and keep going.
We work to figure out what's going to transform the industry in the next 3 to 5 years.
You're going to be at the forefront of changing the world economy, shaping the way our clients work with each other, and driving finance across the globe.
The future's not waiting around. So what will you do?
So what will you do?
What will you do?
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. Probably, the earliest service meshes were nothing more than some sort of text file with a list of what IP addresses applications lived at.
Rafael Gomez is an impressive DevOps Days organizer, and he really knows how to scale in real life. Not only is Rafael a core organizer for DevOps Days around the globe, he also has started events and promotes DevOps Days across South America. He has spread DevOps Days events to over 16 cities in his beloved home country of Brazil in just 2 years.
Hi, my name is Rafael Gomez, and my nickname is Gomax. I'm co-organizer and organizer of events here in Brazil. Today, I will talk about how to grow local DevOps community without funding, how we handled it here in Brazil. Here's the agenda, you can see in the slide. The DevOps Days started in Brazil 2010. Based on the comment of the organizers, this DevOps Days was a kind of failure because they didn't have the expected amount of people attending this event this year. I think maybe that Brazil was not prepared to receive this kind of event. This event happened 1 year after the first DevOps Days in the world. 2009 was in Ghent, and 2010 we had here in Brazil. We started the DevOps Days in 2016 in Porto Alegre. I was living there that time. We created a team to organize this event. We started doing the baby step idea, and then that time we had 140 people attending this event just to sponsor, giving us money, and 2 sponsors without any money. They gave us paying, travel, expensive, and so on. And one year next, we had the DevOps Days in Salvador. Salvador is a capital of Bahia, and Bahia is one state of the North region. The North region, they have less money than South. Porto Alegre in the South, and Brazil is the Northwest. And then we did that event 1 year after, and then we had 90 attended at that time. 2 sponsors without any money. All the money that we used to organize this event was from the subscription. I am from Salvador, and that time I was here back to do the event in the north. Here are the challenges that we have, and then how we handle it when we started. The first challenge was Brazil is huge. You can see here Brazil in purple and the Europe behind. This is a kind of problem that we cannot solve, that we just need to handle it. The next challenge was we didn't have a company to handle all the financial process, to handle the money, to receive money and share to the organization of the cities in Brazil. And then we had 2 options. The first one was the best option that we had. We're still doing that these days. We used the ticket system company to receive money and then share with the organization. It's completely legal and worked well and is still doing that today. The second option was made by the organization from Brazilian city. The Brasilia is a capital of Brazil. And this event happened 2 times and then they didn't organize it anymore because they have a lot of issue with this kind of organization. They build a company to handle money and then they have a lot of problem with that because the bureaucracy is too high. Just one idea, to shut down company here in Brazil is really expensive and bureaucracy, right? That was really bad idea. And then I advised you don't do this anymore. The next challenge was building a mutual trust with companies. When we started DevOps Days here in Brazil, the company didn't know what this means. And because of that, we need to establish the idea and then we just show to two. After that, we can have help it back, right? And then we did that and the company started to help us sending employees, pay to speakers to talk and events and so on. The next challenge was no money to start. When some organization from some city start event, they didn't have any money to start. And because of it, we created a kind of group in Telegram to share money, to share ideas, to help each other. With some events have extra money, they can share with other events to help them to start and do other things. The one good thing that we did here was we created idea to funding underrepresented people to give a talk in another cities, because we have really good people, black women, black men, and LGBT people, and so on. But they didn't have a possibility to pay the expensive travel. And then we created this group to help these people to represent these underrepresented group and on DevOps Days. Did that, we have a lot of good representation among the events that we had here in Brazil. The next challenge was a few good people talking about DevOps. To solve that, you create a list with people that they have company behind that can pay these expenses. And with this list, we can share with the new cities to offer good speakers to attend, to be invited to do the talk. When we had these good speakers there, other companies can see the events with another eyes, and then it was really good to do that. And this worked really well here in Brazil. Just one example, Mateus Prada gave 10 talks in the same year. Thank you, Mateus. Another challenge is how to handle market without money and people. And we use it again, the same Telegram chat to help on that. We create a market strategy, and when something happened like call for paper and one event is starting and so on, we create a strategy to share on this group, and then all the organizers share and they social medias, and this worked really well. And when some city that they don't have enough attention, when another organizer that have some people with some expression on Brazil, they can have attention on this new city. It was really good and it worked really well. And we paid a Facebook too, but it didn't work well, as we can see here. And the next challenge was no money to sponsor people from other countries. To pay travel expenses inside Brazil is really expensive. To pay for another country is really, really, really huge. We cannot afford. And then this is a problem that we still didn't. Fix it. We still have this problem. We know how good is share knowledge between countries, but yeah, we don't have money to that, unfortunately. São Paulo already have foreign speakers, but yeah, another country is not possible, unfortunately. Here is the list of achievements. The first one is we create a really huge community. Now we can say that because of DevOps Days in Brazil, now we are talking DevOps Day about DevOps culture in a lot of cities. We create a lot of meetups, a lot of local community. We didn't concentrate on São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. We create a really huge community in a lot of cities around Brazil. And the second one is the people from outside the big center is talking about DevOps too, because it's really common here in Brazil to all the good events just happening on the São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. People outside the big center, now we are talking about the DevOps culture. We are talking about the DevOps cultures, not only about the tools. This was really good because in the DevOps event, we started to talk about that. The DevOps was not only about tools. And one good thing that we had here was that when we started thinking about the social impact of this kind of event. We started to think about how women we had, how black people we had, how poor people we had, all that these things. When we started to think about that. And then this was really, really, really good that time. The third one is we are changing the people's life, because offering knowledge about this new thing this DevOps, we are offering better opportunity to other people. We are offering opportunity to people outside the big center to get this knowledge and then get a better jobs. Getting a better jobs, they can get more money. They can get more money to their family, and then we can kind of help these lives, right? And here, as you can see, the current status that I have. We started in 2016 with 2 events, Porto Alegre and Brasilia, and then the next year we have 3, and then the next year we have 11, and then in the next year we have 14. As you can see, I added South and North and Northwest region. You can see in each year we focus to increase the amount of events happening in this region without funding, without money, without good jobs. Because doing that, we are doing a kind of sharing knowledge, sharing opportunity with these cities. And this helped a lot. I can see that here in Salvador, we can talk about the technology community before DevOps Days and after DevOps Days. We helped a lot of people here. We had a lot of people talking about how much they learn about DevOps technology after DevOps Days happened here. It was really, really good. And in this year that we are talking about, we just have 2 or 3 DevOps because it's a completely different year. And then we didn't have enough DevOps Days happen this year, unfortunately. The next step is, first, increase our presence on North and Northwest. That's not good yet. We are trying to increase that number. The second one is increase DevOps Days on other cities than capitals, because it's really easy, not easy, it's a little bit easy to do DevOps Days in the capitals because they have more company and so on. But we need to do outside capitals too, because outside capital is better because we can offer more knowledge to the other people than capital, because capital normally an easy place to have events, right? And to pay travel between cities in the same state is still expensive to some people. The next step is founding local meetups to help local community, because the local meetup normally they don't have money to afford the things, and then we're trying to offer money to local DevOps too. And then another is invite good speaker abroad to help us, because we know when we invite people outside Brazil, we can share knowledge. It is really good. And the last one is increase our participation on other countries in Latin America. And we are trying to be there on other countries and invite them to be here to exchange experience and knowledge about DevOps. But doing that is really expensive because of it we didn't do. And here I need to talk about everyone that helped me to build this huge community. I didn't build this alone. I did it with a lot of people around Brazil. We started in Porto Alegre, but this community grew in a lot of cities, and then I received a lot of help. I want to say thank you to everyone that helped me to do that. I need to say a special thank you to Somatório that helped me from the first day. And the first day he was there, helped me to build this amazing community. This helped on the DevOps Days Porto Alegre 2016. Even in that time, Somatório was not member of organization team. He was there as attendee, and then he started to help without we ask him. He's an unbelievable guy, and I want to say a special thank you to Somatório, and I want to say a special thank you to everyone that helped me to build this amazing community, and now it is right. Now it is with this huge community, helping a lot of people. We had a lot of people talking about the good things, trying to help each other, trying to help everyone on these bad times here in Brazil. Thank you very much. And now you can see my contact, you can see my blog, you can see my Twitter. My nickname is Gomex. You can find me on Twitter, Gomex on Twitter, and Gomex on GitHub and LinkedIn, and here's my email. Thank you. I see you in the next DevOps Days in some city. If you're gonna come to Brazil, send me an email, and then we can figure out. See you. Bye bye.
Hi, and welcome to our next breakout session with Rafael Gomes. Before we jump into the chat, I want to mention our breakouts that are going on in Discord. So one is keeping connected while remote. The next one is Kubernetes and development workflow. The next one is post-COVID hobbies. Someone's being very optimistic right now. And the last one is TalkBay. So if you've never been to a TalkBay breakout, it's actually a really good thing to attend. But also what's a really good thing to attend is this fireside chat. So you can stay with us and talk some more with Rafael. Thank you for joining us. I'm so glad it worked out despite all the technical issues and all the things. I'm so happy to have you today.
I'm happy to be here. I'm honored to be here and happy to be here because, yeah, we had a lot of problems. I imagined that I could make it, but in the end, I sent the movie and I'm really happy. Yeah, as you can see, I have an English teacher, and then he told me sometime, Rafael, we speak fluently, but fluently wrong. But yeah, that's
yeah, it's complete. The measure of success is can people understand you, right? I mean, like, that's the only, So the thing is, so we were, many of us were in Ghent at the same time, and me and Margaret and Rafael met in Ghent last year, and that's where we saw this talk, and I really wanted to be able to, for us to share that experience with other folks around the globe and other folks in Chicago. And when you first submitted the talk, I envisioned you being here with us in person and getting to experience the city as well. But I guess we'll have to table that for next year. I do kind of want to refer to all the obstacles that you had to overcome. Like sometimes being in the US, we forget about how difficult this can be around the globe to grow a community, to function without sponsors, to have completely different regulations to deal with and stuff like that. And I know you mentioned many of these things in your talk. To you personally, what was the biggest thing that you had to overcome during that first year?
No, yeah, definitely. Because my impression that the DevOps community, DevOps culture here is definitely not only about the technology. When you build this community, we did more than that. Our focus was never a tool technology only. The part that we interact with technology is the part that we can offer a better opportunity to people can have a better jobs. And this is completely different that we had before in Brazil, because since we know that we saw that normally the good events happens on the south, on the big cities, and when we start to do that in the new cities, in the new place, in the north, in Northwest, we start to change the situation of for the people, not only the technology to the people, because our most important thing in the DevOps community here in Brazil is help the people, then the market, the technology, and so on.
I know other parts of DevOps are big about metrics and gathering numbers. Do you track people who've had great career success because of DevOps Days? Do you have numbers?
I don't have numbers right now, but I can get these. But if I have one really good history from Salvador. Salvador is my city, is the first capital of Brazil. But now we are in the Northwest, the poor region, then South, right? And then we had the first DevOps Days here in Salvador, and then we had one guy, young guy, he started to work as a developer, and then when he attended these first DevOps Days in Salvador, he told me then, man, it's unbelievable, the level of these events is so great, we never had these here in Salvador, and so on. And then in the next year, he submitted a talk and he was sharing how the change he made in his company was his first job, and he had the opportunity to get this information because these DevOps Days. And then we changed his job, we changed his life, and then he had opportunity to do something different that in the other case, in the past, he need to pay expensive travel bills to attend a good event in another place. Yeah, I always there talk how good it is to have a good event in the outside the big centers is about that, to offer this level of events to new people and offer new opportunities.
So this is so important to me because when you first spoke about this, how sort of people outside of Brazil tend to focus on São Paulo and Rio and kind of disregard every other city in Brazil. And Brazil is giant, right? Or if we talk about South America, it's really, you know, a huge place that's a continent with lots of people. And there's lots of different cities with IT centers and jobs and people who need a community and education. And from the outside of it, no one ever sends a speaker to a small city in Brazil and something like that. And so I think I personally have become an advocate for, hey, we should go to this small city in Brazil or in Chile or whatever, because yes, there's a community there and it's important that we are part of it. And this is also like something I'm personally very familiar with, right? Because I'm from Ukraine, and Ukraine, again, is a big country, and people only know Kiev and maybe one other city, and it's kind of like all the reference in the conversation is only to the capital. And like, yeah, there's 50 million people in the country. We can talk about some more than that. So one question that came in from the chat is, were companies in Brazil asking for DevOps adoption, or was it really the people that were driving the adoption?
Yeah, we had both cases, right? In the past, when we started, we had both cases. Some companies already started to do something, and then they were looking for people to do that. But in that time, I didn't remember if I already have the DevOps as a role. I didn't see that in the past. But I saw the both cases. Most of them are trying to do something without the knowledge, without the skills. And then they realized that DevOps Days could be this place that we can find good people to hire. And then we started to focus on that. Oh, we are here, is a good opportunity to hire people, and then to the attendees, oh, it's a good opportunity to have a good job. And then we started to do this. But this is one big difference from the DevOps Days event in the DevOps Days community. When we started that, we didn't have any problem to convince the good speakers from the DevOps community to travel to small cities this is not a problem because in the other events it's really tough because the people, oh, how many attendees do you have? It's so small community, I won't do that. No, here we have the opposite. We had a lot of speakers that they are ready to attend events on the small cities than the big cities. Normally it's opposite. And then when you build this community, we create this idea to help each other, to help other cities. We create that list that I mentioned in the talk. We create a list of speakers that the company can pay the travel. And yeah, it's completely different. And because of it, we can help the company and can help the people to be hired too.
You've started so many groups, at least 16 in Brazil. What's your advice for starting the very first event? What's the first thing to do?
The first thing to do is ask Somatori's help. Because Somatori is my friend. Somatori helped all the DevOps days too. And then all the time that people reach me to help them, okay, I ask back, please ask Somatori help too. You need it. And but I think here in Brazil, normally the first advice that I normally give to the people is baby step. Don't try to do a big event. It's not like that. The DevOps Day is not about to have too many people. No, it's not about that. The idea of DevOps Days is share knowledge on the local community. Try to do that. If you have just 10 people, 15 people, that's okay. Your goal is share knowledge. And then we try to do that. And then it's worked well because we didn't have any DevOps Days in Brazil that didn't have the full attended. We sold all the DevOps Days at least 2 weeks before the DevOps Days happened here in Brazil. Nice. Yes, we never had open tickets in the day of the DevOps Days.
So it's really interesting. Like, I love that you're talking about that participant experience and how important it is. Just like, never mind how many people you actually bring to the event. It's something that I think, when we first started doing DevOps Days events, it was really hard to explain to companies. And there were many companies who wouldn't sponsor and wouldn't talk and wouldn't, kind of didn't think that the metrics were good enough for an event like this. But it really is core, the ability to bring the local community together and the ability to discuss things. And I think that's where impact happens, right? Because you go to a big conference, you kind of get lost in that. There's 50,000 sessions with many topics that are not particularly relevant to you. And you come to DevOps Days and you kind of feel part of the community and able to actually discuss your work experiences with the company right next door. I think this also, just sharing that experience for this year, like, this was a tough decision to go virtual, right? Because we had to think through, and we looked at, 5 different virtual platforms for holding this, and we were trying to find one that would allow people to actually connect and discuss and have as similar as possible an experience to what we do in real life. And I know this wasn't a question. Sorry, I'm just sharing the DevOps Day Chicago experience as well.
Now that you talk about the companies, I remember something. My second advice was, don't expect money for the companies. Don't expect that. If you have it, that's fine. It will be good. We can buy new good things. You can buy t-shirt and then you can share. We did this a lot. We started without any money and then we received one sponsor and then, okay, now we can buy some t-shirts. And we bought. And then we received more money. Okay, now we can have a coffee break. And then we did it. And we did like that because if you expect too many monies from the companies, we need to follow his rules. When the thing that we try to don't do, it's like something like that. We're following the DevOps Days community rule, not the company's rule, not the market rules. Because of that, we try to do something smaller, something really simple, and then we can grow when we receive money. Because normally we had this a lot in Brazil when it started. And when we started, we went to the company, and then the company, oh, okay, but in the end, I need the list of the person that attended the company, the events, and then I told, no, it's not possible. I won't tell you that. I won't tell you how many people we had. I won't give you the list. And then the people, okay, I don't want it. Okay, I don't want it to. I don't need you here. It's you ask me to sponsor, and then this is my rule. This was the most important thing that we have here, to remove the dependence of money, to a big amount of money. Because if you wanna follow your ethical rule, we need to understand that we won't follow the market rule, won't follow the unethical rule too. Yeah, that's what's the biggest thing that we need to handle in the beginner. Understand that we can do it. When we did the first DevOps Days here in Salvador without any money, no money at all. And when we finished, I realized, man, we can do DevOps Days in any city of Brazil, no matter where, no matter how far we had. Let's do it. And then we create a kind of framework to create a new events on the place. And then in the next year, the DevOps Days just increased a lot. We had a lot of DevOps Days around Brazil because these events. Because of that, I just mentioned this in my talk, because was that point that I realized that is completely possible to do that.
It's interesting actually to me, because we often feel disempowered to do certain things. We're like, oh, we don't have the money, we don't have the leadership buy-in, we don't have the authority and title and whatever. Like, I can't do this because X, Y, and Z and so many obstacles. But your experience really shows that we could do this. Like, it is completely possible as long as you have like-minded people to pull it off, just by investing a little bit of time and a little bit of effort and bringing it all together. And again, once you have success, once you show success, then people come to you and solve sort of the challenges for you as well.
Yeah, I have one experience on that. In the first year, I had one company that I won't tell a name here for sure. And then I saw some comments from this company that, oh no, it's a really small event. I won't care. I won't sponsor. I won't send any speaker or any attendee to these events. Okay. In the next year, he asked me to be a sponsor because he saw how big we did, what the thing that we did here in Salvador, all the speakers that we have, all the knowledge that we shared, everything that we did without money. And then, oh, how can I sponsor you? Okay, come here. But yeah, and in the first year, we needed to show to everyone that it's completely possible. Because in the end, the point is not about money. In the end, the point is really about the knowledge. Because when I started to do that, the people didn't understand and didn't believe me. I was doing that. I was doing about the shared knowledge. It's not about money, not about anything else. And then when the people realize that, the people say, "Oh my God, I will do that. I will do that." Because when I in the past, I tried to share a lot of people to do DevOps Days around Brazil, and then I told, okay, if you need my help, please ask me. And then the people, no, I don't believe it. It's not possible. Someone that don't receive any money will help me without anything back. Yeah, that's true.
It's so obvious. You're so enthusiastic about DevOps Days and making these events possible. Like, that's clearly another key reason that all of Brazil and South America have done so well. Like, I'm just excited talking to you about it. How do you keep the personal attitude going? Like, this is great, it's gonna be great, I can help you.
Yeah, because when we started, I realized that this is possible to keep the community as we think it, as we thought, right? When we started with the idea of communities being something like to help each other and so on. And then when we realized that we found a lot of people that are thinking the same way than me, and the other people that started to do that, because I didn't start this in Brazil. I had a lot of people before me. And then when they started, they showed me that that's possible. We have a lot of people that can share that, right? And then I realized that this is a true thing. It's not a lie, because the people normally when saw something in altruist like that, the people say that the people think that, oh no, it's not possible. There is some money involved and so on. No, it's not. It's completely community stuff. Because I am from free software community, I'm from Linux community, and we had that in the past, right? We knew that it's possible, and then we just did this again, but with something related more to culture than technology, because DevOps community now is more like that. In Linux somehow it's kind of mixed, right? And now the DevOps is more like that. It's more about the people than community, than technology.
We're almost at time, but I'm going to squeeze one more question in, and that is, do you think the move to like the virtual conferences is a good thing? Because like maybe it helps save money, and maybe it's easier to pull it off without the need to travel. But on the other hand, obviously we have a totally different experience here.
Yeah, I don't know, because here in Brazil, the good things to have the conference is to have something in person, right? To meet someone in person, then have this experience. Until now, we didn't have a good experience on doing that remotely. We didn't have until now here in Brazil. But I think we are keep trying to do that, but I don't have opinion because I didn't have a good experience yet. Besides this one that I'm really enjoying here and trying to learn with you other things that you're doing, to then we can share to other DevOps days. But yeah, this year in Brazil is really tough year. It's not only about pandemics, about politicians, about all the things that are happening. And then I think Brazilian people now don't have, I don't know, they don't have mind to do something. And because of that, I'm not trying to push anyone to do that. Everybody is busy. There's a lot of things happening right now, handling the things. And if you can do it, okay, I can try to help you. If not, that's no problem. We can do this again next year.
Meet people where they're at. Makes sense. So we are at time. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really enjoyed having you here, and of course we're going to continue chatting on Discord. DevOps Day Chicago will return at 3:35 CST, and keep your eyes on YouTube's for more fun. And please visit our awesome sponsors in Discord. They're the ones that make it all possible.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. I don't think I was hired at this company to improve the products. I think I was put here to find all of the talented engineers and hire them at the next company I go to.
In under 3 minutes, I will show you how Calico Enterprise can help you troubleshoot networking between pods in your Kubernetes cluster, restrict access from pods to resources outside your cluster, like RDS instances or Elasticache, and how to generate auditor reports required for industry and regulatory compliance. Calico Enterprise records all network traffic to help you debug networking issues. The Flowlog Visualizer has filters that quickly help you identify the source of networking issues. We are looking for denied connections, so we will filter on the denied status. We can see that the products microservice is unable to communicate with any other service. It looks like the inventory service is doing just fine otherwise, but the product service cannot connect to it. Let's explore why that is. It looks like a Kubernetes network policy called storefront.default.restricted is blocking communication. We've quickly pinpointed the problem with Calico Enterprise. You can also use Calico Enterprise to restrict access to resources outside of the cluster using egress rules. In this demo, I'll show a policy that restricts access to RDS to pods with a label called color set to blue. All I have to do is create an egress policy using the RDS database endpoint. If you're using AWS, pod annotations can also be used for direct integration with AWS security groups. The next demo I'll show is how to restrict access to a third-party API, Twilio in this example. For the Twilio API, I need to use a wildcard in the policy. We have a security control that requires that we segment internet-facing services and backend services, and another that specifies that PCI workloads can only talk to other PCI workloads. Calico Enterprise periodically records whether those security controls are enforced and keeps a running history so you can share any point-in-time data with an auditor. Here we can see that we have 100% coverage across our microservices environment for our compliance requirement. This data can also be downloaded in a detailed spreadsheet format that is more convenient for most auditors. In under 3 minutes, I've been able to show you how you can troubleshoot networking within your Kubernetes cluster between pods, how you can restrict access to resources that are outside of your cluster, and how to generate reports for industry and regulatory compliance. If you'd like a deeper demo, or perhaps to try it yourself, feel free to visit us at tigera.io. Thank you.
You're in a race to innovate and deliver your software releases quickly to stay ahead of the competition. The JFrog platform delivers fearless updates from code to the edge in self-managed, on-prem, hybrid, and multi-cloud environments. As an end-to-end universal DevOps solution, the JFrog platform integrates with your ecosystem to orchestrate and optimize all key processes in your CI/CD pipeline. Accelerate releases with ease, with continuous updates that flow across the globe. A highly scalable enterprise platform unifies the management of all services in a single pane of glass, including users, permissions, configurations, metadata, and searches in one location. JFrog Artifactory manages your artifacts through the application delivery process, providing automation and standardization that increases delivery speed and quality. The platform is ready to manage your Docker images and Helm repositories for your Kubernetes deployments. JFrog X-Ray reduces risk by scanning artifacts and dependencies continuously for security vulnerabilities and open source version compliance. JFrog Pipelines provides end-to-end orchestration and optimization of all critical processes of your CI/CD pipeline. With JFrog Distribution, efficiently distribute immutable release bundles and automate the delivery of your software updates. You can even overcome limited bandwidth and network lag. Securely manage all JFrog functionality globally through a single login session with JFrog Access. Gain visibility into your DevOps pipeline and metrics with JFrog Mission Control to remove bottlenecks and optimize your release processes. JFrog envisions the software update process flowing automatically and continuously, like liquid, to anywhere in the world.
And now, DevOps Deep Thoughts by Not Jack Handy. My manager always thought that laughter was the best medicine for burnout, which is why I guess the entire team quit.
Welcome back, everyone. Our last full talk of the day is brought to you by Jason Yee, Director of Advocacy at Gremlin, speaking about chaos engineering. Over the years, Jason has helped create many technical conferences in the US, building this community and sharing his engineering experiences with the community. And he also makes great chocolate. Jason, please take it away.
I want you to think about a time of unmet expectations. Think about a time where you thought you knew how something was going to go. You had it planned out in your head, and reality just didn't quite meet that. As we know, sometimes reality just doesn't mesh. You have plans. Maybe it's, for example, I was talking with a friend, talking about baking a cake. You have a recipe, you have instructions, and we've all seen the Great British Bake Off or Nailed It, and we know that the results don't always meet what we expect them to. So I want you to think about these unmet expectations. Keep that in the back of your head. And let's talk about complex systems. The IT systems that we're building today are becoming more complex. If you think about architecture diagrams, for example, this might be what your application looks like. There's a lot of moving pieces. And guess what? This is just AWS's reference diagram for a WordPress website. Used to be simple. When I used to set these up, it was a server, Apache, some PHP, maybe MySQL, and now you have to think about auto-scaling and a bunch of other things. But that's a simple website. If you start to think of what your companies are building, what you're working on at work, it might look a little more like this. And when something goes wrong, then it means chasing down what service was that? Which team owns that service? And oftentimes you're digging through dependencies that are several layers deep. The thing is that complexity keeps increasing. As we've adopted DevOps and started to move to more automation and to breaking up teams and breaking down silos, it means that you're interacting with more and more pieces. And that complexity means that things naturally have a tendency to break. It means that as we build out complex systems, these incidents become more frequent, and because they're more frequent and because they're cascading, they cost more money. Incidents are far more expensive. If we take a look, the average US company spends $300,000 for every hour of downtime. Super expensive. So at this point, it's where I introduce chaos engineering. Chaos engineering for the win, right? Chaos engineering is what will solve your problems, or at least that's what I'm paid to say. So who am I? I'm Jason. I'm the Director of Advocacy at a company called Gremlin. I have a bunch of fun hobbies, Because it is pandemic times, my newest hobby, or my pandemic hobby as I call it, is chocolate making, which is super fun to do and doesn't require me going outside. And I've previously worked at a bunch of other great companies, companies like Datadog, MongoDB, O'Reilly Media, the people with the tech books with animals on the cover. But when I say this, none of this actually really means that much. What it really means is I'm a really good storyteller. That's what it means to be an advocate or an evangelist. And when I mention these companies that I've worked at, it means that I've worked at places that hire smart people, some of the smartest people I know, which maybe means that I'm smart, but it may not. But it means that people listen to me. So when I say that chaos engineering is what you should do, they naturally adopt that. So now that I've destroyed all of my credibility, let me talk a little bit more about chaos engineering. I used to give these talks about chaos engineering, about how we did them at Datadog. There's a link right here on the slide about how we did chaos engineering at Datadog. And it has a bunch of fantastic tips and how we walked through the process and everything that we covered. And it's really great tips, but when I say how we did chaos engineering at Datadog, well, the footnote for that is that's the royal we, meaning it's actually how they did chaos engineering, how the engineers at Datadog did it, because again, I'm just a storyteller. So now I'm working at Gremlin. I left Datadog at the end of last year. I joined Gremlin in January, and I joined it particularly because I think chaos engineering is a fantastic practice. Gremlin, if you're not familiar with the company, we build a chaos engineering platform. We make it easy and safe for people to do chaos engineering. Just a quick shout out though, if you want to get more involved in chaos engineering, gremlin.com/community. You can find a ton of great resources there, not only about chaos engineering, but about reliability and building SRE practices. But one of the things about joining Gremlin is that I was now responsible for chaos engineering. I lead the internal chaos engineering practices within Gremlin, so it no longer is how they do it, but actually how we do it. If you're not familiar with chaos engineering, a quick rundown of what it is. Now, a lot of people have heard of Netflix's Chaos Monkey, this program that would randomly destroy or take down servers. Hate to tell you, that's not really chaos engineering, or at least not how you should be doing it. Chaos engineering really is thoughtful, planned experiments designed to reveal the weaknesses in your systems. Both your technical systems, things like your user experience, where that may be broken, or if your monitoring or alerting is working properly. Or if you're building more reliable, resilient systems, things like circuit breakers or retries or timeouts. But also for our human systems, things like our processes, who's on call, how does the escalation process work? Is there documentation or are there runbooks when there's an incident? And it's pretty much the scientific experiments that we're used to, or that scientific process. You start with a hypothesis about how your system is going to work, particularly in terms of reliability, but that hypothesis could just be simply that if your data store crashes, your application fails, but at least you get some alerting on it. It doesn't have to survive, but start with a reasonable hypothesis. And then experiment to test whether what you think you know is true. After you run that experiment, you analyze the results, and you want to share them. Because as with all things science, sharing that knowledge is the important part here, helping everybody learn through what you're doing. And finally, after you analyze those, you can start to iterate and improve your systems. But I want to come back to those unmet expectations, right? Those things that didn't go quite right. And if you were me, well, it was taking that knowledge from Datadog about how we, or how they, did chaos engineering, and bringing it back into Gremlin. You see, Gremlin is more like your company than Datadog was. Datadog was a fantastic place, but Gremlin, when I joined, was very much like your company. We had started with some chaos engineering, or it was interesting, but as we grew, a lot of the engineers had never actually practiced chaos engineering. They'd never even used our product. So as we grew, we had to evolve and start to adopt these processes and redefine them. And as the owner of that, well, my expectations didn't always meet reality. So I want to share the top 3 challenges that I faced in rolling out chaos engineering or evolving chaos engineering in Gremlin. And the first is just a lack of time. There's always a struggle between building new features in a product and working on reliability. And if you're spending 2 hours or more to prep and run a game day and write reports, and then you multiply that by your entire engineering team, that's a lot of time, which equals a lot of money. It's extremely expensive. The second is that there's a lack of process. As mentioned, we had a lot of engineers joining the company, and so there wasn't clarity around where to start. What should you attack? How big should your attack be? Really, what's the process? The third was a lack of priority. As you're running game days and doing chaos engineering, it can generate a lot of tickets. As engineers, we're designed to see all of the flaws, every little minor detail of the product that we're building, and so we can generate a lot of tickets. The first few game days that I ran, those engineering teams would generate a dozen or more tickets. And those engineering managers would come back to me and they would complain that, how do you expect me to run another game day when you've already generated so many tickets that there's no way I can complete my current sprint, let alone meet my target deadlines? So we had to come up with creative ways to solve these three challenges. The first solution was to make the process smaller. If you're using 90 minutes or 2 hours to run a game day, can you actually cut that down? What if it was 30 minutes? Also, if it involved the whole team, can we make it smaller by only having a few team members do it and then rotating through them so that the entire team gets experience? So that was the first challenge. How can we get this down to 30 minutes? Well, one way to do that is to make runbooks. We're all used to running runbooks or following playbooks when an incident happens. They tell us exactly what to do, in what order to do it, so we don't forget everything, so we don't have to think about all the minor issues while we're dealing with an incident. The same thing happens for chaos engineering. If we have a runbook that guides people through the process, it makes it a whole lot easier to hit that 30 minutes. That runbook leads into the final solution, and that's to limit the scope. As mentioned, we see all the bugs, and so we can generate a lot of tickets. With a runbook, we can focus people in to ask one question. And that's, what's the one thing, just one thing, that you can do that would make the biggest impact on reliability? Take that one thing, make a JIRA ticket for that, and prioritize that. So I took these three ideas and I put them together and created a program that I called Mini Game Days. Mini Game Days uses a lot of the tools that we're used to using. At Gremlin, we use Donut. Donut is a Slack bot. It's there to build those connections in your organization. It simulates that water cooler effect, not only introducing you to people that aren't on your team, but even people outside of engineering, people maybe in HR or in legal or in marketing. The great thing about Donut, though, is it creates a little Slack channel for you and a few other people. In this case, 3 random engineers from each team. It automatically generates a Google Calendar based on the times that they're free. So it will suggest that, hey, next Thursday, you all have 30 minutes free. This is a good time to do that mini game day. The other thing that it does is it creates a Zoom link. So it automatically gives you a nice place to communicate as you're running the game day. When it comes to that runbook, I created a Google Doc, or a Google form for that. The great thing about using a Google form rather than a document of just text is it now allows people to answer or to place information directly in that runbook. This makes it a whole lot easier to do the reporting afterward. When it comes to that runbook, this is how we break things down. Again, we're shooting for that 30-minute time frame. So we want to spend 5 minutes assigning roles and selecting a scenario. Those roles, as mentioned, correspond to 3 engineers. The first is what we call the game master. The game master is the person that will launch the attack, evaluate for any abort conditions or any problems that the end user might be having, and actually call a failure on the test or cancel the test. The responder is the person that's going to actually be playing the role of the end user. So they're going to be evaluating the application. They'll be also in the monitoring tool. So they'll also sort of play the role of your SRE or your ops responder. If an incident needs to be declared, they'll also declare that incident and implement any sort of runbook that you might have on hand. The third person is the scribe, and this person is really there to take notes. You want to take notes as you're going because it's much easier to capture the information in the moment than to try to recreate it or rebuild it after the fact. When it comes to scenarios, we try to keep things extremely simple. Again, coming back to the scientific method, you have a hypothesis, simply work to verify what you think you know. Some examples of this are raising the CPU by a certain percentage and verifying that it can be seen in the monitoring tool. Or killing a pod or a VM and seeing if it automatically restarts, and when it restarts to see if it connects to the right services, the right data stores, and handles sessions properly. Or blocking access to a third-party dependency and verifying that you're getting the right alerts or the right errors. After that initial 5 minutes, the next 20 minutes is the bulk of the time spent on running the attack and observing those effects. And it's pretty simple. It'll change for each organization, but the general gist of it is notify your ops team or notify whoever's on call that you're running a game day. After you do that, you can start the attack and then validate your monitoring. Ensure that you can see that attack, ensure that it's throwing the right alerts or errors, and if it is throwing alerts or errors, then look for any runbooks or documentation that would help you solve that issue. So it's pretty straightforward, and oftentimes it doesn't even take the full 20 minutes. The final 5 minutes is spent to create the ticket. And again, this comes back to that prioritization. We ask, what's that one thing, just one thing, that you could do to make the biggest impact on reliability? You take that one thing, you create your Jira ticket, you record your Jira ticket in the form. From there, the managers can prioritize things and everything's great. Now, during this time, you're of course going to think of those secondary and tertiary things that you want to solve. Hold off on those. Work on that one prioritized ticket, solve it, run another game day to verify that it works. And if it works, then your new one thing now becomes that secondary item from that initial game day. And it allows you to work things down without having to juggle dozens of tickets and work on prioritization. Some of the other tools that we use Slight for notes. It's like Google Docs, but we like it a bit better. The searching tends to be better for us, and it uses Markdown. We also, of course, use Gremlin for chaos engineering, because for us, the goal is to help dog food the product, get familiar with our own users' experiences. So just to recap, a few of the takeaways. Focus on smaller game day teams. It's nice to have the entire engineering organization doing game days. That's great, but it's really hard to schedule, and it takes a lot of time. So focus on smaller teams, and then rotate through your engineering org. Second, focus on shorter game days. As mentioned, spending a lot of time is extremely expensive for your company. If you can follow the mini game days and hone things down to 30 minutes, you'll make things a whole lot cheaper in order to run game days, and you'll have huge gains in terms of reliability. Thirdly, simplify your attacks. It's easy for us to want to go out and go crazy and reproduce our past incidents, have cascading failures, and just blow everything up. But really focus on simple attacks that validate what you think you know. How's your monitoring working? What does alerting look like? If you have auto-scaling, if you're doing retries, test that those actually work the way you think they work. And finally, focus on a singular outcome. What's the one thing that you can do that would make the biggest impact on reliability? In short, start small, build a practice. A few of the resources that I've mentioned, running game days, again, that's the video of how we did things or how they did things at Datadog. it still has a ton of useful information, so I highly recommend that you watch it. A few more resources, gremlin.com/community. Again, that has a bunch of information about chaos engineering, but also about SRE practices and reliability. You can try Gremlin for free, gremlin.com/free. You can sign up for a free account. It gives you access, limited access to Gremlin, so you can run shutdown attacks, black hole attacks, and CPU attacks. And finally, if you're interested in joining the larger chaos engineering community, we're hosting ChaosConf again this year. So that'll be coming up in October 6th through 8th. So encourage you to join the conference there. It's completely free. Thanks again. As always, feel free to reach out to me. So we're gonna have some Q&A time after this, and I'll be hanging out on the Discord channel. But if you think of anything after the conference, feel free to email me, jyi@gremlin.com, or getbisect on Twitter. And finally, before we end, I wanted to do one more thing. I have a lot of privilege. I've been given the privilege to be on stage and talk to you. I like to use my privilege to help shine a spotlight on others that are doing amazing work. In this case, the Southern Poverty Law Center. SPLCcenter.org is their website. They've been doing a ton of great work for decades, fighting hate groups like the Klan and other extremist groups in the US. So I highly recommend that you visit their website, check out their work, and support their work. Thanks.
Yeah, this is better. All right. Before we go into our last fireside chat, upcoming breakout talks, you could go chat about crazy Terraform things, diagramming for DevOps. Is that like dialing for dollars? I don't know. Kubernetes network policy, licensing open source versus paid, and on-prem versus SaaS. So in other words, like all the different ways to spend money or not. And then YACML, quote, fun is what it says. So
all of these must
there
be
we
fun.
go. So hey, Jason,
hey.
Thanks for joining us. You know, we kind of felt like watching your last talk, we were waiting for you to try to sell us a Mac or something, you know, with your setup there. You missed an opportunity for, you know, one more thing. But yeah, so let's talk about some chaos, right? You know,
yeah.
Sound good?
Yeah, I think so.
So with regards to chaos engineering, a question, you know, that I think comes up is, right, is like, why would you break things on purpose? Why, you know, aren't we trying to avoid system failure? So like, yes, you're breaking it on purpose, but it's still broken, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so that's a question that I get a lot, right? I talk to customers, I talk to prospects, and everybody's just like, you know, why should I break things? They just break on their own. And my number one response is that when things break on their own, they break on their own timing and they break on their own schedule. And if you've ever been on call, like, would you rather like have something break in the middle of the day when you've got colleagues around and you can fix it? Or would you rather have them break at 3 a.m. in the morning and wake you up, right? So it's pretty obvious that like, if we can control how we break things and we can learn from them and resolve them, then hopefully they don't happen in the middle of the night when we're off trying to sleep or celebrate, you know, a party or something like that.
Or, you know, be relieved that the Devs Day Chicago is finally over and we can all get a drink.
Exactly.
But so
I mean, I guess that's the other thing is like when they break on their own, you might be out drinking, and I don't know how many other people have done this, but like I've had times where I've been drunk and then needed to like fix something. I'm like, I should not be doing this.
I have definitely done that. I don't drink anymore, by the way, but I have definitely experienced that, and that was, like I said, not a good experience for anybody. So it kind of, based on what you said, comes back to the experience of getting good at this, right? Practicing the process, kind of like a football team, right? Practicing a process 100 times so that when the real stuff hits the fan, you know what to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, everything that we do takes practice, right? You're building up those skills, and then along the way, you're refining them as well, right? So it's not just enough to say that, like, you know, we did a fire drill and we practiced our on-call. Like, that's great, but like, I'm sure every time you run it, something happens. You realize, like, oh, my run book is out of date, or it's not quite as informative as it needs to be. Here's the things that it assumed that I knew, or that it is, you know, the state of the world that it assumed. And like, now there's a new service that's in play, or other things like that.
So kind of one of the things that comes to mind is, you know, if you're only testing the things that you've thoughtfully planned, does that limit your discovery to only those things you could think of to try, so to speak, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that comes back to, in my talk, that whole idea of unmet expectations is, as much as you try to plan for things, you inevitably find things that just don't match reality, right? So one of the common things that I love doing for chaos engineering is, you think your application works in a certain way, right? So you have services and you're like, cool, I know that I'm dependent on my data store, but there's this other service and it's only like, it's non-critical, it provides some extra functionality. If that dies, I should still be able to operate. And so you go and you just isolate that from the network and everything falls over, right? So you plan for certain things, and really it comes down to validating what you think you know and whether that's true. And oftentimes what we think we know isn't correct, or not in the way that we think it works, right? And so there's sort of this misconception that chaos engineering is figuring out how things break. And I think that's sort of the glass half empty approach. The glass half full approach is, how does this actually work, right? Like, how does your car work? Well, we know it runs on tires, so you can't take out a tire, but like, if you start ripping things out from under the hood, will it actually work? What's necessary? What's just part of the air conditioning? Like, you don't know that. And oftentimes as engineers, we don't know that about our systems. We see a diagram, we can kind of draw some lines and think, okay, this is dependent on this, and we can see where things might break and where there might be points of failure. But ultimately, unless we try them out, it's all conjecture.
Well, and isn't that sort of the thing, right? You have a hypothesis, but your hypothesis is that this will not break, right? Like that if we make this change, like from our understanding of the system, if I shut off this interface or throttle this, my hypothesis is that things will continue to work. And I always like to think that if your hypothesis is not that, then you should not run that experiment, right? If your hypothesis is everything will go terrible and I will lose $1 million, you don't need to experiment. You need to go fix it because you already know that part, right?
Right. Well, so for the expectation of breaking things, right? Back when I worked for a small cloud company, right? We had an outage because a lightning bolt struck a data center, right? Like, okay, starting off like what? But also, like, so my particular product, we thought it was distributed between data centers, except it had a part that wasn't distributed, that was in that particular data center, and that was the part that just got completely throttled, and we couldn't do anything else because that one piece wasn't working, so it didn't matter that the other parts were geo-distributed, right? And that's a learning experience you can't really predict, so the thing about that is that you don't want to do that to your customers, right? When we do red teaming, we never break things that will affect customers on purpose, right?
Well, but you're never, well, that's red teaming, but again, like I guess, and maybe this is oversimplified, but again, my point is to test the hypothesis that I've actually built a reliable system, right? You know, so in that case, you know, in the case of your non-distributed system, as it turns out, you had a hypothesis that it was distributed, you know, so you weren't doing it, like, again, if assuming that the lightning storm was a chaos experiment, and by the way, that's impressive. So when is Gremlin coming out with like electrical storm on demand is what I want to know, right? But you would be testing, now you would find out that your hypothesis was incorrect, and you learned a thing, but if your hypothesis was, if I knock out this data center, everything will go to shit, yeah, don't test that hypothesis. Like, get yourself to the point that your hypothesis is that your stuff is reliable, right?
Yeah. But you also bring up that good point of like trying not to impact your customers, right? And so there are a number of times where you're testing and you do know that it's a little bit risky, right? Something could go wrong. And so everybody always thinks of chaos engineering as like, oh, I just do this in production, right? And like, yeah, like eventually you want to get there. But it's like, I mean, you don't just like write new code and deploy it straight to production. Like, so what makes you think that you should do the same with chaos engineering, right? Like start in a development environment, move into staging, move up to production, like get comfortable with this rather than just like YOLO ops.
So when we think about adopting the practices around this, like, what do you see as kind of the percentage or the split or the focus of like your infrastructure eng versus your app dev or like your SRE versus SWE kind of as taking on these chaos experiments as an ownership, if you will?
Yeah, so it's funny because I'd always like, because coming from like that DevOps like background, and most of us have like some ops experience. I mean, I've also got some dev experience, but you know, we usually think of like, well, if I'm doing these experiments, I'm doing things like, you know, blocking network traffic and like spiking CPU, that's like infra stuff. And so I always assumed like, oh, it's going to be like ops engineers and SRE folks that are like super into this. And the funny thing is, the more I talk to people, it's actually been more software developers and software engineers. And I don't know, like my hunch is that that's because as we've moved into a more DevOps world and we're breaking down silos and we have cross-functional teams and essentially software engineers are owning those services, they're more invested in that idea of what happens, like, yeah, my code's good, but like what happens if something else happens? Like, how does that affect my application? And I think they're also more sensitive as we've gone into a more service-oriented world of like, what happens when somebody else's service or some other like third-party service that I'm using, what happens when that goes down? So it's been an interesting thing to discover that more and more software engineers are looking into chaos engineering.
So this is actually interesting as we went into titles. And so I've been saying this for the past year plus, but I want a job title of the Chaos Monkey. Like I want to be paid to break things on purpose, to be that person.
But you want to be called the monkey, not a chaos engineer. You specifically want to, yeah, just so we're clear. Wouldn't you be a chaos cat butt?
Only if I have 10,000 followers.
10,000 followers.
Yes, but so I would say it's an interesting problem to solve, right? To think of all, it's kind of like red teaming again, right? It's kind of like breaking things. How can I break this system in the most ingenious way? Like, how can I think of that lightning bolt, like simulate that experiment? I know that now there's companies who actually do this on purpose, but also like, there's definitely a part of this where it should be a human job because we've got imagination on our side.
So I would say that it's sort of yes and no. Like no for like most people doing chaos engineering, you don't want to do that super creative stuff. You really want to think simply about your systems and like start with the basics of like, does my monitoring work, right? How do you know your monitoring works, right? I worked at Datadog. It could be complete like BS, just like random number generator. Like you actually have to like play with your system and be like, this should spike CPU, and then look at your dashboards and does it actually do that? So the simple stuff is what you want to start with. Getting creative and like replicating incidents is definitely something that you can get to. But I feel like that's less about testing your systems as it is like having a safe place to replay that incident and react to it and like test your processes and how are people going to react and how did they learn from that past incident about like how they should act in an incident.
Well, I think it goes to the difference of reliability and resilience, right? So like what we're talking about with chaos engineering, with these experiments where we have the hypothesis, we're testing reliability and robustness to a certain point, right? Whereas the wacky, weird shit that the chaos monkey over here wants to do, that's resilience because like you're not going to build technology. Like you're a way to adapt to like Godzilla comes and kicks over the Transformer is like your adaptive capacity. You don't, you do that with the socio part of the socio-technical system. So it's like, I think the chaos is not about finding a way to break. It's proving your hypothesis that you have built a reliable system.
So actually, this kind of brought up a question in my mind, which is chaos engineering, like the way you see it, at least, is it about systems or is it about people? Like, what are you trying to prove that the system is resilient, or are you trying to train people to be resilient in a case of failure or something?
Yeah, it's definitely about both, right? I mean, when you're starting out, it usually is about the system, because again, you're just trying to like verify that the thing you built works in the way that it's supposed to, or that you think it's supposed to. But as you do that, like running game days is a great chance to practice your incident command, right? And to start to build up those human processes as well. So it definitely is a both.
It's a safe place to basically create that sort of psychological, physiological association of incident response, right? So here's a kind of a little chaotic, maybe, is why the hell do you organize so many conferences, Jason?
Why do I organize so many conferences? I get roped into things. I don't know, like, and I'm an idiot. Like, clearly, like that was my whole slide point, was like, I don't know why people listen to me. Like, I have this credibility on my slides, but like, I'm honestly just kind of an idiot. I just happen to do some things really well, and I like community. So maybe that's it, is I'm just like addicted to building communities because I love interacting with people. Or I could just blame Sasha and Ken for at least delivery conf.
At least one. It's so, it's funny how, like, I think it was in Brian's video, right? You join a happy hour once, and then you find yourself doing community work for 10 years.
Well, in Brian, it wasn't even a happy hour. He just got confused.
I mean, some of it too is like, y'all are great people. Like the people that I've met through DevOps Days, whether it's at like DevOps Days events or just like other events, are some of the most incredible people that I've ever like hung out with and that I've had the honor of calling friends. So when you get to hang out with a bunch of people and spend a bunch of time with them and build communities and build spaces where people can hang out and like build new friendships, like that's super rewarding. So,
and I think personally to me, like I know how, DevOps Days in particular had impact on my career, but also like I've had these moments over the years where people come up to me and they're like, oh my God, if it wasn't for this conference, I would never have X, right? And you have this like sentimental, like, I want to cry right now and hug you forever, like, because you realize that what you do actually matters, and it's bigger than, pushing a line of code into production.
I think conference organizing is really about being a force multiplier, right? It's like we're bringing together all these resources and stuff and being able to sort of expand it and share it and do everything at a greater level than you would just by yourself. Sharing your thoughts on, how to chaos test which Pokemon team you should be on or whatever. What do you think is the likelihood that whiskey and chocolate will become a factor in a updated release of Pokemon Go? Like maybe as drops or anything?
Probably not that, but definitely a factor in my life.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Am I supposed to say something?
I don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I don't know. Did you receive the chocolate though? I'm assuming you did.
I did not actually.
Okay. So you should check your mail because it should be
for the hundreds of
arriving
people
any day.
listening to the live stream right now, then we're going to take a minute to talk about some logistics of chocolate that Jason is shipping to Sasha. So don't mind us. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Configure infrastructure as code is neither infrastructure nor code. Go discuss.
You're supposed to read.
Do you want to get a tracking number from him or something? No. So I'm going to ask you one more serious question. So is it a goal, this is coming from the chat, is it a goal to automate a completed experiment as a future test, right? Like you're continually testing, you know, like how does automated chaos engineering work or for that matter, not work? And does this alleviate some burden on the humans in the system?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we talked about before, is chaos engineering more for testing your technical systems or your human? And I said both. But obviously for the technical side, right, like you're an engineer. And so anytime you do something manually more than a few times, you should automate it, right? That's just standard engineering. And so it's the same with chaos engineering, right? If I have a hypothesis that if my service goes down, it should automatically restart and like be added back to the load balancing pool, like that's an easy thing to test for. And so you can start to just do that. Like as it rolls out, one of your CD pipelines is deploy it to this chaos environment, kill it, see if it comes back. And that's just a test, right? So you can start to do at least a lot of the basic stuff as automated tests.
So you're going to add on to your unit tests, and now you have system failure tests? I don't know what to call them.
Well, you're not testing failure, you're testing the condition, right? Like you're not trying to make it fail, but you're saying like, you're able, you know, again, if the thing you're testing is if the network connection is throttled.
Is there a name for this? Is there chaos test? Like what's
I feel like, yeah, a bunch of people have called it like chaos testing or reliability testing. There's no industry defined term, so you can just make up some silly name. I mean, chaos engineering in itself is a silly name.
Please feel free to fight about made up words with us on Twitter. Tag Get Bisect, Divine Ops, and Matt Stratton, and we're going to come up with a new name for a thing that probably already has 7 names. Yeah, and I think that's the thought leadering we're going to leave with here. So, Jason, thank you for sharing your thoughts on the Pokemons and the whiskeys and the chocolates and also the chaos. This was our last fireside chat
for DevOps
Day Chicago 2020. We got one more thing to go. We will be back at 4:20 Central Time for our second round of Ignites. Jason is a prolific Ignite speaker, so I'm curious to let us know in the chat what you think of the Ignites we've been rolling today.
Yeah, they've been great so far.
Yeah. We'll see you all for Ignites. It is time for round 2 of our Ignite Talks. Our Ignite speakers for this round are Aaron Aldrich, who is an organizer for DevOps Days Hartford, New York City, Boston, probably any other East Coast DevOps Days that needs it. Amy Ambarola Negret, who is an expert in building serverless apps and an awesome member of the AWS Chicago user group. Brendan O'Leary, who is a developer evangelist at GitLab. And Renata Rocha, a solutions architect at Slalom Build. And get your French skills ready for her talk. And here we go.
Hey, thanks. I'm Aaron Aldrich, and I'm going to talk to you about how 90s band Cake has actually been singing about DevOps this whole time. So that's right. You can put 30 years of DevOps down instead of just 10 if you're keeping track at home. First thing, this talk has a playlist. So there's a link somewhere on your screen, crazy.com/cake. That's either going to bring you to an awesome, magically playing file that's going to create a great soundtrack for this. You won't have to do anything, or you might have to keep the window hidden and like hit next on a playlist. I haven't built it yet. Welcome to pre-recorded talks. We don't know. It could be anything. But we can work with this. So this concept isn't totally new. You might have heard Nathan Harvey talk about how Rick Rubin was doing DevOps with Aerosmith and Run DMC in the 80s, and then Cake just sort of carries this forward into the next decade here. So we want to talk first. This is what inspired this whole thing. This quote, as I was talking about observability, it's quite frankly true. She doesn't care whether or not the data center is actually on fire, just as long as you're still delivering value. Think about that. It really doesn't matter to your customers what the technical details of your failing. They just want to make sure they're still getting what they paid for. When I go to Netflix, I don't care if the whole US East is down. I just want to play Umbrella Academy because I'm bored right now and I would like to watch that. And so this is true, right? We want to deliver our SLOs to make sure our customers are getting value, not just our technical stuff is working today, right? And blame is a 4-letter word. Here's the namesake of the whole talk. This is it. I think we can all agree. Blameless postmortems are better than pointing fingers. You want to actually learn stuff instead of just figuring out who done it. Because when we have these complex issues, and what better an example than the long line of cars in LA traffic, there is no root cause. There's no single point of failure in this system. There's a lot going on. We're all trying to just get to where we're going at the end of the day. We need to kind of accept those gray areas and those kludge fixes and just get it working. At the end of the day, we need to just deliver the value. It's not me to blame. It's not you to blame. It's not all because of us. It's just, you know, stuff goes wrong. Oh, it is all because of you and because of me. So maybe the lyrics don't work, or maybe they work better. If you go to this YouTube link, it's a whole other talk about how we can do blameless better by being aware of the blame feelings that we have. So watch it. It's going to be awesome. I'll put it in my talk resources. And so we can talk about how Satan is our motor, right? How many of you use Amazon Web Services, right? This would be a sea of raised hands in an audience, but instead you'll just have to nod knowingly that everyone else is also nodding. And we all use Amazon Web Services from Amazon. Like, we recognize they're not a great company to give money to, right? Like, they have some maybe anti-competitive practices and maybe have forced workers to work during a pandemic with little to no sick leave. Yeah, kind of a problem, but we use them anyway. And we don't want to wonder if that's a mistake. We don't have to worry if we're going to stay together. We just want to build the services we want to build. So think about vendor lock-in, right? That was real hot at the time. We just want to build it. Don't want to have to worry if it's going to work. This is why serverless has been so big. We don't want to care about the underlying details. I don't want to worry about how many systems I need to run it. I just want to write code, and when it gets called, it works. And if you need to do it more, maybe more resources show up. I don't want to think about it. Just want to make it. But all this costs money, right? The more and more we do, we've got all these services that cost money, data's got to flow in and out. At the end of the day, we really have to hope that our VC funds hold out to pay our Amazon bills, just to make sure we can keep our services up and running. And then it doesn't end there. We've got to go to reInvent, and we've got to go to the secret club meetings, we've got to get the t-shirts and pay for all the new stuff when it comes out and learn all the cool things. And if you're having a problem with your bill, talk to maybe the Duckbill group and tell Corey and Pete I sent you, and they can maybe kick something my way. It'd be great. But at the end of the day, here's the heart of it, right? They nailed it with stick shifts and safety belts. Bucket seats have all got to go, right? We don't want these manual processes. We don't want to toil just to do something that a computer could do magically for us without thinking about it. We don't want a prescriptive, safe service on how to do Agile correctly. We want to figure out, am I delivering value? And are we getting the right feedback? And are people getting the things that we promise? It doesn't have to be prescribed. Just need to make sure we're building those connections and those relationships like we're supposed to. Think about certifications, right? These are highly prescriptive, and we pass the test just like everybody else. We don't really understand why we did it in the first place. They're almost more sacrificial rites. You have to go through it because that's what you do. What's the point? Well, at the end of the day, welcome to the DevOps cult, right? That's the whole idea. You can deploy your Jenkins pipelines, you can start building your Ansible scripts, and you too can be a DevOps, just like the rest of us, as long as you go through the proper motions. Remember, as soon as you're born, you start dying, so you might as well have a good time. I'm Aaron Aldrich. You can find me at the speaking link that shows up. You can find the details for this talk there, and you can find me at the other things that'll show up on the slide screen as well. And I'm in the chat channels, so see you around.
Hello, thank you, and welcome to Serverless Monitoring Checklist, where we're going to go over how to monitor a serverless application. My name is Amy Around Lundegren. I've been building apps for a little over 12 years, and it's important for me to know that they work and I can prove it. So what is serverless? It still sounds a little buzzwordy, but what it is an event-driven, cloud-native, service-based application architecture, using cloud parts instead of making new ones. General monitoring goals is to know what an app is doing. Is it up, down, over and underutilized? And how is it doing it? The important thing to know is that it is not testing. Monitoring explicitly identifies a behavior that can be acted on through metrics. So traditionally, all of these logs can be found by bootstrapping a server to dump all of the logs into one place. The request failures, utilization, all of those we can know immediately and know where to find it. However, when we do it serverlessly, what we end up having is that it ends up going to different places depending on the service. Whether or not it's down, we may not care if it's underutilized anymore, and the only people who end up knowing what it's doing is your devs. So if it's down, it means a component has gone non-responsive, preventing the full function of a service, and it will go down, with or without you, so what we actually want are no surprises. Some services that are never down, like queues and ETLs, are okay that they're always able to be accessed or written to or read from because they're managed by the cloud. Some services are often down, like FAST, and that's okay because they scale to get zero when they're not in use. The problem lies when the ones that are sometimes down are actually always up, because then it's probably cheaper just to put that back into a server. The ones that are always up, if they ever go down, it means their permissions have changed. And it's very hard, because of this, to tell when something is actually down. So what you want to check for are data gaps and periods of maximum requests. Basically, either you stop being able to access a service, or nothing's going through. Whether or not something is over and underutilized, it really means how much the service is being used. Since serverless is pay by usage, and you don't pay when it's idle, it's okay that it probably is going to stay idle for long periods of time. The only question is, you need to know what these windows are so that you know when it's actually down. And also, if things that can sometimes be down are running all the time, then it's probably easier to just put that stuff back into a server instead of a managed service. So what do you want to check for are data gaps, as well as timeouts and memory issues. As for what it's doing, these can be any number of places depending on the service. If it's network traffic, it's going to be held in a separate place in your application metadata. And you would need another service to aggregate both of these types of logs together. If you use a third-party service, it can give you an overall picture, but you do end up paying a premium price for it. Still, it may be worth it to get human-readable reports. So what do you check for? It's network traffic and its application behavior as it's being logged through whatever internal logging service you have, as well as service health. Because sometimes it may be the cloud's fault. God knows it's happened before. So whose job is it to make sure all of these things get monitored? Well, the application engineer needs to tell what DevOps what these limits are so they know when things are down and when things are just idle. DevOps needs to know what these limits are so that they can reconcile the infrastructure performance with the application performance. Basically, if you touch it, it's your responsibility. So overall, monitoring does have the same goals, it just ends up going to different places. And because it goes to different places, it ends up being a shared responsibility.
Oh, yeah, give it to me. Oh, thanks. Hi, my name is Brennan O'Leary, and I have a theory. I think that everything I've ever needed to know about DevOps, I could have learned from XKCD. And in fact, it's still teaching me today. For those who may not know the comic, I'll let XKCD define itself for you. Honestly, can anyone think of a better definition of DevOps than a methodology of romance, sarcasm, math, and language? It's a good thing the comic is Creative Commons licensed. I've been doing some form of DevOps for years, and I've been going to DevOps days for many of them, so I hope to bring you a new perspective today. Let's first remember, though, that DevOps is over 10 years old. The first DevOps days was in 2009, and I double-checked. That is more than 10 years ago. And this comic here is actually already 2 years old itself. Yet, sometimes it can still feel like a rickroll when you go to a talk or a meeting about DevOps and really learn nothing. This talk is, of course, excluded from that. And while it's tempting to make up stories about having to enter release notes into a teletype or my first SSH key being encrypted in Morse code, it's critical for us to actually remember and recount the before times. It wasn't that long ago that I was brought into a government contractor where the deployment methodology for a critical system was actually an 11-page Word document that told you which jar files to copy where, and in what order, because somehow that mattered. There are plenty of folks that are still living with inefficient processes. And worst, some of those folks' bosses think that DevOps is something you buy off a shelf. It's our job to help educate those who will carry on DevOps after we're gone so that we can all learn from the past. So, okay, what can XKCD teach us about DevOps how do? Well, first and most importantly, I think, is outside the box thinking. If we're the ones carrying the DevOps flag in our organization, we need to own this. Now, my marketing department, the event organizers, and my mother probably want me to make it clear that I'm not recommending you code inebriated. But I would challenge you to question the status quo, question everything, and think different. That's an Apple and a Microsoft reference in one slide. It's vital to know that everyone is faking it until they make it. Think of conference call talks as the Instagram of DevOps. Remember when you're looking at them, you've seen the best possible version of that person or company. And here's the thing. I myself reference these comics about Git all the time, and I work at a company with Git in the name. It's okay to not know everything. Everyone has processes that aren't perfect. Even once we think we have a process down, there may be another problem up or down the stack. In that way, our jobs are never really done. You never really have DevOps or complete a DevOps transformation, with apologies to consultants who build that way. And no matter how well you plan, your systems will fail you at some point. And it may not even be your fault, but it will be your responsibility. So planning for things like left pad being removed from the NPM registry or the doomsday scenario suggested here just makes sense. Test for and plan losing basically every part of the stack that you're responsible for and much that you're not. We have to also recognize that DevOps isn't really the thing that DevOps is trying to optimize for. It's the developer productivity. An example here comes from years ago. I was at a small medical software company and walking from the CEO's office back to mine. In between this was the server room, and the door was open, which is never a good sign. Inside, one of our lead engineers had a server with a screwdriver in it. That server was the Redmine server. They were fixing it because they didn't know what to work on next. And it was at that moment that I had a moment of clarity. I don't want my team, our engineers, spending time on the tools that we use. I want them spending time on differentiated work that benefits our customers. That's the hard work we all want to focus on. And the first 10 years or so of DevOps saw an explosion of new tools and the latest cool thing for people to put screwdrivers in, either literally or in the AWS console.
The next 10 looks very different, and we've already seen that. Just as our phones do a lot more than they did in 2008 or 9, DevOps tools are seeing massive consolidation. Organizations that required lots of these tools have spent enormous amounts of undifferentiated work stitching those tools together, managing the integrations between them, maintaining and upgrading them. All of this has led organizations to think of their tool set as not a set of random tools, but as a DevOps platform. DevOps tools, companies, and software is consolidating in much the same way. So where does that leave us? Well, if I could leave you with one thing, it would be that there's always more to learn, and that's okay. I've learned a lot, even putting together this silly presentation with cartoons. Did you know there's a web-based terminal-inspired interface for XKCD? I know, right? It's very meta, but also very awesome. And unfortunately, this talk isn't even that original. Randall, the creator of XKCD, has done one or two himself. And lastly, you can learn about learning. It's important to understand that we're all learning. That's what makes us human. Just because someone doesn't know something that you do doesn't mean you should shame them for that. You should feel lucky that you get to teach them about it. I think that's pretty obvious for most of us, but it's even more critical to remember this when you're on the other side of the equation. We are all learning. Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome to Sustainable Pipeline. This is not a pipeline. This is a talk where I'm going to convince you that CI/CD is not about a pipeline. CI/CD is a much bigger concept. It's about ideas, it's about cultural change. Que suis-je? Well, this is all my French, sorry. I'm Renata Rocha. I'm a solutions architect at Slalom Build. I'm from Toronto, and I have been doing DevOps for about 10 years, systems administration for 20. Okay, what is this? This is about what is CI/CD, what is not CI/CD, and most importantly, why it matters. CI/CD is a concept. It's not the pipeline that you are trying to build. We are going to get into that. And why do we care? It's because there are so many implementations of CI/CD all over the place, and people are unhappy with that. Okay, what is CI/CD? CI/CD stands for continuous integration, continuous delivery, or deployment. There's a blurry line there. And again, it's about the culture. Okay, and what is not CI/CD? It's not the shell scripts that you run on your machine. It's not a cloud migration, and also not uploading an YAML file to your Kubernetes cluster. And why do you want it? You want it because it increases your velocity, it increases your testability, and it gives you broader control. No one wants to fear deploying to prod on a Friday. No one wants to fear not having control. And you also want to know tools. I get the question many times. You want to know whether Jenkins, CircleCI, GitHub Actions, whatever, if that is the best CI/CD tool. You are the person who can give that answer to yourself. The best tool is the one that fits your own requirements. The best tool is the one that works for your business. The best tool is the one that fits your own use case. Do your proper research and find the tool that suits your needs. Okay. What about AWS? It's another entire animal. AWS offers tiny puzzle pieces that you put them all together, and you can build a custom CI/CD solution according to your needs. But I want control. Yes, everyone wants control. Micromanagement is not control. Manual steps, they reduce control and they give you a false sense of control. What you want is to control the automation and not the humans. You cannot fear the robots. The robots, they are our friends. They are here to help you. The only thing that the robots are going to do are to repeat the steps that you've told them to do. Robots help you build better, faster, stronger, and more reliable systems. Robots are good for you. Robots are here to stay, and if you embrace robots in your systems are going to become faster, more reliable. What about errors and bugs? Everyone is afraid of having an error and bug making into production. First of all, humans are the ones who introduce the errors and bugs, okay? So automated systems are going to have errors the same way as a non-automated system. And if you test and if you monitor, you're gonna catch your errors sooner rather than later. So it's a much better thing. If you test early, if you test often, if you test everything, you're gonna have way less errors. So the idea is that it's a cultural change, and one does not simply CI/CD. You educate your team, you make your team crave that change that is going to lead you into a CI/CD state of mind. Saying, if you lead by example, if you tell your peers, if you listen to people, the magic of CI/CD is going to happen. You're going to have the best environment for your workplace. But you want it now. Everyone wants things right now. Take a deep breath. Exhale. Plan, research, and software comes last. You have to do your proper research. And last but not least, repeat after me. It's not a pipeline. It's much more than that. CI/CD, it's a mindset. If you welcome new ideas, CI/CD is the end result. Merci beaucoup. I'm Renata Rocha. This was Cecília Pound-Peep.
Hello and welcome everyone for the last time today. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. An email is coming out to registered participants, and individual talk videos will be coming out soon. Please subscribe to our channel on YouTube to be notified when we release them.
This wouldn't have been possible without the work and support of everyone involved. Thank you to AV Chicago for the amazing production. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our volunteer moderators. And, well, you know, I mean, it's like, normally this is when we would bring all the organizers up on stage, but maybe we can. Everybody wave.
Smile and wave.
Smile and wave. And thank you most of all to you, all of you who have been participating and watching our stream today and being part of this very special first virtual DevOps Days Chicago.
DevOps Days is so important to this entire organizer team. We felt that it was more important than ever to create a space for this community to connect, even if we had to do this differently. So thank you so much to everyone who tuned in into the stream and everyone that participated on Discord for being a part of the event. See you all next year.